What's up, everybody? Welcome to the 53-man roster hangout watch, whatever this thing is. Basically, a lot of us aren't working right now because all we're doing is refreshing Twitter, refreshing X, and trying to see who is or is not on the 53-man roster. There's also been a bunch of random wild news today. Taylor, Travis, engaged. That's breaking the internet. There's some former Chiefs that are being available or have become available or will be available that a lot of Chiefs fans are talking about. So yeah, there's a lot to kind of watch. I will build out the 53-man roster on a tier maker like we do every year. Alex is finishing that up right now, and we're going to get it going. What's up, everybody? What's up, Tan? It's interesting. All the names have changed on here, I feel like, on the live stream. So it's not always your name that I'm seeing now. I'm seeing people's @ handles, which aren't the same as your name. So I don't always recognize everybody. I recognize the photo, but not the name. All right, let me see if this is going to work. Where is it? Why does it look the same? Let me refresh this. Didn't realize that's why the names were different. Yeah, YouTube changed something. Yeah, YouTube changed something. So as of right now, the Chiefs are practicing. Andy Reid spoke to the media today. He said a few guys will not be practicing, but it's cutdown day. It's kind of a weird day to have practice, really, because you could be practicing and not make the roster. Sorry, Alex, my editor, is trying to get me to do something here. So let me see what happens if I do this. This is what I'm doing, so you guys know why I suck at multitasking. Oh, I need to add a row above. Oh, okay. Nice. Then I can move this. Ooh. Okay. Waved. And then but I don't want that color. I just want like gray. We're putting players in lists here. Boom, nice. Then we'll go released. Okay, I think you guys should be able to see all this. Basically, we're just going to build this out. And then I should be able to zoom in, and you should see it a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be able to zoom in and do all that fun stuff. But let's build this out. There's nowhere for specialists, I don't think, so I need to build that. Add row below. S? Really? Special. Okay, yeah, there we go. Can I spell? Specialist. Boom. Okay, I think we're good. We're just going to do this. We got Matt Ariza in here. I hope we have everybody, because it would be funny if we didn't. Where's Butker? This is going to be crazy. Marlon Tuipulotu is being waived. I know that one. Owen Carney, I don't think is going to make it. I don't have confirmation on all these guys. I don't think Cole Christensen's making it. Jack Cochran should, per reports. I think we know all of the linebackers, actually. I'll do some confirmations here in a minute. But basically, we're just going to build this whole thing out. I don't think Cam Jones is making it. I think he got waived. I'll confirm all this. I'll pull up a roster tracker, cutdown tracker. Carson Steele did get waived. I don't know if you guys saw that. Carson Steele got waived. Tyquan Thornton confirmed to make the roster, which is exciting for him. Not a big surprise. I feel like he earned it. He deserved it. Chris Oladokun. I don't know if he's officially waived, but I don't see how they roll with more than two quarterbacks. I should have had Alex build this out and then send me the link. That'd have been cool. I don't think that far ahead. I'm throwing the obvious people who I know are going to make it on there. Like Brian Cook's on there. Xavier Worthy is obviously making the roster. Let's see. Jaden Hicks, of course. Jalen Moore for the O-line. Ashton Gelati should make it, of course. I saw something about CJ Hansen. I think he's getting waived. But we'll confirm a couple of these as I pull up a roster tracker. I also have my Twitter. Congrats again to Travis Kelce. That's pretty cool. Just pulled his name up there. Okay. Shamari Connor. Now, Mike Edwards did get released. That was an announcement pretty early this morning. Mike Edwards got released, and he is one of the 4 vested veterans on a vetmin deal that could be released and re-signed to the roster, or he's just not making it. Maybe he's a practice squad guy, but a lot of times when you're these depth pieces, you've got to have special teams. You've got to have special teams contribution. You have to have the ability to contribute on special teams, and I don't think Mike Edwards was going to be able to do that. So Chris Roland Wallace has been working in, he's right here, as a safety. He's a cornerback on the roster, but he might be your safety 4, your backup slot corner as well. I'm still building this out. I can't remember if Ethan Driscoll's making it or not. Chu Godric is not. I think I saw that, but he should get back to the practice squad as the Chiefs' international pathway player. Some of these names are so... Okay, Derek Notty's going to make it. Juju's going to make it. Juju's one of the 4 that could be released on a vetmin. He's on a vetmin deal. It's Juju, Mike Pennell, Mike Edwards, and Robert Tunyon. Those are the 4. If they get released, they're probably coming back. At least like a Juju, a Tunyon. Those guys have a good chance of coming back. I don't think they need to release Juju or anything like that. I'm just saying they could. Based on the financials, they could for sure. All right, we're still building this out, but we're getting a little closer here. Josh Simmons, of course. He's making it. And then we'll zoom in on this, and you guys will be able to see faces. Mike Pennell, of course. Chris Jones, yup. We've got George Karlaftis, yeah. Oh, yeah, Patrick Mahomes. I think he's going to make it. I think he's safe. Where's Minshew at? I'm looking for the mustache. Here's Pacheco. Yeah, we don't have any running backs up there. Wanye Morris should be making it. Kingsley, of course, should be making it. What else we got going on here? Jalen Royals. I'm a little bit nervous about Royals because not he's making the roster. But Andy Reid said today he didn't practice today. Neither did Jack Cochran or one other player. I'll have to pull it up on Twitter to remember exactly who it was. But they kind of said, he said that the other 2 are closer to returning than Royals. So I don't know what's going on with his knee. It's knee tendonitis. I don't know how long it's going to be. I don't think he's going to be an IR candidate or anything like that, but okay, we're getting pretty close here. And then I'll zoom in so you guys can see everybody that has kind of made it so far. Essa Pole sadly did get waived. I know a lot of people were hoping he'd be a depth piece guy. It was hard for me to justify another tackle on the roster that wasn't going to play. He was working with a 3rd-team offense, and I think some of them is just saying, well, we would have preferred Essa over Wanye. I don't know. Wanya is the next man up after Jalen Moore, based on the rotation. Okay, Jalen Watson is making it. And then I'll zoom in and you guys can see all this. Robert Tonyan, I don't know for sure if he's going to make it. I think he deserves to make it. We could put him up there for now and just kind of see how it all plays out. I think Norzad makes it on the O-line. I would really think so. Brashard Smith. Let me pull up the rest of these running backs. We got Kareem and Elijah Mitchell. Okay, there's Minshew. I think Elijah Mitchell makes it. Omar Norman Lott. Could be an IR candidate, I guess. Okay, Elijah Mitchell. We're actually getting really close to being done building this out. Mike Edwards, he got released. Bossa's making it, of course. I think there's your 6. Cooper McDonald. If we want to go in order of like depth, it's probably something like this. And I'll zoom in. You guys can see all this soon. Joshua Williams, I don't know. James Winchester, definitely making it as a specialist. Zappy, he's gone. He got waived. Fabian Lovett, I think he got waived. Nate Matlack. Okay, I think we're in a really good spot. I can zoom in now. Mike Caliendo, he's going to make it, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 7 wide receivers, 4 running backs, 2 QBs, 5 defensive tackles, 4 defensive ends right now, 6 linebackers, 5 corners, 4 safeties, 3 specialists. I don't know the actual number game here. It's pretty hard to see their names. I'm not going to lie. Even zooming in, Alex, I'm not sure we could do anything about it. I don't even know if Alex is listening in here. The names are tiny, but I don't know if I want to read you that. All right. Can I zoom in more? We're getting pretty zoomed in here. Somebody said you could do presentation mode. How do I do that? I don't know. I'm afraid. I'm afraid to mess it up. Alex said do presentation. Okay. How do I do that? I think I am in presentation. I think. Kadarius Toney is not going to make it. I'm sorry. Sorry to disappoint. Alex, we should have tested one of these on here before doing them all. I can't read a single name. I mean, you can see their faces. It's probably good enough. Congrats to Big Yeti and Taylor Swift, said Jennifer with the 1387 bomb. Thank you so much. Justin with the 26 months. What's up, man? What's up, Cole and Chiefs Kingdom? I'm not sure if I can make the call Thursday, so hope you enjoy. Happy Thornton made the roster. Excited to see what he does. Think Steele makes the practice squad. Yeah, I think Carson Steele should make the practice squad. Sadly, he didn't make any of my 53-man roster projections. I just didn't know what to do with him based on the running back room. Part of the issue was Brashard Smith. You need more in that room because of his lack of experience at the position, if that makes sense. Alex is telling me to scroll down. I did, but how far down do I gotta go? It's already in presentation. All right. Well, Justin, thanks for the 26 months, man. Let's go. Appreciate that. If you can make it, awesome. If not, all good. See you next time. CJ with the membership. Come on. All right, now. We're looking. We're looking for news at this point. The Raiders signed Amari Cooper. This is interesting because the Chiefs are having practice right now, but there's more than 53 players on the field. Jason Brownlee's there, Nico Remigio, Joshua Williams, Elijah Mitchell. Again, Sam McDowell, the KC Star, says more than 53 are still here on the field, 90 minutes shy of final cuts. I do want to, I'm just going to scroll down on my Twitter and read a couple things because there are some things worth talking about based on the moves that have happened. Yeah, the Chiefs cut Essa Pole. They hope to bring him back on the practice squad. They're releasing veteran defensive tackle Marlon Tuipulotu. Okay, I didn't realize that. So Marlon Tuipulotu is a vested veteran. So let's move him over here. I'm moving him from released to waived. Okay. What else do we got going on? Cooper McDonald made the roster, linebacker. He's an undrafted guy, which is pretty cool. Mike Edwards, he got let go. He got released. He doesn't have to clear waivers, so he could be a practice squad guy. We'll see. Kevin Knowles is gone. Keziah Izzard. Okay, did I put him in there? Okay, Keziah Izzard has been waived. You guys want to see this with me? Melvin Smith. Okay. Where's he at? Okay, Kevin Knowles. He's been waived. Melvin Smith. He's been waived. Waiving CJ Hansen. I think I put him up there, yeah. That was one of the Chiefs draft picks. I didn't have him on my last 53-man roster either. It just got tough there at the end. Cam Jones, I think I had him in there. Yeah, he got waived. Nate Matlack, he's gone. Carson Steele is gone. Since I'm seeing this, I'm just bringing this up. It's a new rule over the last, this is the second year you can do it. You can place 2 players on IR with a designation to return before cutdowns. So this is new because if you put them on IR before cutdowns prior to last year, they were on IR for the entire season. It was over. Well, you can designate 2 players to return. So will they do that with somebody that is a little bit banged up and might need some time? Jalen Royals with the knee. It seems like Jack Cochran is trending in the right direction. He won't have to. McCole Hardman is a guy that everybody's been talking about because he got released from the Packers. Listen, I don't mind him on the practice squad, but he cannot take a roster spot, guys. No, I'm sorry. It's not going to happen. Tyquan Thornton made the roster. I was super excited about that. What else we got going on? Ethan Driscoll could start on the NFI list and be shut down for a month because he had his appendectomy. So we could be looking for that move to be made. He wouldn't take a roster spot. Jason Chu-Godric got waived. I think I have him on there. Yeah. Yeah, Jack Cochran, knee, Omar Norman-Lott, ankle, and Jalen Royals didn't practice today. He said Cochran and Omar Norman-Lott are closer to returning than Royals. I'm not freaking out, but I just said I don't love to hear that about Royals, meaning he's not as close as these other guys to even being able to return to practice. Hopefully the knee is all right. It's not ultra concerning. I don't think it's anything to freak out about. It's knee tendonitis, some swelling in there. But IR is a possibility if they think they're not going to have him for a few weeks because he could come back after week 4. If they think, oh, he's probably fine, he'll be able to play after week 1, or he might still be able to play week 1, we just don't know, he's fine. He's not going to go anywhere. Cole Christensen got waived. Did I put that name on there? Yeah, I did. We kind of have the... Congrats again. I saw this today and I was like, there's no way I'm believing this post from Pop Crave. So I went to Kelsey's Instagram and it's there. And then everybody else is reporting on it, obviously. All right, I think we're good. Damian Martinez is being waived by the Seahawks. 7th round pick, selected 5 picks before Brashard Smith. This is kind of cool too. If you guys didn't see this, Tom Grossi is doing a collab stream with the NFL on YouTube on that game, Chiefs versus Chargers, which is crazy. So I think you could go to YouTube TV maybe even the YouTube app, and watch Grossi along with the game. How insane is that? That is really cool, man. Daniel Alexander with the 53 Cash App bomb for the 53-man roster projection. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. I was actually getting out my phone. I was getting out my phone for a reason, and I honestly can't even remember now what. Oh, Tom Grossi said, appreciate it, dude. A lot of work went into making this happen. So that's pretty cool, man. That is really cool that I don't know how many creators are allowed to be able to do that. I don't think I'm one of them. I have not heard from YouTube or anything like that. But nobody deserves something like this more than Tom Grossi. I just thought that was just really cool to see. And I'm super happy for him. He's put in a lot of work. For that. NFL needs to do that with Perna. I think Grossi is more family friendly. You know, Made Mob shirts are fire, said Casey with the 5. Heavy duty, not cheap, thin tees. Got 3 this week. What positions do you think we will add with new signings next couple of days? Well, Casey, thanks so much for the 5. Dude, I love Made Mob. I'm an affiliate with them now, but I bought a bunch of their shirts before ever being an affiliate. Again, Made Mob in the chat. You can get 20% off a Made Mob order if you use code HBT Chiefs, and I get a little bit of a kickback too. But this is the shirt. It's the collab with Travis Kelce and his non-profit, I believe, the Ignition Lab. It's at least a part of his non-profit through the 87 and running. But yeah, this shirt's pretty cool. It's got all this on the back too. I like that. Oh. See, I like this one. I like a lot of them. Now, what you said at the end, what positions do you think we will add to the new signings? I know the Chiefs were calling around about running backs. I wouldn't be surprised now to see a safety added. Yes, they do have Chamari Connor, Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, and then Christian Roland Wallace has been working in as another safety. But if you want to add a veteran guy, I wouldn't complain about it. Running back, the Chiefs have been calling around about. We'll see about that one. And then defensive end. With FAU and Fabian Lovett going to IR, I think you need a defensive end, number 5. I don't know if that guy is on the roster. Maybe it's Malik Herring after Karlaftis, Dana, Omenihu, and Gelati. Maybe. But those are the 3 that I would watch. Safety, defensive end, running back. If you want to argue interior O-line, that's fine. You have Norzad. I'm going in reverse order here. That would play along the interior in case of injury. Norzad has center guard flex. He's your backup center. Probably not your first option as backup guard, but he would be a consideration. Jalen Moore would be a consideration if you had to. Swing tackle, yes. But then he doesn't have a lot of experience, but he's been working in at the position just in case. Wanye Morris has been left tackle with the second team offense all offseason long. And I think I don't read too much into Wanye being second team left tackle over Jalen Moore. I look at it more as Jalen Moore has primarily played left tackle. They're getting him right tackle experience in case they got to sub him in for Jawan or injuries happen. Jalen Moore is kind of your next guy. But then Mike Caliendo is your backup interior guard, your interior lineman if Trey Smith gets hurt. That's why I'm a little bit nervous, because Mike Caliendo, he's fine in a pinch, but Kingsley is also, who's the starting left guard right now, has just never played it before. He's doing better. He's progressing. He's had quick losses every single game, though, including the last offensive snap at the goal line that Mahomes threw that back shoulder to Rashee Rice for the touchdown. Kingsley got beat this fast. And the guy was at the quarterback. He was at Mahomes as soon as he threw the ball. Well, thankfully, we didn't notice it initially because the pass was so quick. Mahomes literally stepped back, threw that fast. I mean, he knew exactly where he was going. He threw to Rice before Rice was even fully there, but Kingsley had already gotten beat on an inside move, and the pass rusher, the defensive tackle, whoever it was already there. So, yeah, there's a little bit of concern there for me, but I do want to continue seeing Kingsley get more reps. I mean, how else are you supposed to get better if you've never played the position unless you just keep getting reps? And that's what Andy Reid said today. That's what Andy Reid said today. He likes the progress. He likes the momentum, but they need more reps together. Josh Simmons, rookie. Kingsley, first year at the position. It's going to take a little bit of time. Everyday John with the 32 months. Let's go. Cole for collab with YouTube TV for Chiefs games. That would be fantastic. No idea how to make that happen, but I would be honored, especially for a Chiefs game. If they don't want to use me for a non-Chiefs game, it makes sense. But for a Chiefs game, I am down. That would be so fun. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Outlaw with the 1387 as well. The Grossi stream will be a madhouse when chair is shown in its proper spotlight. Congrats to Tavis today as well. Heck yeah. I saw somebody say, Cole, they replied to it saying that's BS. You should be doing that game. No. If you're going to pick one creator, I think in the YouTube space to represent a nice collab between YouTube creators and the NFL, even though it's a Chiefs game, I think it's Grossi. I think he's earned it. He's put in the blood, sweat, and tears over around a decade now. So I'm really happy for him. It's one of those things where I just love seeing people win. And maybe I'll have the opportunity down the road. But all I can do is stay humble, stay hungry, keep my head down, keep making content, and try to be the best that I can be in live streams, short form, long forms. And if doors open down the road, great. If they don't, what else can I do? You know, you focus one day at a time and keep going. And then you root for those that you see succeed. I am double checking. Oh, the Seahawks are releasing MVS. He signed a 1-year, $4 million deal with the club this offseason. So there you go. The Chiefs could sign Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who's getting released from the Saints. They could sign McCole Hardman. They could sign MVS. Run it back. I'm joking. If any of those guys end up on the practice squad, okay. I don't think really any of them will. But there you go. Some former Chiefs not catching on with the new franchises, the new clubs that they were with. Marcus with the gifted. Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Can't believe the season is just around the corner. What's up, Arthur? I'll be at the stadium for Chargers Chiefs next week. Send you some pics on Discord. Heck yeah. Let's go. They will join the 49ers. Yeah, look at teams that are really needy for wide receivers. The 49ers are up there. They traded for Sky Moore, but they have a lot of injuries at the position. Any big news? I mean, here's kind of where we are. I could pull up a roster tracker and double check that this is all up to date. But here's the guys that have been waived so far. Actually, I don't know if we've gotten word on Owen Carney. So waived so far, linebacker Cole Christensen, linebacker Cam Jones. The linebacker room, if we want to talk about it for a second, is actually set per Matt Derrick of Chiefs Digest. It's Bolton. I mean, if we want to try to go in proper, Bolton, Tranquil, Chanel, Bossa, Jack Cochran, and Cooper McDonald. The UDFA was able to rise through some standout preseason games, usurp Cole Christensen and Cam Jones. I would assume one of those guys, Cole Christensen, Cam Jones, makes the practice squad. What else we got going on? Carson Steele didn't make the roster, and that was a thing where I just kind of said, if Andy Reid wants a fullback on the roster, he's going to find a way, and you're going to have to make that happen. But with Brashard Smith not having a lot of experience at the running back spot, you need somebody to be able to handle a pretty heavy workload if injuries happen in a game. And maybe Brashard Smith could do that, but I still think he's going to be ramped up a bit more slowly and be your niche package guy. You saw how they can use him in the pass game last game against the Bears. That's how you're going to see him in motion, out wide as an extra receiver or running routes out of the backfield. So because of that, that's why I have 4 running backs. It's entirely possible initially the Chiefs roll with 3 running backs. The for sure locks is Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, and Brashard Smith. Brashard Smith, you can move on from for like $300,000 in dead money. He's a 7th round draft pick. But he's the most explosive guy in that room with high upside. You need time. I would be very surprised if the Chiefs did that, because why are you taking Brashard Smith in the 7th round knowing he only has 1 year of running back experience if you weren't going to give him time? Why would you do that? And maybe they thought, if that happened, again, I give this like a 5% happening, 5% chance happening that Brashard Smith is waived. 95% chance, maybe a little bit higher. I think he's on the roster right now and makes the final 53. And maybe that's actually been confirmed. I would have to go check, because some of these beat reporters are confirming guys that have made the roster. Like Tyquan Thornton was a confirmed lock. But I'm just saying, with Brashard Smith, why would you not give the guy time? Give the guy time to develop and grow as a running back. I think these 3 are your locks. Elijah Mitchell, you're looking at, he's potentially on the 53, but there have been some running backs let go that maybe the Chiefs would like more. Yes, Elijah Mitchell has $1.3 million guaranteed on his deal, but it's not really that much at the end of the day. Right? It's not going to break the bank if you have to move on from him and lose out on $1.3 million. Yeah, Ruben said not sold on Mitchell. I don't know if the Chiefs are either. I did like some of what I saw during the preseason, but it's kind of hard to gauge that when you're with the 2nd and 3rd team O-line. I'd be more curious to see how he would look in a game with the starters. But will we get the opportunity to see it? I'm not sure. Remember, the Chiefs were calling around about potential running backs earlier this week. Or, what is today? Tuesday? Maybe late last week. Who else has been waived? Jason Godric, CJ Hansen, Esa Pole, that's 3 linemen there. Bailey Zappi, Fabian Lovett, that's a defensive tackle. Defensive end, Nate Matlack. Defensive tackle, Keziah Izzard. Defensive backs, Kevin Knowles, Melvin Smith Jr., and then Mike Edwards and Marlon Tuipulotu have been released. They were vested veterans. I think this is still the list of I don't really know that we've heard anything one way or another. If we want to put it in order of with the highest chance of making the 53-man roster, I think Ethan Driscoll could still be a potential guy. Malik Herring, Joshua Williams, they're all right there. I mean, Jason Brownlee we can put up there, but man, how does Jason Brownlee make it in a wide receiver room with 7 guys unless Rice starts suspended? That's how Jason Brownlee makes it in my head, because right now you've got Rice, Hollywood, not in any particular exact order here, okay? Rice, Hollywood, Worthy, Royals, Juju, Tyquan Thornton, and Nico as the returner. Nobody stood out as the team's punt returner to me outside of really Nico. I think they were maybe hoping Brashard Smith could do it, but right now, I feel like Nico's got to be your returner. Jason Brownlee would make it if Rice started the season suspended. I think he's wide receiver 8. I think he's wide receiver 8. I sent you something I made on X. Oh, nice. All right. I'll check it out. Where? In a DM, maybe? Thank you for the 2-bomb, brother. Waving Esa Pole is crazy. Here's why I didn't have him making my 53-man roster, even though I know that was probably the guy that a lot of people were upset about. He's working with the 3s. He's got upside. And I think the argument there was, he might even have more upside than Wanye. Well, if the coaching staff were higher on Pole than Wanye, I think he would have been higher up on the rotation. He's still a raw guy. Hasn't been playing football that long, I don't think. The hope is you could probably sneak him onto the practice squad. But trying to get another tackle to make the roster that's going to be inactive all season long is pretty crazy. I don't think... I understand he could maybe play a more significant role in the future, but you have Jawan, you have Josh Simmons, Jalen Moore, and Wanye. So that's 4 tackles. You want 5? and the fifth being Essa, that might not even dress out ever. That's where it was tough for me and why I didn't have him making the roster. But I like him. He was one of the best performing rookies in preseason. So there's a lot of people that were high on the guy. Probably for good reason. I'm just checking Twitter, making sure we didn't miss anything else. But that's kind of where we are. I will... What roster? Chiefs cut down roster tracker? Who should I use? Here's this. I'm going to double check it, but I think we're pretty up to date. This is Arrowhead Pride. Christensen, Dalton Cooper. Holy. Is Dalton Cooper on here? Okay, Dalton Cooper has been waived. Okay, we're going to add him. CJ Hansen, Keziah Izzard, I have that. Cam Jones, Kevin Knowles, Nate Matlack, Sapole. Okay, Hal Presley has been waived. Where are you at? Here you are. Okay. Melvin Smith, Carson Steele, Trey Watson. Okay. Tight end Trey Watson. So there's a couple that I missed here then. And then Zappy. We have Zappy. And then you have FAU on IR, Deion Bush, Keontae Ingram, Janarius Robinson, Eric Scott, BJ Thompson is still on the NFI. There we go. We're pretty up to date right now. So here's how the roster is looking. 2 quarterbacks, Mahomes, Minshew, 4 running backs. We don't know for sure if Brashard or Elijah Mitchell's safe yet, but this is just kind of how I think it's shaping up based on my final projection that I dropped yesterday. Pacheco, Brashard Smith, Kareem Hunt, Elijah Mitchell. 7 wide receivers. Rice. We could go in order here a little bit better maybe. Something like this maybe. Rice, Worthy, Hollywood, Royals, Juju, Thornton, Remigio. So 7 wide receivers. I didn't have Tunyon making my final 53, but I think he deserves to be on there. I said I think he could be one of the vested veterans you release and then bring back after you make a couple moves. But since they released Mike Edwards, I think you keep 4 tight ends. I think Robert Tunyon deserves to be on the roster. He was getting looks before Jared Wiley in the preseason games, was your standout pass catcher the first 2 weeks of the season. So I do like that. I think you guys probably do as well. 4 tight ends. I think you like that. 9 linemen is how it's shaping up to be right now. We could go in order if we go Josh Simmons, Kingsley, Creed, Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor. Jalen Moore is the next man up. But then your interior guys is Caliendo. Hunter Norzad's your backup center, interior flex. Wanye is another tackle. Wanye could be a trade candidate, but nothing's happened right now. Joshua Williams could be a trade candidate, and nothing's happened right now. You have an hour. We have 1 hour before cutdowns happen. 2,000 people in chat. Hope you guys are doing absolutely fantastic. Muse with 100. SEK. Cole, thanks for all you do, all your work. Thanks from Sweden, or greetings from Sweden. Dude, let's go. All the way from Sweden. Come on. LZH with the $5 super sticker. Thank you very much. And Ricky with the 99 cents. For the defense, so far right now, I think this is pretty accurate. Maybe not the order. Something like this. Chris Jones, Jerry Tillery, Omar Norman Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. So 5 defensive tackles, 4 defensive ends right now. I just think your 5th defensive end is not on the roster. But Gelati, Dana, Karloftis. Well, this is not in order at all, is it? Something like that. George, Dana, Amenahue, Gelati. 6 linebackers. We've already talked about they're locked in. Bolton, Drew, Leo Chanel, Bassa, Cochran, McDonald. Cornerbacks. This is how I think it's shaping up. And I threw Chris Roland Wallace in the safety room, even though he's still on the roster as a corner. He's been playing basically nothing but safety snaps. So you could go like it might look like this, technically. 6 corners, 3 safeties. McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Christian Fulton, Noel Williams, Nazi, Chris Roland Wallace. The 3 safeties, Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor. And then the 3 specialists, Harrison Butker, Winchester, Ariza. But Roland Wallace is technically a safety. The Chiefs roster is funny to me on their website because Nazi was a safety in college, but they've been playing him at corner for 3 years now, and he's still a safety on their roster. He's still a safety on the roster, even though he's been working at corner. So Chris Roland Wallace might stay a corner, but he's really been working at safety. Kevin said, love Hicks, but the safety room scares me without Justin Reed. I think that's why I would not mind a veteran safety being added. You couldn't keep everybody, I get it, but keeping Justin Reed would have been awesome, especially on the deal that he signed with the Saints. I'm sure the Saints are glad that they signed him, though, because Tyrann Mathieu unexpectedly retired not that long ago, like a couple weeks ago, sometime before training camp. The Saints released Clyde Edwards-Helaire and moved tight ends Taysom Hill and Foster Moreau to the reserve PUP list as part of their moves to meet the 53-man roster deadline. So CEH is potentially a free agent. Yep, there are some guys still available. Justin Simmons still available. Just Reed said Matt Derrick is a literal genius. No one predicted Cooper McDonald except him. Yeah, I heard him talking about him. For sure, man. He's been high on Cooper McDonald for, I feel like, a while. Been talking about him since early on in training camp. Did you hear the news about Travis and Taylor? Yes. I'm sure everybody has. Is Turk on the Panthers? Yes. Why did Mike Edwards get released? There's either a plan to bring him back because he's a vested veteran and he doesn't have to clear waivers, or he just didn't make the cut. They didn't like his level of play enough to justify keeping him on the roster as safety 4, especially if he's not playing a lot of special teams. A lot of times, if you're going to be a rotational guy on defense, you also have to contribute on special teams. Yeah, and he wasn't. So that's why, like, linebacker 5, 6, Cooper McDonald, Jack Cochran. Sure, they might rotate in on defense a little bit, but they'll be getting special teams work a lot. Nazi as cornerback 5, Chris Roland Wallace, those guys are going to be playing a lot of special teams. McDonald's a solid player, showed a lot in preseason, smart kid, good person. Heck yeah, Justin. Yeah, man. It was hard with linebacker 6. I was like, it could be Cole Christensen based on when they worked him in during preseason 2. Snap count-wise, I thought Cam Jones was right there, close for linebacker 6. But yeah, Matt Derrick, I knew as soon as I saw Cooper McDonald make the roster, I said, Matt Derrick, I think I tweeted at him and said he's probably doing cartwheels right now because he's been very high on that guy. Thought we getting Josh Simmons. Got Josh Simmons. He's there. They're talking about Justin Simmons, though, for the safety room. When is the 53 going to come out? Well, hopefully in an hour is when they need to be cap or roster compliant. I keep saying cap compliant. But this is pretty close. We should count this. 2, 6, 13, 17, plus 9. That's 26 on offense. So you can only have 24 on defense. 5, 9, 15, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that's 53 right now. This is 53 right now. Mahomes, Minshew, running back room, Pacheco, Brashard Smith, Kareem Hunt, Elijah Mitchell, wide receivers, 7, Rice Worthy, Brown, Royals, Juju, Taekwon, Remigio, tight end room, 4, Noah Gray, Kelsey, Jared Wiley, Robert Tonyan, 9 offensive linemen, Simmons. Oh, why'd this get out of order? Simmons, Kingsley, Humphrey, Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor, Jalen Moore, Caliendo, Hunter Norzad, Wanye Morris. 5 defensive tackles, Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman-Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. Defensive ends, 4, Karlaftis, Dana, Aminihu, Jalati. 6 linebackers, Bolton, Tranquil, Chanel, Bassa, Cochran, Cooper McDonald. 6 corners, McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Christian Fulton, Noel Williams, Nazi, Chris Roland Wallace, and then 3 safeties, Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Shamari Connor, 3 specialists, Harrison Butker, James Winchester, Matt Ariza. Here's all the guys that have been waived. I could name them all, but there's a lot here. 2 have been released as veterans, but here's a few that I won't rule out completely at this point in time. They're on the edge, on the bubble. Joshua Williams for one of the last cornerback spots. Malik Herring is defensive end 5 if they wanted to do that, and 1 less tight end or something like that. Again, Robert Tonyan could still technically be released, but sign back to the roster without having to clear waivers in a day or 2 if they want to move a couple things around. Somebody said, hey, Ethan Driscoll, who I have here, he could go on the NFI and not take a roster spot. If that's the case, I don't like, is Hunter North? Yeah, Hunter North, that's pretty safe. Caliendo, I feel like these 9 linemen are pretty safe here. Wanye, he's still on his rookie deal. Norzad, your backup center. Caliendo, backup interior. I feel pretty good about most of these guys on here. Robert Tonyan, we'll see as a vested vet. I think the back of the cornerback room is Joshua Williams could still make it. But here's the 3 or 4 that are close. Joshua Williams, defensive end Malik Herring, offensive lineman Ethan Driscoll, wide receiver Jason Brownlee. What if Sky Moore gets cut from the 49ers when we pick him back up? No. I'm good. I wish him the best, man. If Sky, I said if Sky didn't make the 53 and wound up on the practice squad, don't know if I would hate that, but not the roster. Year for Ethan Driscoll, whatever makes sense, keep him. Since he just had the appendectomy, LZH, I think it was Jared of Arrowhead Pride said he could be placed on the NFI for 4 weeks, and then he could come back. So he wouldn't take up a roster spot as he heals up. Please no Sky. Well, Sky's on the 49ers. I don't think he's coming back. Will the NFL ever increase team size to 54 or 55? Yeah, if they want to do more games, if you want to do 18 games, I think you could either increase the roster size. I think you need to do both of these things. Increase the roster size by 1 or 2, but then let everybody on the roster dress out. I think right now you can only activate 47 that can dress out on game day. But if you're going to do another game, another regular season game, you should be able to have at least all of those guys active on game day and be able to rotate guys a little bit more. Sucks about Steele, though. Hope he gets a practice squad spot. Yeah, I didn't have him on a single 53-man roster projection this year. Not because I didn't like him. I just was struggling with how to get him on the roster when Kareem Hunt is your short yardage guy. And what else? You could find somebody else to do some special team snaps. The Chiefs just don't use a fullback all that much. Increase the roster to 55 active and 20 on practice squad. There you go. That's a good idea. Rockwell with the 25 months said Saints signed so many Chiefs players. Tyron, Willie Gay, Justin Reed, CEH, Colin Saunders. They're trying to sniff greatness. I feel like there's even more. I think there might be more. Was MVS not on the Saints last year? I think he was. Acid with the 1 month. What up, Cole? Good to see you go. Oh, thanks, man. Welcome. Yeah, I think the roster, the bottom end, somebody said Nazi or Joshua Williams. I think it's right in there. I think Nazi has clearly been, in the coach's eyes, who they've deferred to first in the rotation and the depth chart. And then Joshua Williams started getting more playing time when Nazi got hurt. That's why I have him on the 53 right now. Cole McColl got cut from Green Bay. Yeah, he's there for the pickup. Yeah, I posted about that. Let me see if we got any more news here. Oh, we got something that was not a complete surprise. Chris Oladokun, bad news. I was waived today. Good news. If I didn't have the day off today, I wouldn't have been able to slam dunk a 40-yard wedgie shot for birdie. Excited for the future. Hashtag positive vibes only. Yeah, I did not have Chris Oladokun making the roster, but we can officially put him on that list if he hasn't been moved there already. I don't even see him on here. Do we already have him? Can I just not read? Oh, here he is. So he's waived. I think Chris O is your practice squad QB. That's what he's been for a few years now. That's what I think happens. Doing awesome on the live stream. You're the man. Hey, thank you, John. Let's go. Yeah. So there's 45 minutes before cutdowns should be done, and the Chiefs have to have 53 players on their roster. Part of the problem is we did this live stream last year, and I don't think we found out the full roster until 5 o'clock. It took a while. It was until 5 o'clock. Hey, are you listening, Alex? If you're listening, I think you could start prepping these graphics in Canva for the roster, because we're pretty close. We're pretty close. When is the list going to release? I don't know. Sometime after 3 p.m. Arrowhead time. So we're slowly but surely finding out who is getting let go. Just trying to see if there's anything else on Twitter. Chris Oladokin was the newest one. There's been some veterans I know that some people could be intrigued about that got released today, or players waived. There was a third-round wide receiver from last year that got waived. I'm trying to remember who that was. Here's the thing. The Chiefs are at the bottom of the waiver wire. I don't know if they're going to get any of these priority guys. Weakest position group on the Chiefs. What do you guys think? Weakest position group on the Chiefs. I don't know if it's weakest or just I'm looking at it more like what room lacks depth. It might be safety. Maybe a little bit interior O-line and running back. Would those be defensive end for sure, actually. I would probably put defensive end at the top of that with FAU and Janarius Robinson both on IR. I think defensive end room is probably at the top of the list of somebody to add. But I see some people saying running back, safety, defensive tackle. I feel better about the defensive tackle room with Noddy being added, but again, he's not going to be a game wrecker. He's a rotational guy to use against the run. Omar Norman Lots dealing with the ankle. Somebody said QB. Yeah, they just trolling. Secondary outside linebacker. Cole, do a poll on it. Can one of the mods make a poll? Anybody in here that could do that? Which games do you foresee as our toughest this coming year? Pre and post bye? Well, I could just pull up the schedule. We got time. I think Denver might be one of the toughest teams post-bye. The Chiefs play them twice after the bye. Before the bye, pick your poison. Yeah, pick your poison before the bye. Wow, dude, look at the Chiefs, man. 0-3 in preseason. It's over. You've got Chargers. It's not going to be easy. Eagles. That won't be easy. Giants week 3, Ravens week 4, Jags week 5, the Lions, followed by the Raiders, Commanders, Bills, bye week. Broncos, Colts, Cowboys, Texans, Chargers, Titans, Broncos, Raiders. Broncos is probably the toughest matchup I see after the bye. Even though, the Chargers are in there too. The Texans won't be easy. The Colts seem like to be the Chiefs' kryptonite almost every single time those two teams play. Before the bye, good God, dude. Pick your poison. Eagles, Ravens, Lions should be all good. Commanders are pretty good. The Bills are always tough. If I had to pick one, I might say Buffalo. But that's not disrespecting any of these other teams because they're also really good. Yep, every season is tough. Exactly. Texans are looking awfully good. You just got to protect Stroud. That's what you need. Heavy Mental said, Cole, I remember some plays where Leo was blocking in short yardage situations. What do you think about using him as fullback? Yeah, that'd be fun. That would be a lot of fun. Heck yeah. What's up, Aiken? Thomas Mott in the house. Chris Jones at fullback. I think Leo Chanel. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Ben said at 18 games, I'd like to see an increase to the roster allocation, say anything up to 55 players. And I think they all should be able to dress out and be active. First place schedule, play into February, 30th or later pick every year. Every year, man. Every year. Tunyon going to make it? I think he can. I think he deserves a spot on the 53. I was just checking Twitter. I don't see anything. Here's what's going on. If you just want like a nice list of who's been waived, and then I have a tier list that we've been building of who is on the active roster, which I could pull up here in a minute and just kind of refresh it, review it. Big Bob is going to save Kelsey some snaps. Heck yeah. Not going to complain about that at all. Is Pacheco overrated or underrated? I think before his injury, he was a bit slept on. But I don't know that he's like a top 10 running back or anything like that. I don't know the answer to that one, to be honest with you, because I don't think I think his stock is down in the eyes of some Chiefs fans just because, yeah, it was the injury, didn't look right coming back off the injury at the end of the season either. I'm not really sure if I had to pick one. I'm rooting for him. He's probably going to be your primary back this season. I think he has really been productive based on his draft draft selection, rather. He was a 7th round pick and has definitely outplayed that from a production standpoint. He was probably top 15 before injury. That's where I probably would have had him, about top 13, top 15, somewhere around there. You see Connor playing more safety now that Edwards is gone. Yeah, potentially, Kevin. He has been playing quite a bit of safety. I think the question is, how much are they going to want Connor in the slot? Or how comfortable do they feel with Christian Fulton being able to play on the outside with somebody like Jalen Watson and allowing McDuffie to kick inside to the slot more often? That's something we didn't really get to see in the preseason because Christian Fulton was still getting worked back. He didn't play in the first 2 games. Most of the key starters didn't play game 2 anyway. Game 3, I think Fulton was starting to work in there, but I don't know how many snaps McDuffie actually played in the slot. When Rasheed gets suspended, who do you think will benefit the most in the wide receiver room? It would probably be either Juju, maybe Jalen Royals. He's dealing with the knee issue right now, so I think Juju is probably that guy that benefits the most in the sense of he'll be playing a bit more of Rice's role. I think it would be Royals, but my question is, how much does Andy Reid and the coaching staff trust the rookie to go out there early? If you're not looking at it just from who's going to fill Rice's role, I think another receiver that could just benefit in general, I think Worthy will get looked at even more from Mahomes, be one of the top guys he's going to look to. We'll see about Hollywood. I think he'll be valuable in this offense. It's just hard to know what to expect right now because he's been dealing with the foot ankle injury. I think he plays week 1. He said he's getting close and he's feeling good. Then look at the depth piece, guys. I think Tyquan Thornton has showed that when he's out on the field, he can make some plays. So that'll be exciting too. Thornton, he could definitely. They just don't play the same role, but really everybody in that wide receiver room, the pecking order just goes up. Because if Rice is wide receiver 1 and he's off, he's on the reserve suspended list, everybody kind of elevates one. You think Brownlee gets through waivers to make it to the practice squad? Hope so, Oz. That would be a good one. I would like Jason Brownlee on the practice squad for sure. Is Kelsey going to take Taylor's last name? Somebody else asked me that too. I don't know what they do. I think they both just keep their names. I don't think they're changing. I could be wrong, but I don't think they're changing. Steele would be nice to stay on the practice squad. Yeah, Steele, Brownlee, Esapole. I mean, we're looking at this list here. Who would you like to see on the practice squad out of all these guys? Jason Godric, Chu Godric, he'll probably be on the practice squad as your 16th guy, your international pathway player. CJ Hansen would be cool if you could get him. He's been here for a little while. Esapole for sure. Carson Steele, yes. Maybe Mike Edwards. It's hard to know. Cooper McDonald will be the only undrafted player to make the team. For this year, you might be right. Yeah, you might be right. Previous undrafted players, Carson Steele was last year. Esapole would have been if he made it. Yeah, I think you're right. Because here's what the roster is looking like right now. Mahomes, Minshew, Pop, Rashard Smith, Kareem Hunt. I need to probably switch these. Elijah Mitchell, I think, is going to make it, but we'll see. For the wide receiver room, none of these guys are undrafted this year. Nico was undrafted, but this is year 3 for him, I think. Rice Worthy, Hollywood, Royals, Juju, Thornton, Remigio. Noah Gray. Why is he first? Kelsey, Gray, Wiley, Robert Tunyon. Yeah, there's nobody here on the O-line that was undrafted this year. Josh Simmons, Kingsley, Creed, Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor, Jalen Moore, Caliendo, Norzad, and Wanye. For your defensive tackle room, Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. Defensive ends, Karloftis, Dana, Aminihu, Gelati. And then, yeah, Cooper McDonald is, I think, maybe your lone undrafted guy. Nick Bolton, Drew Tranquil, Leo Chanel, Bassa, Cochran. McDonald is linebacker 6. Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Christian Fulton, Noel Williams, Nazi, Chris Roland Wallace. That's how I think the cornerback room ends up with those 6. Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor as your 3 safeties. But again, Chris Roland Wallace could technically be thrown in the safety room. He's been playing every snap at safety. And then your 3 specialists, Butker, Winchester, Ariza. All the guys that have been waived, which we've been looking at that on Arrowhead Pride's website, released, Mike Edwards and Marlon Tuipulotu. And here's your 3 guys to 3-4 guys to watch out for that still has a chance, I think, to make the roster. Josh Williams, Malik Herring, Ethan Driscoll, and Jason Brownlee. Jake Brenningstool, I don't know what you do with him right now because I don't see how you can get him on the 53-man roster with all the time he's missed with injury. If he's still dealing with the hamstring, do you put him on IR and let him slow cook for a year in the system and then give him another good go? Or do you just say, nah, we'll just waive him with an injury designation and then kind of go from there? This is just kind of where we're at and what we're waiting for. Gator Carlson is out. Yes. Carson Steele did not make the roster. I'm glad Nazi stays on the roster. Made some good plays in training camp and maybe in the preseason. He had a couple PBUs in the preseason. Yeah. Any of those depth piece guys, there's highs, there's lows. And I think that's what Dave Merritt has even said, and other position coaches are just with the bottom of the roster, it's special teams play and then consistency. Who can be the most consistent when they're out there on the field? I thought if Nazi's going to make the roster, it was really good for him just to get a bunch of reps. The more reps, the merrier. Came off the ACL, first year at corner in the NFL last year. If he's going to make the roster this year and be one of the guys that could rotate in, you just need to, it's like Kingsley kind of. Give him reps, give him reps, give him reps. Get the reps under the belt, man. How many spots are left? I think this is probably pretty accurate. Where are we? Roster size is somewhere around 75, but Chris Oladokun recently announced himself being waived. He broke the news. So we still have a little ways to go, basically. I mean, here's all the guys that we haven't heard anything on. Joshua Williams, Malik. Oh, you can't see that. My bad. Joshua Williams, Malik Herring, Ethan Driscoll, Jason Brownlee, Ajani Carter, Owen Carney, Jacoby Covington, Magdalena, Elijah Badger, Brandon George, Azizi Hearn, Jimmy Holiday, Joey Lombard, Glendon Miller, Jake Brenningstool, Xander Mueller, Keyshawn Smith, Jorquarius Spivey, goated name, love that name, Michael Wiley, and Major Williams. Did Jorquarius Spivey get, was there an official announcement for him? I don't think I saw his name. Not yet. Not yet. I don't think he makes the roster, but it hasn't been an official. Yeah, Pacheco's a must. Oh, Pacheco's in there. Yeah, he's on the roster. Jake Brenningstool should definitely be on the practice squad, not waived. Well, you have to waive your guys. And then if they clear waivers, you can sign them to the practice squad. But that's the risk of waiving somebody. They have to go through the waiver wire, and then teams could either claim them if they want or pass. Cole, how are we able to watch Chiefs-Chargers game? Well, it's free on YouTube, Richard. So you can literally go to youtube.com and it's going to be there for free for everybody. And then outside of that, I don't know. Local, if you live in Kansas City area. Why was McDonald kept on the roster? He had standout performances during preseason. Coaches were high enough on him that they think that's going to be one of your core special teams guys. And maybe they hope he can develop into more. It's not always just special teams for the depth pieces, but primarily so. And then you hope they could develop into more. If they got to rotate in on defense or something, he could be a guy. But that's the primary reason why he made the roster. Special teams play for sure. And for him to do that, it means they were high enough on him over Cole Christensen, Cam Jones, some of those other guys that have even been on the roster prior. I was happy when McDonald made the roster, finished show out. Dude, I always root for underdog. Is it really free on YouTube? Yes. Week 1 is free on YouTube. That game, rather, sorry. Chiefs, Chargers, Brazil, free on YouTube. The app might actually break. I'm going to be streaming during it like always, but I don't know what to expect that day. I do not know what to expect that day. I'm just looking at Twitter, seeing if there's anything else. The Chiefs announced a little engagement announcement. Today is a fairy tale. Congrats to Trav Taylor. We're excited to have you as a permanent member of the Chiefs Kingdom family. Heck yeah, why not? Love that. I was like, what? That's awesome. So I need to get rid of 3 more. They need to get rid of 20 more or so. These guys, they need to get, like, we need word on all of these guys. That's 18, that's 20. But not even all these guys are confirmed. It's just what I'm thinking and where my mind is at. I don't think Nico has officially been confirmed. He was at practice today. I think he makes the roster. Elijah Mitchell isn't officially confirmed, but I think he makes the roster. Tunyon, not officially confirmed, but I feel like he deserves a spot. And since Mike Edwards got released, 3 safeties. If you watched my 53-man roster projection yesterday, I kind of said you can switch up on some of these position groups, add one here if you take away there. So I had 3 tight ends with Robert Tunyon returning shortly after cutdowns because he's a vested vet, and 4 safeties. But I said, hey, if Mike Edwards is a guy that you release, you could fill that spot somewhere else. So 4 tight ends, 3 safeties is how I'm basing it off of because of them having 3 safeties. 9 offensive linemen, 5 defensive tackles, 4 defensive ends right now, but I think you need a defensive end 5. The Chiefs have never, at least in the last 5 or so years, had less than 5 defensive ends on the roster. So again, if you're going to do that, you've got to have somebody one less position group, number somewhere else. So if you're going to add a fifth defensive end, you've got to have one less linebacker, one less corner, one less tight end. You've got to make up for it somewhere. It's already 24 offense and 26 defense, so you don't want to get too lopsided here. So maybe we see... I think the linebacker room's set, though, per Matt Derrick. I think it's 6. I think it's set. So do you see one less corner? I mean, you could technically do this, but it's still 53. Chris Roland Wallace in at safety because that's what he's been doing. Yeah, Malik Herring could be defensive end 5. I have him as one of the next guys that could potentially still make this roster. Josh Williams, Malik Herring, Ethan Driscoll, Jason Brownlee. Those are probably your top 4. If we were to add Malik Herring right now, we would have to remove from another position group. Where would you rank the Chiefs' O-line? I'm not really sure league-wide. It's safe to say you know what you have in Creed and Trey Smith. Those guys are some top linemen. Creed's the best center in football. Trey Smith, probably top 7, 10, depending on where you're looking. Some would say just outside of the top 10, depending on the metric, the advanced metric. It's still good because there's 2 guards on the line for every team. Jawan Taylor's probably slightly above average right tackle if he's not drawing flags. Josh Simmons and Kingsley is question marks. I think Josh Simmons is only going to improve and get better, but it's his rookie year. He's going to make some mistakes. All in all, I don't know where I would rank the Chiefs' O-line. I think when you had Joe Thuney as well next to Creed and Trey Smith, it was a lot easier to say, they're probably in the top 10, close to top 5, but the tackle play was not good last year. So it's tough for me to say that right now. Is Driscoll going to NFI? He could, Sam. Has that been confirmed? It was a thought that we talked about. The Browns placed Deshaun Watson on the PUP list. We knew that was happening. I don't see any other announcements yet. What's up, Chuko? Did Sammy Watkins retire? I don't know if he officially retired, but I think he's done. Fortnite Productions in the house said, you're the best? No, you are. Cole, how many screens do you have? I have 2. Well, 3 if you want to count. Can I do this? Okay, so camera here, that's what you're looking at right now. This monitor. My teleprompter, when I use it, I only have 1 camera hooked up right now, so I'm just using this one. But then this monitor here. And then I've got a camera over there that I have in case of emergency. And then that monitor over there, I can use it. It's like a emergency setup, but mainly 2. So this is kind of what I see. Something like that. Got the mic, got the mixer where I hit everything. What the all that stuff. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Sammy Watkins is officially retired, but he has not played in a little while now. Nice setup. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Keg. The other part of the argument, in favor of Josh Williams, not just anti-Nazi pro Jay Will. Jay Will's been a key part of the dynasty run, making plays in the playoffs. Well, he hasn't played in the playoffs in a couple of years now. That's kind of the problem. He has been phased out on defense. But it's tough to say goodbye to anybody. All those guys, the Fab Five, they've all been here since being drafted in 2022. Say hi to my boyfriend, Mike. What up, Mike? What's up, dude? Why is my thumb red? It's just my camera. If you go to the shadows, it makes everything look more red than it is. I don't really know why. But see how red my fingers look? It's not really accurate. So, not really sure, but I'm also an Irish guy with pale skin. sometimes get read, so that might play a little bit of a role. I think the Chiefs dip into the $17 million salary cap money they have. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Nothing major, but if you want to get a running back, a veteran safety, something like that, it's going to cost money. Maybe not a lot, depending on who you get. Chiefs cast with the 10 bomb. Are you ready for the game here in Brazil? Chiefs Kingdom here. We'll be throwing an amazing party for our guys. We'll make them feel like they're at Arrowhead. Heck yeah, dude. Thank you for the 10 bomb. I'm definitely excited for the Brazil game. Opinion of Noel Williams. Yeah, the rookie defensive back. 3rd round corner out of Cal. I like him. Plays physical. He's had a lot of flags in the preseason, a lot of illegal hands to the face or illegal contact. Don't mind it. He's learning to improve in press coverage. You've got to go through the growing pains there. He's made some really cool plays, highlight plays on special teams a couple different times. I'm high on the guy. It's just going to take some time, I think. Nazi is starting on IR? Wait, what? Why do you say that? Maybe with the shoulder. I mean, I've kind of talked about a few different guys that could start out on IR, but I will say this. Andy Reid gave an announcement today on the players that didn't practice, and Nazi practiced. So I don't think he's going to IR. Unless he did go to IR already, and we haven't seen the announcement made. And then if a player does go on IR, you obviously don't have to report on them. But Andy Reid said that there was only 3 players that didn't practice today. Jack Cochran with the knee, Omar Norman-Lott with the ankle, and Jalen Royals with the knee. He said Jack Cochran and Omar Norman-Lott are closer to returning to practice than Royals. He didn't mention Nazi with the shoulder. So, it's hard to know what to read into that, to be honest with you. I don't know. He's either back to practice or maybe an IR candidate. It's tough to know. Report out there that the Chiefs re-signed McCole Hardman. No, they did not. Where'd you see that? Facebook? Just kidding. They have not, but McCole Hardman did get released by the Packers. Pole already got cut. He did. Yeah, I could pull up this. Here's the players that have already been, maybe this would be easier to read. Here's the players that have already been waived and released. Mike Edwards and Marlon Tuipulotu, Cole Christensen, Dalton Cooper, Jason Chu-Godric, CJ Hansen, Keziah Izzard, Cam Jones, Kevin Knowles, Nate Matlack, Pole, Hal Presley, Melvin Smith, Carson Steele, Trey Watson, Bailey Zappi, Chris Oladokun as well. He confirmed that himself on Twitter just a little bit ago. A lot of people talking about Shiloh Sanders. I don't know anything about the guy. Can't lie to you. I don't know if he would be good or not. I think he went undrafted. I know he didn't make the 90-man roster he was a part of, but I don't know anything about him. He'd be a practice squad guy, if anything. Hardman over Remigio? I don't know. I think Hardman would be a good practice squad guy. So 16 are gone, 21 to go. I think this is almost up to date, but you've got to get, I think 74 is where the roster is at. I'm pretty sure. The deadline is in 15 minutes. Only news I'm getting about the Chiefs is Travis Kelce's engagement. Cole, what's your Chiefs record prediction for this year, and do they make or win the Super Bowl? I think they probably win about 13 games, give or take one either way. In the Mahomes era, they've won 12 to 14 games. Last year, 15. Every single year except for one. I think they had 11 wins. You're probably at least in the conference championship again until proven otherwise. There's a pretty good chance they make it back to the Super Bowl, but it's so tough to do that. I feel like the expectation of Chiefs Kingdom is, Super Bowl. They're going back. They got a chance for sure, but dynasties don't happen often. and they don't last forever for a reason. It's extremely difficult to do, but it's not like we're talking about a Chiefs team that no longer has Andy Reid, Kelsey, and Chris Jones, and it's just kind of Mahomes with some other guys around him. You still got a lot of the key guys. You got Spags, you got Andy Reid, you got Mahomes, you got Kelsey. I like the wide receiver room a lot. The O-line, in theory, has been upgraded. We'll see about the left guard spot, and that's the one to watch. Defense, you upgraded the cornerback room. We'll see about some of the other areas, but it's hard for me to look at that without any major roster turnover. Yes, you lost. Justin Reed was your biggest name that left in free agency, but it's hard for me to look at that and just be like, nah, I don't think they're going to make it. They've only made it to 7 straight AFC championships or whatever it is. 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 7 straight. It's hard to say, nah, after 7 straight, they're not going to make it back. Pretty difficult. Can I pet that dog? With the 2 bombs said trade Remigio for Turpin from the Cowboys. He's on a pretty big contract, but I like Cavante. He's a very dynamic returner. Paid well for a reason. Captain Redbeard with the 5. Hear me out. Let's get Micah. Let's set his money to kick in like 2 to 3 years when it's probable that Chris Jones retires and still have a top 5 player. Okay, Micah Parsons, trade for him. You're going to have to give up a player. Maybe 2, maybe not. Maybe 1. Like on a Minihue, you've got to give a quality player for this year because it's after the draft. And then you've got to give up at least a first-round pick and probably a couple more, and then extend him to a contract that is $40 million a year. Hey, if you got Micah Parsons and Chris Jones, Karl Loftus, you've got McDuffie back there, I don't know. I think the defense will have 10 sacks a game. It would be expensive. Jerry said he's not trading Micah. I don't believe anything Jerry says. Not at all. Clown. Clown shoes. Clown hair. Clown teeth. Clown antics. Clown voice. He's a clown. But I don't think they're going to trade Micah. Why would you do that? All right, let me see what else we got going on Twitter. Anything? Ravens are waiving safety Bo Braid. 49ers are cutting linebacker Shaz Surratt. Browns activate Michael Hall Jr. off the PUP list. There's that. Nothing for the Chiefs yet, but we are very close to the deadline. Very, very close. Clark Hunt doesn't add cash to the team, so Parsons isn't happening. I think there's like a 5% chance it happens. This will be the best team since 2020. Offense putting up 30-plus and defense holding them under 22. Sounds good to me. If you can get back to the offense having just a more explosive, on average game, that points per game goes up a little bit as well. Sounds perfect. Hardman has a chance to play as a 49er this year. Can't rule it out. CJ with the 5. Thank you, man. Thanks for the $5 super sticker. Let's go. Steel has been released. Yes. Here is a list of kind of, I guess we could do this one. What happens if I refresh this? Chris Oladokin's on there now. This is pretty accurate. This is who all has been let go. Did Hollywood Brown practice today? Yes. The only 3 that didn't practice today was Omar Norman-Lott with the ankle, Jack Cochran with the knee, and Jalen Royals with the knee. Thomas said Mahomes getting that much time in the pocket plus having multiple receivers that can win the go route means teams can't just attack the middle of the field. The offense is going to pop off. Yeah, Mahomes said that too after his presser, after the last preseason game. If they can attack the outside effectively, which Mahomes was trying to do. That was via a throw to Rice that resulted in a PI, the deep throw to Thornton for 58 yards, the outside throw to Rice for a touchdown. That opens up the middle of the field. That's when they started adjusting their coverage. Kelsey started cooking. Now, the throw to Rice, I think, was on the last play of the third series. But Kelsey started getting open in the middle of the field because they kind of adjusted their coverage a little bit. So, yeah, if you could do that and then have a little bit more of an effective run game on top of that. Chiefs Talk says Nazi will start on IR. Okay, I mean, he might, depending on how they feel about the shoulder. Anybody that was on the injury report, I kind of said in my final 53-man roster projection video, any of those guys could start on IR with a designation to return, whether that is Omar, Norman, Lott. I guess it could be Nazi, Jalen Royals. But I haven't heard, I don't know who Chiefs Talk is. But maybe they have a source or something that told them that. But yeah, definitely a possibility. If that's the case, then Joshua Williams' path to making the roster, I mean, it's right there. It is right there. Why is Mike Edwards gone? Great question. I don't know. They didn't think he was at least the best fit to remain on the 53-man roster. Maybe there's a deal going to go down with him where he signs to the practice squad. And he's a vested vet, doesn't have to clear waivers. Is Thornton a starter? Probably not technically. It's the top three receivers. The receiver room, it doesn't matter to me. Neither does like the D-line. They just rotate those guys in and out a lot. But he'll probably be like your wide receiver 6 on the depth chart, maybe, but he'll get rotated in for sure. How do you feel about Steele being waived? Yeah, it's unfortunate. I didn't have him making the 53 on any of my projections, actually. So I wasn't surprised, but I hope he can land on the practice squad. I think he would be good there. It's just with Kareem Hunt on the roster, there's your short yardage and goal line guy. The Chiefs don't use a fullback all that much. Yeah, you'll have to absorb some of his special team snaps, but he was outside of the top 10 in total snaps last year. So, yeah, I think it's okay, but it is unfortunate for any player that gets waived or released. All these guys want to make the roster. It's their dream to play in the NFL. Texans' Jimmy Ward has been placed on the commissioner exempt list as he's dealing with it was either an SA or a DV charge. Trying to see if there's any more Chiefs news. I don't see any. You got Chiefs versus Lions Super Bowl. Sounds good to me. Everybody in the planet and anybody else that lives on another planet, if that's a thing, it's not. But they would be rooting for the Lions for sure because they don't have a ring. Flip with the 5. What's up, Cole and HBTC family? Hope they televise the America's Modern Royal Wedding. Kelsey and Swift. Side note, we can't forget the refs on our 53. Nah, no refs. Sorry. They're done. It's over. I would assume Kelsey and Swift have a closed to the public wedding. But who knows? Cole, who you got in the Super Bowl this year? Either Chiefs or I'm just looking at the top 3 of each conference. Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Eagles, Commanders. I mean, who's another team you want to throw in there? Maybe the Lions. I'm trying to think of who else could be a top contender in the NFC. Tyreek coming back home. Maybe next year. Yeah, maybe next year he comes back home. There's a lot going on in Miami, though. A lot of injuries. It's been pretty unfortunate. Cole, it's too early to say? Well, yeah. Somebody just asked. So, any of the top teams in each conference have the highest possibility of getting there. But, of course, there's a dark horse that could rise. A team that you think's a sure lock to make a deep playoff run could have a ton of injuries and just not be able to make it. So yeah, of course it's technically too early to say, but somebody asked the question. Nah, the Cowboys aren't. I wouldn't think the Cowboys make it, but you never know. I like what they did, some of their moves. Who do you think is the score is going to be in Chiefs and Chargers game? Probably a one-score game down to the wire to make us all stressful. Is there a benefit to waiting until the last minute to waive a player? No, Luke, not unless they're trying to decide. I have a feeling most of the players that have not been officially announced already know if they're being waived. I would assume by now it's 2:55. Everybody knows. Hey, Cole, it's Nolan. What's up, Nolan? Who do you think scores the first touchdown of the year in Brazil? That's kind of a fun question. First touchdown of the year in Brazil for the Chiefs is going to go to... Oh, man. I was going to give just a random name. I almost said Brashard Smith, just because how fun would that be on a touchdown pass to him. Let's go Rashee Rice. That feels safe as long as he's not suspended. I like Rice. Kareem Hunt's a good one. Tyquan Thornton, deep ball, 60-yarder, strike. Oh, worthy 70-yarder. Okay. Yep, worst day for players. Exactly, Ruben. Again, here's where we are. This is the 53-man roster watch, so we're kind of going over what I think the roster looks like right now. Somebody said on Instagram that Nazi could be going to IR. I don't see any solid source from the beat reporters or anything yet saying that. If that's the case, you could see a little bit of adjusting here in the cornerback room, but Mahomes and Minshew, because Zappi and Chris O have already been let go. Carson Steele has been waived. So the 4 running backs right now is Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, Brashard Smith, and Elijah Mitchell. 7 wide receivers. Rice, Worthy, Hollywood, Jalen Royals, Juju, Tyquan Thornton, and Nico. That hasn't all been official. Tyquan Thornton has. Nico has not, but I think he makes it as the team's returner. Depth piece on offense, wide receiver 7. Jason Brownlee could be in the mix there. 4 tight ends, I think, is how it goes. Kelsey, Gray, Wiley for sure. Robert Tonyan deserves to be on the 53. He's a vested veteran, so you could release him, and he wouldn't have to clear waivers. And after you do something like put somebody on IR or the NFI list, create a roster space for him, Robert Tonyan could come back. Don't know. But I think it's 4. I feel like Robert Tonyan has done enough to earn a spot on the 53. Help Kelsey from time to time with some of his snaps. And he balled out in the preseason, really. O-line, I have 9. Simmons, Suamataia, Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor, Jalen Moore is your next guy up. Swing tackle, Caliendo, Norzad, Wanya Morris. They've already released Hansen. We don't know about Ethan Driscoll. He could start out on the NFI. I have a list of players that are next up that could make the roster at the bottom here. 5 defensive tackles, Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. I still think you need a 5th defensive end. It could be Malik Herring. Might also not be on the roster currently. George Karlaftis, Mike Dana, Aminihu, and Gelati are the locks. It would have been FAU, but it's not. He's on IR. So maybe Malik Herring. 6 linebackers, I'm pretty sure is set per Matt Derrick of Chiefs Digest. Bolton, Tranquil, Leo Chanel, Jeffrey Bossa, Jack Cochran, and Cooper McDonald, the UDFA, the only UDFA from this year to make the 53. I do have 6 corners right now. McDuffie, Watson, Fulton, not Joshua Williams, Noel Williams, Nazi Johnson, Chris Roland Wallace. But if Nazi, for some reason with the shoulder, went to IR, it does clear a spot for Josh Williams. I don't know that you would roll with 3 technical safeties and only 5 corners, because Chris Roland Wallace is technically a corner. He's been working in at a safety. He's technically a safety if you look at how they've been using him in the defense. Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor are your 3 safeties, with Mike Edwards getting released. 3 specialists, Harrison Butker, James Winchester, Matt Ariza. The list of players that have been waived and released are here, but it's easier to read from Arrowhead Pride's website. Mike Edwards and Marlon Tuipulotu, the 2 veterans that have been released. And here's the 4 guys that I think we need to keep eyes on. Joshua Williams, he's right there in the mix at the bottom of that cornerback room. Malik Herring could be defensive end 5. Ethan Driscoll, could he be your 10th offensive lineman? Just if any of these guys get added, you've got to remove somebody somewhere else. But if Nazi, for some reason, went to IR, Joshua Williams could be in there. If they want 5 defensive ends, you need to then have one less somewhere else. Maybe Joshua Williams doesn't make it, and if Nazi was on IR or something like that, Malik Herring is DE5. I still think defensive end 5 could be somebody that's not currently on the roster. Maybe instead of Elijah Mitchell, it's a running back that's not currently on the roster. It's really tough to know right now. You said you counted 56 on your list? I think I have 53. I think I have 53. It was like 26, 24, and 3. 3 specialists. But here's the list right now, and we could refresh it and make sure that it's still the same. It's still 74. Here's the list of guys that have been released and waived right now. Patrick Mahomes' top wide receivers. Rice, Worthy are the 2 top ones for sure. Maybe Hollywood. They are late again. I feel like last year we waited for quite a while. Are you worried about the field conditions in Brazil? Jordan Love got hurt last year. I think it will be better. It was a bit of a slip and slide last year, though. It has to be better, please. Samuel said, if you have 53 on your list, then they're done. Well, it is 53, but it's not all confirmed. So, for example, I haven't heard like official confirmation on Elijah Mitchell or Brashard Smith. I haven't heard official confirmation on Nico or Robert Tonyan. We've heard Tyquan Thornton is making the roster. We kind of know that these 5 defensive tackles are making the roster because they just traded for Noddy. Mike Pennell is a vested veteran that could be a surprise release, but he'll get brought back because he doesn't have to clear waivers. If they wanted a 5th defensive end instead of a 5th defensive tackle for now. I do have 53 on here, but not all of them are confirmed. This is very close. But then you also need to look at these 4. Joshua Williams, Malik Herring, Ethan Driscoll, maybe Jason Brownlee are all kind of still in play here. But we're just not going to get confirmation one way or another on some of these guys until the Chiefs release their list. Let's see if we've got something. Like the Washington Commanders a minute ago. We have made the following roster move. They placed Sam Cosmi on the PUP list and they released 30 players. This is what we're waiting for from the Kansas City Chiefs. This is what we're waiting for. Something like this from the Chiefs. We don't see anything yet. Okay, there's a trade. One thing I did last year is I feel like I went to the Chiefs website and just went to news. I don't see anything yet. But we'll keep our eyes on because the deadline was 3 minutes ago. The deadline was 3 minutes ago. Young Duckworth with the 2. Chiefs. Or should Chiefs maybe take a look at Kobe Bryant? Is he still a free agent? Or did he get waived? I'm trying to remember. Promising UDFA Kobe Bryant released by Atlanta Falcons 6 hours ago. But then I see an hour ago the Raiders are signing Kobe Bryant in free agency. Is that true? Is that official? I don't know. I don't think so. All right, we checking Twitter again? We're just refreshing at this point. Oh, the Raiders did get him? All right. Yeah, I think they needed some corner help anyway. Does your dog love the Chiefs too? Of course, Steve. She's back here sleeping. But of course. Are you going to stream every game this year? Almost all of them. In a perfect world, I go to one. And a couple of like the mods or maybe Alex, my editor, they kind of co-stream a game while I'm there. Yeah, Justin Simmons is an option to bring into the safety room. I don't know if that actually happens or not, but you can't rule it out. You got to root against Geno. Yeah, because he's on the Raiders. You know, the org takes their time with everything. Last year, I feel like it took a while. Like, the deadline's at 3. I kind of wish, because they know. They know what their 53 looks like. I kind of wish they would just announce it right at 3. We can go about our day. But I will tell you, if they're going to take till 5 again, I will instantly make a video on the 53-man roster and just kind of process through it. It takes time. Well, there's already been several teams that have already announced their 53 because the deadline was 3 p.m. right now. Any positions you think the Chiefs pick up someone? Yeah, maybe safety, defensive end, running back. I kind of agree with all of those. Jeremy, can't rule out interior O-line, but I'm not extremely confident they will. Ashton Jeanty, rookie running back of the year? Probably. I like that guy, but I hate that guy now. Anybody that's a Raider, it's like, I don't like you, but I respect you. There's a few. Max Crosby, Brock Bowers, Jeanty. I don't mind Geno, but now that they're a Raider, it's like, dang it. Am I going to go to a game this year? Yeah, that's the goal. Yeah, never can have enough depth pieces, really. Trenches. The higher the floor, the better. Chiefs caster with another 10 bomb. The field will be ready for the game. The field has the best grass for soccer, but it's had a lot of improvements, and we're all very happy to have our guys here best possible conditions. Yeah, I think the Brazil field was really good for soccer. The issue with it last year is just football players weigh a lot more than soccer players, and they just move different. If the average soccer player is, let's say, 170, 180, sometimes max pounds, a football player can be 300 plus. So much different in that regard. But yeah, I think they've been working on it for quite a while. The field should be fine. Somebody said, when are the rosters getting announced? We don't know. Hopefully in any second. I'm on Twitter looking. The Chargers are moving running back Najee Harris to the active roster from the NFI. Yeah, he got his eye jacked up in a firework accident over the 4th of July weekend. So he's progressing, but nothing yet for the Kansas City Chiefs. Brandt's with a 5 bomb for only the second time in Andy Reid head coaching career. He will not carry a fullback. Yeah, they did that, 2 years ago when Burton moved on, and then they had Steele last year. My only WTF cut so far is Esapole. I feel like he gets picked up. Hopefully not. Yeah, I think the Chiefs are hoping that they can get him on the practice squad. Once you get players on the practice squad, I would need to look up the exact numbers, but you can protect a certain amount of guys each week. But they can still get plucked once they're on the practice squad if they're not protected. No tush push in the kingdom? Probably not. Yep, Saints released CEH. MVS got released from the Seahawks. McCole Hardman got released from the Packers. How fast is our wide receiver room? I don't know where they rank, Luke, but it's fast. Hollywood runs a 4.3 40, 4.2 something 40. Worthy 4.21. Tyquan Thornton 4.28. Royals, I think, had a bit of a slower 40 in comparison to those guys, but the quickest 10-yard split in this wide receiver class. Rice, same deal. Very quick 10-yard split. A lot of burst. Very quick burst. Even the running back room. Pacheco runs a 4.36 40. Elijah Mitchell runs a sub 4.4 40. Who else? Brashard Smith runs a sub 4.4 40. There's a lot of speed. I'm checking Twitter again. Nothing. Can we call a play where we just send our fastest 3 receivers? Yeah, it'd be... Well, the 3 fastest would be Thornton, Worthy, and Hollywood, maybe? It's not fastest off the line. Isn't Brashard Smith a running back? Yeah, I went to running backs too as far as speed goes, because they have 3 running backs that run sub 440s, but you can use Brashard Smith as a wide receiver as well. Do we have the official 53 list? Not yet. We are waiting on it. I am waiting ever so patiently. I'm on the Chiefs website. I'm refreshing and searching. There's nothing on the website. I wonder if I could cheat it. Could I do this? If I go Chiefs initial 53-man roster 2024, go to their website. I wanted to change it to like 2025. You know how sometimes in the URL it says like 2024? If you just change it to 2025, would it take you there? But it's its own unique URL. There's no way I could know. I thought I had a 200 IQ play there. Yes, Cooper McDonald made it to the roster. He did. I could show you. Oh, the Lions announced a bunch of roster moves. I'm just going to go to the Chiefs Twitter. Just refresh. Alex, maybe you can refresh too and just let me know. I mean, here's a list of who has officially been waived or released. And then you can kind of reason it out backwards from there. Hello? Oh, hi. I'm on a live stream for the roster countdown. What's up?
Nothing. Fine. Love you.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just gonna give you a car.
Oh, okay. Where's the keys?
I'll leave them upstairs.
All right. Awesome. That was my wife. She was like, oh, you're recording? I was like, no, I'm live. We're on roster cutdown watch. I thought I heard the door. I was like, what is going on? We're on roster cutdown watch, and look, Casey's like, hey, let me out. Look at this dog. She's on high alert. All right, let me switch back. Here's the list that has been released and waived. And I could go back to our tier builder and look at it. They have everything done, but they are waiting for a trade? How do you know that? Royals definitely on a 4.3 in college, was coming off a foot injury when he was at the 40. Yeah, he's fast. Fastest 10-yard split in the draft class for sure. What's up, Mo? Is Cooper McDonald promising, or how did he make it? Mainly special teams play. I think he just kind of showed the coaching staff, Spags, that out of those guys, he's probably your most dependable. And maybe he's a little bit quicker, more agile than some of the others as well. I would have to look up his RAS. I wonder if I could find it. Cooper McDonald RAS. I wonder how this dude's moving. How's he looking? So here's his RAS. Look at that 10-yard split. 9.66. He ran a 1.55 10-yard split. So just explosive guy. Quick burst. Yeah. RASs aren't everything, but it's sometimes interesting to see and compare how they stack up against other linebackers. All right. Give us something, Chiefs. We did this last year, and we waited for a little while. You think we have the fastest offense in the league with receivers and running backs? It's got to be up there. It's got to be up there. Carson's a good kid. Met him at dinner last night. Hope he clears waivers and on the practice squad. Nice. Where were you eating? That's cool. Yeah, I hope he makes it to the practice squad. It makes a lot of sense to me if he can. Steel News was sad, but saw it coming. Hopefully we can get him on the squad. Yeah, exactly. Just showed up. Any possibility for Hardman to return after being released? Practice squad? Maybe. Would probably be where, if he is anywhere, he'd be there. Only difference between Royals and Rice is Royals got that top end speed. It was tough because I think on paper they're similar, but yeah, Royals was dealing with a foot injury. Wasn't Rice dealing with a foot injury out of college, guys? Wasn't Rice banged up a little bit? I'm trying to remember his last year in college. AI isn't picking up anything else yet? Not yet. I mean, here's what we've got. We're still kind of waiting. But I just go back through this. 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs. Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, Brashard Smith, and Elijah Mitchell. Not all of these are confirmed. It's based on who hasn't been waived or released yet and how I think it could play out. 7 wide receivers: Rice, Worthy, Brown, Royals, Juju, Thornton, Nico, Kelsey, Noah Gray, Jared Wiley, Robert Tonyan as 4 tight ends. If they go with if they want another player somewhere else, I mean, maybe you go 1 less receiver or 1 less tight end. It's just really tough right now to pick less than that. You could go with 1 less running back initially. Elijah Mitchell, maybe being the odd man out. 9 linemen: Josh Simmons, Kingsley, Creed, Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor, Jalen Moore. Then you have Mike Caliendo, Norzad, and Wanya Morris. Ethan Driscoll could make it, or he's placed on the NFI because he just had the appendectomy. 5 defensive tackles: Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. 4 defensive ends right now. I think you need a 5th. If it's Malik Herring, okay. If not, maybe somebody from a different team: George Karloftis, Mike Dana, Charles Minihue, Ashton Gelati. 6 linebackers: Bolton, Drew Tranquil, Leo Chanel, Jeffrey Bossa, Jack Cochran, and Cooper McDonald. That room is locked in, according to Matt Derrick of Chiefs Digest. Cornerback room, this is just how I think. Somebody on Instagram said that Nazee's going to IR. I haven't seen any beat reporters say that. But if he does, Josh Williams is probably, in theory, making this roster. But right now, the 6 I have, which technically 5, but is McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Fulton, Noel Williams, and Nazee. Chris Roland Wallace is essentially a safety. He's been working in at the safety position from just where you're looking at him on the field. He's been working in as a safety, even though he's technically listed as a corner, with the 3 safeties after Mike Edwards being released today being Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor. 3 specialists. Don't even need to talk about them: Butker, Winchester, Ariza. So that's what it's looking like. But look at these 3 or 4 people at the bottom here, because Joshua Williams could still make it. Malik Herring could still make it. Ethan Driscoll, Jason Brownlee. I think those guys have the biggest chances of still potentially cracking the roster. Jack with the 20 bomb from Independence. Thanks, man. Who are your favorite media talking heads? Mine is you and Rich Eisen. Well, dude, to make some of the favorite list is freaking awesome, man. Favorite talking heads. I do like Nick Wright sometimes. I know he can be a bit over the top, but I think I just like hearing his thoughts as a Chiefs fan, and having somebody in the national media that doesn't actually hate the Chiefs is kind of refreshing. I do like Rich Eisen a lot. I think he's very balanced. Hear me out, I like Colin Cowherd on his podcast, not his show. I don't like his show. Jason McIntyre is an idiot. I also think he takes things over the top on his TV show, but his podcast is really good. I like his co-host a lot on his podcast. Now, do I always agree with everything Cowherd says? No. But the podcast is way more chill, way more down to earth. I'm checking Twitter again for updates. Demarcus Robinson has been suspended for 3 games without pay. We already knew that was coming. The Eagles made a bunch of moves to get to 53. What about the Chiefs? How about the Chiefs? Longtime fan, first time live stream, said sludge fart with the 5 bomb. Go Chiefs. Come on, man. Let's go. Heck yeah, I'm glad you're in here. We've got 2,500 people hanging out trying to figure out who's making the 53. Thanks again, Jack, for the 20 as well. Brant's with the 5, Chiefs caster. Young, appreciate everybody. Cowturd. Yeah, his podcast. You would have to listen to his podcast. I think it is good. I don't listen to it a lot, but I don't mind his podcast. Don't like his show. The show's too hot takey. I'm not a fan of a lot of talking head shows, but I do like Rich Eisen. I respect him a lot. He's up there. Nick is the smartest commentator on TV. I do like him. I don't necessarily agree with all of his takes. I don't know if you would always agree with every talking head take. I'm sure a lot of you, even though we're all Chiefs fans, didn't agree with my entire 53-man roster projection. We're not always going to agree. But I do think the Chiefs hate and disrespect is a bit over the top because it's a popular thing right now in the media because all 31 other teams and their fan bases love it. But it's not always balanced and truthful. It's just popular. Alexander with the 33 months. I've been at class all day and this is my first break. What have I missed? Any surprising cuts or intriguing news other than Kelsey and Swift? I mean, here's the list of cuts, whether it's waived or released, and we're still waiting. We're still waiting on the Chiefs. I'm refreshing their website, though. Alex said he's spamming Twitter. Yeah, we're all waiting, dude. Come on. Oh. The Chiefs could do the same. Cuts had to be submitted by 4 p.m. The Jets have not announced their cuts. Some teams prefer to wait until the waiver wire is released, thinking it gives them a competitive advantage. Bro, what? How about no? What competitive advantage? I don't like that. Come on. We're not 7 or 8 p.m. Insane. Cole, do you think the Chiefs could put up over 30 points this year? Annie Agar. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I know who she is. She's a content creator. She does like a lot of the skits. I don't listen to her podcast or anything. Is it good? Cole, do you think the Chiefs could put up over 30 points? Yeah. They put up over 30 points last year when they needed to in the playoffs until the Super Bowl. They put up over 30 points on the Bills. You needed that for the W. But if you're saying, hey, on the regular, last year in the regular season, they didn't put up over 30 points all year, I think they go back to getting some games with over 30. Andy Reid is just, he doesn't put the pedal to the metal, doesn't put the foot down. Bring back Kylie and Cole. Oh, we can have Kylie on sometime, though, for sure. I agree with your 53-man roster. Thanks, Matt. It was close. McDonald made it. Yeah, Cooper McDonald, who Chief Nut said is a hustle player. If you go back and watch him, no surprise he made the roster. I need to go back probably since he did make it and just watch some of his, just more of his snaps on coach's film, NFL Pro. Andy is too conservative, which is frustrating at times. Yeah, we want to stomp on the necks, but he does not like to do that. Never heard of Cooper McDonald. Who is he? He's a undrafted linebacker that's been on the Chiefs 90-man roster. I think made it on a tryout and ended up making the 53. Dylan Gabriel is the backup quarterback for the Browns. Yeah, we'll wait a little bit longer and see if the 53 comes out because I would like to react to it with you all. It'd be nice. Am I going to collab with Perna again? Maybe so. Yeah, he's a good dude. Josh Williams make it, not confirmed yet. Just great to have someone who is not worried about the take. Thank Jay Rome. Yeah, I would just prefer, personally, I'll just kind of call it like I see it. I don't understand the need for over-the-top takes. Why not just call it like you see it, and that should be fine. I know it doesn't sell, or it doesn't get as many clicks, or whatever. What do you think of the Chiefs versus Eagles week 2? Should be a good game. It's going to be a tough one. They're the defending Super Bowl champs for a reason. Loves having fun, though. Puts up points. That's a different story. Yeah, I would like the Chiefs to not have a bunch of one-score close games. That'd be better. The Gabs girl said, that's why I love your takes on all teams and players. You seem to be very fair, balanced by your opinions. You try to stick to the facts, not the hot reactions. Yeah, on this channel, and then Cole Breaks the Huddle, I do try to just call it like I see it. And then if there's some more extreme reactions to some something, some form of news, I'll just say, hey, this is kind of where some people are taking it. Here's where others are taking it. Here's where it probably is in reality. I'm refreshing Twitter again. So the Browns traded Kenny Pickett to the Raiders. So their QB2 is Dylan Gabriel. Their QB3, that means, is Shador. You still do Better Day News? I kind of put that on pause because the NFL season picked back up, but I still do want to keep going with that channel. Any crazy cuts from other teams happening today? I mean, there were some. I think Malachi Corley was one. There wasn't anything insane, but I would like to go. Does the NFL have a roster tracker of cuts? Like NFL's website? Because I think that would be fun to look at, like some of the most notable cuts, and just go to news. I'm just trying to think if there's anything crazy worth mentioning on any teams. If you guys have anybody, let me know. Yep, Mike Edwards does not have to go on waivers because he's a veteran. Yeah, he got released, not waived. Surprised that Mike Edwards got cut. Who's in the safety room now? It's Brian Cook, Chamari Connor, Jaden Hicks, and then they've really been using Chris Roland Wallace as a safety as well. So you basically have 4 in there. We have Adventure for 1 in a Chiefs live stream for roster cutdown saying go Eagles. Don't you got like a job? You got school? You got bedtime? You got an Eagles channel? You care that much? That's crazy. Legion of Zoom 2.0. I'm with it. Has it been announced? Not yet. We're still looking. We are still looking, and it has not been announced yet. What positions get injured most often? Wide receiver or corner? Ooh. I don't know what the statistical percentage is. I feel like it's a lot of corners, but at the same time, a lot of receivers as well. Maybe corners, if I had to put money on one. Kuma said, when is final cutdowns? I just got here. Well, it's supposed to be now. It's supposed to be now. Mike Edwards will get the Deion Bush Memorial Practice Squad slot. Yeah, if Mike Edwards doesn't make the roster, meaning doesn't get re-signed to the roster after they make some moves, somebody like that on the practice squad would definitely be helpful. That would definitely be helpful. I'm refreshing Twitter again. Give me something. All right, we got nothing. How long did it take you to grow the beard? I don't know. Started growing it in 2017. Started growing it out, and I just kind of maintain it now. Please create a template document with responses that we can use to reply to all haters in chat and comments. What kind of stuff would we want? Like statistics and stuff like that, where we could just hit like an exclamation point and break down the stat. That would be kind of fun. Have Nightbot have some facts over feelings comments with some stats. You like the Chiefs and the Vikings? Nice. One of my editors is a Vikings fan. Is Elijah Mitchell getting cut? I don't know. I don't think so, but there is a possibility. Yeah, we're still waiting. I'm just checking Twitter over and over again. But I will show you, this is again, the list of who has been released and waived at this point in time. Cole's locker room beard. I loved watching Brandon Perno when we blocked the Broncos' field goal attempt and Leo blocked it. Yeah, Perno's reaction was great. It was great. Seems injuries come in batches. Last year was tight ends. That's kind of weird, huh? If we want statistics, let's go back to the Super Bowl. Basically 40-0 till we put our backups in. Yeah, man. I mean, you guys kicked the Eagles kicked the Chiefs' ass. Nobody's debating that, brother. How are we feeling about the roster? I think we're going to need safety depth badly with only 3 good players on that roster. Yeah, I mean, Chris Roland Wallace is probably safety 4, but I wouldn't mind a veteran addition. Running back would be another one. Edge rusher for sure. I basically agree with everything you just said, Music. Defensive end, 5 would be nice. I think Malik Herring could do it, but if you want a higher floor guy, maybe the Chiefs find somebody off of waivers. Steele was a bit of a surprise. Yeah, I didn't have him making the 53, but it was always with the caveat of if Andy Reid wanted the fullback, he's going to be on there. Just wanted to say hi. What's up, Richard? Cole will always be the best content both on HBTC and CBTH. Let's freaking go, dude. Thanks for the kind words and the premium gas. Alexander, thanks for the 33 months as well, if I didn't say it. Yep, CRW can play corner. He is kind of the backup slot music for sure. He's been playing a lot of safety snaps, but he's also played a lot of slot with like the second team. Has Brownlee made it? No, not officially. I just feel like with everybody else, we're just not going to hear. We're not going to hear about a lot like Elijah Mitchell. We're just not going to know. Nico Remigio, Robert Tunyon, the bottom end of the O-line. Like, will Ethan Driscoll make it? Defensive end 5. The bottom of the cornerback room. We're just not... We know for sure these guys got waived and released, but we're not going to know about the others. Cole did speak on Steele, might be gone weeks back. Yeah, he actually hadn't made... I couldn't figure out a way to get him on any of my 53-man roster projections, so I had Steele off of all 5. I did 5 projections since the end of the draft. I didn't have Steele on any. It was just tough looking at the running back room, knowing Kareem Hunt could be the short yardage guy. And then, unless you are just wanting Steele primarily for special teams value, the Chiefs don't play a lot of I formation stuff with a fullback. Sometimes you could use a tight end over there. Noah Gray can do it. Somebody said Leo's done it before. That's fun when Leo Chanel does it. He won't do it a lot, but yeah, that's why it was hard for me to have Steele make it with. I just think the running back room is explosive, and that's what you want. And Steele's also not a true fullback. He's kind of an in-between guy. What do you think about Ashton Gelati? Love Ashton Gelati, high motor guy. Kind of reminds you of Karlaftis. He had a really good standout game last week, I thought. Made some good plays. He did have a PI on the quarterback, but definitely like what I've seen. And on the depth chart, he already, before FAU went to IR, leapfrogged FAU on the depth chart. This is taking forever. Yeah, let me go back and look. I feel like last time we were here till 5 o'clock. We just waited. And then waited again, and then waited again. Yeah, I don't see anything. We'll give it a little bit longer here. When do we get the annual Patrick Mahomes has made the 53-man roster post? I don't know. I feel like I've seen that. I don't know. I've seen the Josh Allen one, Lamar Jackson one. I don't really get it. Because you know they're going to make it. And sometimes they're like, well, I'm just being funny. That's not even funny. It's nothing. Yeah, Mahomes made the roster. Heck yeah. Cole for president? Maybe not. Yeah, somebody else said that Najee could start the season on IR, but where was that heard? I'd like to know. I haven't seen that on Twitter at all. But still at linebacker, he's taller than Bolton. That's crazy. They announced Lamar and Josh because their fans are a bit... Okay. Team joke, I guess. What if they're like, nah, Minshew starts? Yeah, he's starting. Going to Brazil for week 1 would be awesome. Favorite cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's the GOAT. I don't eat cereal a lot, but Cinnamon Toast Crunch is the GOAT, man. Yeah, we're still waiting. Still looking. I'm going to refresh the Chiefs website. Nothing. Do we have enough money to trade for Parsons? I mean, not really. You can always make something happen and force it with the cap, but not really. He wants a $40 million a year contract. I don't think the Cowboys are going to trade him. Parsons 1 year prove it deal. Imagine. Vikings might trade for Thielen. Yeah, they've been looking. They've been trying. They need wide receiver help. ABQ said, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I lost respect for you. A lot of respect? Wait, why? What's wrong with Cinnamon Toast Crunch? That's like my favorite childhood cereal. There's a lot of good cereals. I like Waffle Crisp. Honey Bunches of Oats is good. I don't really discriminate against cereal. There's a lot of good cereal out there. Where on earth? My website froze. Where is the chat? All right, let me try that again. Where'd y'all go? You're here. I didn't lose connection, but it was being weird. Ah, there it is. Nice. Ooh, I like Captain Crunch. Again, I'm not that picky when it comes to cereal. I don't eat it a lot, but I'll take kind of whatever. Oh, we might have something. Huh. Okay. Matt Derrick said, still waiting on the Chiefs' initial roster, final cuts, and reserve list decisions. Based on what I saw at practice today, there are going to be some surprises, but I believe the big picture will make sense. Oh, really? Why is my dog barking? My dog's barking. Hello? Oh, hello. Sure, it's right there. It's okay. I'm on a live stream right now. Oh, you're good. I wondered who Casey was barking at. Cole is a serial killer? No, that's Dexter, but I do like that show. Yeah, my dog was barking, and I was like, what is happening? It was my grandma this time. It was my wife earlier, now it's my grandma. We're having a party. So, this is interesting. Based on what I saw at practice today, there are going to be some surprises, but I believe the big picture will make sense. What could that be? It's got to be a couple players maybe going to IR. Something like that. Now my dogs are barking at your dog? Yeah, sorry about that. Casey never barks either. That's why I was like, what are you barking at? Oh, hi. Hey, you want to say hello? Say hello, everybody. Say it's me, Casey. You want to come up here? Come here. Say hello. Say, give us the roster cuts. Now. Say it. No? All right. She got nothing to say. She got nothing to say. Well, there's going to be some surprises. There's always surprises. You only know. You can only guess like 90% of it. And then the other stuff, it's like, well, we'll see. We'll see. She's neutral. Yeah, she had nothing to say. Oh, thanks. Your dog is beautiful. Yeah, she's the best. She's like a little teddy bear. You only know what you know till you don't know exactly. Patriots just released guard center Cole Strange. Really? Wow. Former first-round pick guard center Cole Strange. He started 29 games over his 3 years in New England. Wow. Cole, does your dog have Chiefs gear that she wears? She has like a Chiefs bandana. Yeah, she's a golden doodle, a mini. Yep. You see your tail wagging? Could use some guard depth. Yeah, interior O-line, can't rule that out. Can't rule out safety edition. Can't rule out defensive end, running back. He's saying Mahomes and got cut for Sanders. Nah, that's insane, dude. That's insane. Seems like every YouTuber includes an intro saying, please like and subscribe. Share the video with all your friends. Thank you for not doing that. Do you think it helps, though? I don't know. I stopped saying that like 2 years ago. I don't know. Does it actually, if everybody says like and sub, I feel like it becomes noise. And how often, if somebody says like and sub the video, do you actually sub to the channel or like the video? Do you do that often? I don't know. I don't know if it works. Maybe it works a little bit. I don't care if people do it, but yeah, I stopped doing it a while back. Thoughts on Taylor Travis? Yeah, freaking happy for him. I didn't know. A lot of people said, oh, they're going to get engaged. And I'm like, well, maybe. I was like, maybe. But I'm really happy for him. It makes sense. Scott with the membership. Let's go. You do, says Shazza. Sometimes you forget to sub and it's a nice reminder. Happy National Dog Day. It's National Dog Day now? Oh, do we got more? Oh, we all got more. We're still waiting. We got 2,400 people in here like, hey, where's the initial 53-man roster? We need it. Buck and Bob are in the house. What up, Buck and Bob? Where y'all at? What did you miss? I mean, this is the list of what we know. If I can move this. Yeah. This is who for sure has been waived and released. This is all we officially know. There have been some players confirmed to make the 53. Scott Mooneyham with the membership, as well as Scott Mahurin. Probably said that name wrong, but thank you. Back-to-back Scotts in the house. So, I feel like we have some other announcements, like Trey Watson was waived. Chris Oladokin was waived. Cole Christensen waived. Tyquan Thornton confirmed to make the 53. Carson Steele waived. Chu Godric waived. Cam Jones, CJ Hansen, Kevin Knowles, Melvin Smith, Kozai Izzard, Esa Pole, Nate Matlack, all waived. Marlon Tuipulotu released. Linebacker Cooper McDonald confirmed to make the 53. And then Mike Edwards released. And that's really all we got. There was a few things on Monday. Hal Presley, Dalton Cooper, and Bailey Zappi all waived. But that's essentially all we have right now until we hear more. Whoa, what is going on? Chief the Laureate with the 10 bomb. With the 10 gifted in the house. Thank you. Tilly said, explain how the process works for cuts reporting. Does it go to the NFL by 3? When do they have to let everyone else, especially other teams, know? Well, yes, by 3 p.m. Central, they have to have the list of their roster down to 53, formally let everybody else know. But we did read this a little bit earlier. So the cuts had to be submitted by 4 p.m. Eastern, so 3 p.m. Arrowhead time. The Jets have not announced their cuts. Some teams prefer to wait until the waiver wire is released around 8 p.m. That's Eastern, thinking it gives them a competitive advantage. So that's kind of what's going on. It's officially been submitted for sure. But that's all we have right now. That is all we have right now. Had to put your dogs in bedroom. They were going to jump through the TV. So funny. Really? They wanted to get Casey, huh? Yeah, it would be 6 to 7 Central Time. But that's still like 2 hours from now. What? Another 2 hours is insane. Justin Blackwell said, I don't think Pole will make it to the practice squad. I would like him to, but you're right. He had a pretty good preseason and he might not, especially considering how well he played based on his overall experience of playing football. He might not. He said it? Who said it? Still checking. Nothing. I'm going to check the Chiefs website. Just like spamming everything. We spamming. Nothing, dude. We're just waiting. What's wrong with YouTube? What happened to YouTube? Cole goes live all day. We're going to be here. We're going to have dinner. Everything. I got to stand, though. I've been sitting forever. Ugh. Car key. Cam Shaw with the membership. Come on now. Thank you so much. Doodle owner and Chiefs fan waiting also. Come on, Dan. That's the best. Where's happy hour? I don't know. I might need to get a Tank 7 in order to make it. Trey Hendrickson already got paid. He did yesterday. It was a 1 year. It was like a ripped up 1 year deal. It was essentially a $14 million pay raise. $30 million this year, and it's only a 1 year deal. Cole is the 54th man. Is it out yet? No, but I'm just like looking and refreshing Twitter. The Giants dropped their 53. So we're getting closer. I do not like seeing this TV off, though, or this computer. I'm just going to do this. Well, if I could type. Boom. That looks better. Brant's with the membership as well after Chief DeLorean with the 10 gifted and Cam. And then CB Casey with the 7 months after Dan with the membership. Also, I still have those tickets. 4 less VIP tailgate tickets for week 2 trying to give you to give away on stream. Really? Okay. If you sent it to my email, I'm sorry. I'm awful on email. I think I need somebody to help me. I have like 15,000 unread emails. It's insane. Looking from Germany. What's up, Taekwon? Taekwon Bill in the house. Thanks for hanging in with us, Jacob. Austria is beautiful. Watching in Scotland. Man, some of y'all are up. You're up at the wee hours. I am checking and refreshing. We're refreshing everything. Just waiting. I'm not seeing anything. Do you think the Vikings will trade for Tyreek? No. They need wide receiver help, but not like that. Dang, there's another guy from Germany in here. What's up, Jack? Need to come tailgate with us, whatever game you decide to go to. Our tailgates are legit. Okay, Brants. Where is that at? Got this stream running in the background while I work. Thanks for making the afternoon pass a little faster. Heck yeah, John. Thank you, man. Appreciate you being here. My source for Chiefs love from Vietnam, said Clint. Listening in from work. Steelers announced their 53. Destin, Florida. We got people everywhere. Atlanta. If you want help building an email list, let me know. Go Chiefs. I do need to build an email list. I haven't done that either. I'm refreshing. Again, I will show you all the moves that we know. This is what we know. Oh, let me do this. There we go. Would Cole Strange be better than Kingsley? I haven't watched enough to really know. But I am surprised that Cole Strange got let go. I'd have to look at some of his play and some of his metrics. Who was the rookie linebacker with the crazy relative athletic score? It was Brandon George. He's not going to make the 53. I would love to see if they could get him on the practice squad. Who was the rookie linebacker? Yeah, that was him. It was Brandon George. Welcome to all who are joining from the outside of the U.S. Yeah, welcome, welcome. Most iconic Chiefs photo of all time? Ooh, all time? I don't know, but one that went into my mind when you said that will live on forever in Chiefs history is the broken helmet. Mahomes from the Dolphins game is pretty crazy. I'm sure that's not the most iconic Chiefs photo right now, but that one is going to go down in history for sure. No way Cole Strange makes it to the Chiefs on the waiver wire order, right? I wouldn't think so unless Cole Strange's contract is insane. That's the problem with some of these guys being released or waived. His cap hit this year, it's $2.3 million. No, his cap hit is 3.8. But his base salary is $2.3 million. So that's kind of the problem with some of these guys, a former first-round pick that gets waived. If you claim him, you pick up that contract. That's where a lot of teams are afraid to do that and would rather the person clear the waiver wire, clear waivers, become a free agent, then negotiate something else with them that's cheaper than what it would have been if they claimed them off of waivers. We're just spamming right now. Give us something. Nope. Nothing yet. We still waiting. Just saw Tom Grossi announce he got permission from YouTube. Yeah, he's doing a partnered stream with YouTube where you can... I don't actually know how it's going to work. I think he's going to be able to call the game, and he's going to be like a broadcaster, and you won't... Like, you can watch the game with him and not hear the commentators. I think he's going to be the commentator. I think that's how it's going to work. But yeah, he officially partnered up with YouTube for that, which is freaking awesome, dude. Any chance you'll be allowed to use it? I haven't heard from YouTube, the NFL. I'm assuming no. I would love to, but I don't think I made the cut, guys. I didn't make YouTube's 53-man roster. Didn't make it. They're going to make a wing for Mahomes, Kelsey, and Jones? Heck yeah. I think Sky Moore has a chance for success in San Francisco due to the wide receiver limitation. I mean, maybe. I'm rooting for him. I don't have any ill will against Sky Moore. He didn't pan out, but he had a couple good plays his rookie year in the playoffs, and that's kind of where I think I leave it there. I guarantee you the YouTube stream will be laggy. It might be. I don't even know what to expect for that game because it being free on YouTube, because I'm going to stream during it. But it could be very laggy here. It's hard to know. Cole's a victim of Chiefs fatigue. I mean, Grossi is probably, if you're looking at like NFL content creators, he's probably the face of it. Biggest platform, so much done for charity. He was the fan of the year. Was he the NFL fan of the year? I think that's what he was. So there's a lot there. And he's been grinding for a long time. So I just congratulate him. I sent him a text. I just said, hey, man, nobody deserves it more, and I'm very happy and excited for you. So, yeah, if YouTube reaches out, I'm down, but I'm not expecting it at this point in time. I feel like if that would have been a thing, it would have already been a place for a discussion. Do you happen to see ESPN roster predictions for the Chiefs? Thoughts? I did not see it. Basically, when I do my own roster projections, I don't look at anybody else's. I just don't want to be swayed or influenced, and I just try my best to do what I think the Chiefs would do. Again, it's just a best guess at the end of the day. Even Matt Derrick of Chiefs Digest said he was at practice today, and there's going to be some surprises. This is what he said 17 minutes ago. Still waiting on the Chiefs' initial roster, final cuts, and reserve list decisions. Based on what I saw at practice today, there are going to be some surprises, but I believe the big picture will make sense. Unless we get context on what the surprises are, it's going to be hard to understand big picture. But I'm down. Troy in the house? Where's Troy? Hey, Cole, do you think the Vikings keep 7 UDFAs on their roster? Wait, they really have 7 undrafted free agents on their roster, Troy, or are you trolling? Cole, you've grown, brother. Been with you from the start. Ruben, come on, man. Yeah, we've went from kind of doing reactions to trolling around to doing skits to doing longer form news updates, and now I think we've kind of hit a good groove the last year and a half, 2 years or so. We've got the news updates. Some call it a show. I don't know what you want to call it, but the episodes that we do that are 10, 12, 15 minutes long, breaking down all the Chiefs news. We've got the live streams. We've got the short form stuff. So, yeah, we've hit a pretty good groove, man, and I'm not perfect. I will always strive to get better, to learn more. But we are trying our best every day. Trying our best every day. Somebody said Cole is chat sports biological father. That's old. Yeah. That if you're here for that one, you know you've been around a while. Pac West with the 20. Thank you, man. 20. Boom. Cole, what game do you want to attend this year? I like to go to like an AFC West game. I think those are really fun. That's what I would probably prefer to do. Somebody said Nazi Johnson's mom just made a post. Okay, let's find her. Keisha. All right. This probably confirms the reports then that Nazi is most likely going to IR. She said, rest up and let's get back out there. Rest up and let's get back out there. So that does seem to line up with what somebody recently said. Hey, we saw on Instagram that Nazi Johnson could be a potential candidate to go to IR. If he goes to IR, designation to return after 4 games. So if you look at the roster projection that we've been doing here, let's do this. Let's go. This is a guess right now, guys. I don't know, but oh, I don't want to delete that. Okay. Let's go pup. No, go NFI IR. Maybe like a little column for that. Let's just assume that's the case. Let's just say Nazi goes to IR. Designation to return after 4 weeks. It opens up a spot somewhere. Do you then say, well, because of that, Joshua Williams probably makes it, which is where I would go. I would think it's like that right now. Joshua Williams makes it. Cole, would be a privilege to have you show up at the Hope Kids fundraiser hosted by and credit chief Jeff Christensen when the Raiders come to town. Keep me in the loop about that. Keep me in the loop, man. Hey, Cole, coming from San Diego this week, the weekend of the Raiders match. Help me find tickets so I can take my son to their first Arrowhead game. Well, I'm sponsored season long by SeatGeek. Code HBTC will get you 10% off of your tickets. So that's a place. I do trust it. Been sponsored by them for 2 years. I think you can also order just through Ticketmaster with the Chiefs. There might be some groups that sell tickets as well on like a Facebook page or something, but I am not in those, so I don't know. I don't think Jacoby Covington is making it. Again, there could be a surprise of like a standout on special teams that makes the roster. I want to move out of Portland. Would you recommend Kansas City? I like Kansas City. I'm born and raised in KC. Cost of living is more affordable. What else? Great barbecue. The winters can be harsh. The summers can be very humid, but I do like Kansas City. If only we still had Snead. Yeah, I mean, they had to trade him after tagging him. He was injured most of last year, had a knee cleanup procedure this offseason, and just recently got off the PUP list. I like KC over a lot of places, but you're not getting the ocean. There's stuff you're not getting here, but it is cheaper. Snead can barely walk. He's getting better. I saw him moving around at practice. He was running around, flying around. You just don't like Kansas? I don't mind Kansas. Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas. I was raised on the Kansas side. I feel like feels the same. Whether it's Legends or Lee Summit, it's all pretty similar. Take on the Rashee Rice looming suspension. Probably 5 to 6 games is what he gets suspended for. When is a good question. They could settle before this hearing on the 30th. It would be wise probably for them to just settle and get it done. Or else you're going to be looking at a suspension near the end of the season. But maybe the flip side of it is, well, the hardest part of the season is the first half. So, I don't know. Have I ever been to Wichita? I have. Been to Wichita, been to Topeka, been kind of all over. What's up? Zero Dank 30 in the house. What's your news on Ethan Driscoll? I don't have any. He could be NFI because of the appendectomy. He could start out there for 4 weeks. Yeah, it looks like Nazi might be on IR. Maybe. I mean, here's what we have confirmed. I'm just going to share that. Here's what we have confirmed right now of who has been released and waived. And then we kind of can take a look at the shape of the roster. Tunyon makes it. Yeah, I have 4 tight ends making it right now. I kind of said in my 53-man roster projection yesterday, if Tunyon didn't make the initial 53, he's coming right back after they make some other moves. I think he deserves a spot. But when they released Mike Edwards this morning, I was like, oh, well, there's your flip. Instead of 4 safeties, you do 4 tight ends, and you could kind of, it's not apples to apples always like that, but that's how you can justify an extra tight end, or you have 1 less running back. Like Matt Derrick said, there's some surprises. What if it's 3 running backs, 4 tight ends? There's still 7 receivers. We'll have to see, but I'm intrigued. We are all waiting at this point. The deadline was an hour ago. So we're all wondering what the heck is going on. Is Brenningstool still there? I think he could be an IR candidate. We don't have confirmation one way or another yet. I'm trying to see if we get an update, though. This is what I've been doing. Refreshing the Chiefs page. Hey, y'all alive? Y'all awake? Y'all sleeping? This is kind of what I have. 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, but Elijah Mitchell is still a question mark. 7 wide receivers. Nico, I think, makes it as the returner. 4 tight ends, Tunyon. Unless you want to go with 10 linemen, I have 9. With Caliendo, Norzad, and Wanye at the bottom end of that. If you want Driscoll to make it and he's not on the NFI, you have to do a 10th lineman and 1 less running back, 1 less receiver, 1 less tight end. You've got to make up for it somewhere. 4 defensive ends right now, but you need 5. Maybe with Nazi going to IR, it's just Malik Herring going. 5 defensive tackles, 4 defensive ends. I really think we need a 5th defensive end on there. I'm just not sure if it's Malik Herring or somebody else from the waiver wire. 6 linebackers, Nick Bolton, Drew Tranquil, Chanel, Bassa, Cochran, McDonald. 6 corners. This is with the assumption Nazi starts on IR. His mom kind of had a post saying heal up, get well soon, rest up. Somebody else said Nazi could start on IR, so if he's on IR for 4 weeks, I think that moves Joshua Williams up, unless you say, nah, 5 corners for now, and we want that 5th defensive end. It's just a numbers game at this point. 50 bomb! Oh, shoot! Kuth? Kuth. I don't know. Let me know how to say it, but he had the 50 bomb saying, appreciate your content. I'm not always here live, but I appreciate all the updates with the 50! Let's go. Thank you, man. Hey, Cole, watching a little while now, joined the Kingdom around a year ago from the UK. I've saved up this last year and will be at the Raiders game week 7, first in-person game. You are going to have a time of your life, man. Heck yeah, time of your life. I'm stoked for you. Somebody said Clowney for DE5. Maybe. Yeah, somebody said that's been the rumor, Nazi to IR on other platforms. This is Jared Sapp of Arrowhead Pride. Really good follow on Twitter, by the way. X, very underrated. I don't even know if he has 1,000 followers, but he's a very cerebral, knowledgeable guy in the Chiefs space. Knows his salary cap stuff, contract stuff, all kinds of stuff. He's very good follow. That's been the rumor on other platforms, though I don't think they mentioned him as not practicing, which is weird. I thought that was weird too. But if Nazi is already on IR, do you technically have to tell somebody that's on IR that he didn't practice today? FAU didn't practice today because he's on IR. So that was season-ending IR, but still, I don't know. I don't know. Koo, thanks again for the 50 bomb. Like I said all year, this is a revenge season. We're going to take it. Jason Brownlee could make the roster, sure. Yeah, Jason Brownlee could absolutely make the roster. He would have to make it over Nico, or Rice starts out suspended and then Jason Brownlee is wide receiver 7. I don't know how, because Taekwon's making it. Juju's making it, I think, right? Royals, Worthy. Who am I missing? Hollywood, Rice. I mean, those guys are all making it. I mean, what if Hollywood starts on IR with his foot? And then Brownlee makes it because Hollywood's on IR for the first 4 weeks. There's a few different things that could kind of catch us off guard with somebody being placed on IR or a vested veteran not making it that you think would. That's kind of why when I gave my final 53-man projection yesterday, I was like, look, I am not extremely confident in every position group here, but you have to force numbers sometimes to get to 53. Dude, let's go. We've been trying to talk about 53-man projection since the day after the draft. Could Royals could start on IR with his knee, but here's why that would be weird to me a little bit, Jeremy. Because Nazi wasn't mentioned. If he's on IR, he was not even brought up about practicing today, but Omar Norman-Lott was. Omar Norman-Lott was with the ankle, but then Royals with the knee didn't practice, and then Jack Cochran with the knee didn't practice. Those are the 3 that he mentioned. So it would be weird to me from a consistency standpoint for him not to mention Nazi. He's on IR, but then he mentioned one of these guys and they got placed on IR. But maybe that decision was made before, like during practice, after Andy Reid spoke with the media. Texas wide receiver Justin Watson makes the 53-man roster. All right. There you go. Yeah, Royals could go on IR. Any of the guys with injuries could go on IR. It's not a, especially because you can have 2 guys start on IR with a designation to return, meaning they miss 4 weeks. That's it. Put Brownlee on the roster. Hollywood's made of glass. Can't high point like Brownlee. Well, you're not getting out of Hollywood's contract. It's like a 1-year, is it $7 million deal worth up to 11 or something? Unless Hollywood starts on IR, then you could deal with the numbers later. The roster is not out yet. We are waiting and we are looking. I've been refreshing. Yeah, I've been refreshing. I think here's all that we do know. I'm just going like back and forth. Chris Oladokin announced his own self being waived. Zero Dank 30 with the $10 super sticker. Let's go. I missed that a couple minutes ago. Thank you so much, man. Let's go. Yep, MVS was released by Seattle. CEH was released. McCall Hardman was released. Have you tried refreshing real hard? Just like spam the refresh button. All right, I'm hitting it again. What if I'm on the wrong page? What if I need to go to the home page? All right, it's not there either. We did try. We're trying. Oh, wrong button. No, we're good. We are trying. Let's see. I am refreshing. I'm trying. I'm spamming. Maybe we got some more here. Nope. You want McCole back? I don't know how he makes the roster. I think he could make the practice squad. Chiefs trade back for Sky Moore. It's not happening. That would be crazy. Reverse Uno. Do I know anything? I don't know anything. Not really. I know that this is really close to what the roster is going to look like, but there's going to be some surprises, said Matt Derrick of Chiefs Digest, based on what he saw at practice. So the surprises could be Elijah Mitchell not making the roster, I mean, Brashard Smith might not be 100% safe either. I'm just trying to think of what could be a surprise that would like throw you off guard. Nico not making it. I'm just one of these guys going on IR and it making room for somebody else, like Jalen Royals with the knee. I think Robert Tonyan deserves to make it, but we'll see what the coaching staff decides to do when they crunch these numbers. Again, any vested veteran on a vet min deal, you can release them. They don't have to clear waivers, and then you could bring them back here soon. Offensive line. Could Ethan Driscoll be on the NFI? Could Ethan Driscoll make it over Wanye? It's just some of the depth guys, it's really tough to know. You've got 5 defensive tackles, at least how I have it right now. Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman-Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. Only 4 defensive ends. We need one more. So that's where it's like, well, we either need like one less running back, one less cornerback. I think the 6 linebackers have been confirmed. Bolton, Drew, Leo, Bossa, Cochran, and McDonald. Those are your 6. I was looking for my dog. She's back here. You see her right here in the corner? She's blending in. Cornerbacks, if Nazi goes to IR, I mean, Joshua Williams could sneak in right there. McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Fulton, Knoll, Chris Roland Wallace, Josh Williams. 3 safeties, Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor, but really Chris Roland Wallace has been working in at safety and backup slot. If you guys got some guesses on what the surprises could be, let me know. But that's kind of where we are at. I did put Nazi on IR just because I think that is where it's trending. We could still be watching for Malik Herring, Ethan Driscoll, and Jason Brownlee. If we want Malik Herring or a 5th defensive end, we've got to make room elsewhere. So that's where it gets a bit tough. Do we even need Mahomes? Nico's a roster lock? I think he is. I'm just saying there's beat reporters in attendance at practice that said there are some surprising things coming. So I'm just looking at every single position group going, what could be the surprise? I think Nico makes it as your punt returner. Surprise signing of Justin Simmons. That would be fun. Brenningstool, I was hoping would be our new Kelsey clone. Guess he's gone too. Maybe Brenningstool is on IR because he's dealing with a hamstring still. It was a pretty serious hamstring injury. Unless I have a strong back in the wings like P. Ryan, I don't see any other cuts to the running back room. Yeah, MJO, if Elijah Mitchell or Brashard Smith, I think Brashard Smith is safe, but I'm just thinking of surprising scenarios. If one of them didn't make it, I think you got to bring in a vet. P. Ryan was signed the day of or the day after cutdowns last year. P. Ryan is on the roster, but if Brashard Smith stays, if he makes the roster, he just doesn't have a ton of experience. So that's where I'm like, well, Steele is not making it. So I would like another running back in that room. Because think if, God forbid, it's just let's just say a concussion or something that takes Pacheco or Kareem Hunt out during a game. Well, then you've got to lean heavily on either the opposite of Pacheco or Kareem and then Brashard or Elijah Mitchell. Like somebody signed Hendon Hooker. That would be crazy. I see Brownlee as 27. I didn't know that. I'll pass. I think Brownlee could get on the practice squad, but never know. Brenningstool should just go get surgery on the hamstring and start recovery if it's that bad. He started working back at practice, so I think it's not bad enough for surgery. But, yeah, CBKC said, Cole, something else to think about. Some guys that make our roster could be a cut from another team. Yeah, off the waiver wire. And that's where, when you look at this, that's why on my initial 53, my last one from yesterday for the defensive end room, I said I think defensive end 5 is from another team. But you're right. You could say that about any other position group right now. You could have Joshua Williams not making it with Nazi on IR and a different corner. A different corner making it. So you could have another safety with Mike Edwards being released. They have a different safety in the room. This is where I want to know. Can you tell us? All right, I'm refreshing the Chiefs page. Why does this notification keep popping up on my computer every 5 seconds? Give us the answer. Nope, we ain't got the answer there. I'm going to check Twitter. Okay, the Colts made an announcement of their 53. I'm looking. Nothing about the Chiefs yet. Son of a gun. Cat Servant with the 10 bomb. Thank you. Is there a limit to the number of players who can be on IR? There is a limit of players that can be put on IR with a designation to return. Yes, 2. You can place others on IR, but it's season ending. So you have to be very strategic on what players start the season on IR with a designation to return. Only 2. So you can have 2, but that's why I think if somebody like Brenningstool goes to IR, I think it's for the season. Any guy that's going to have special teams value, he's a depth piece. That's why I thought Jack Cochran, if his knee contusion was bad enough, he could go to IR. Maybe he would have been ready week 3, but IR just wouldn't have him return until after week 4. So yeah, we'll see. And we don't even know if the guys being placed on IR could be designated to return or not. So they need to cut Cook. Well, they're not going to cut Cook. You're not going to get rid of Cook and Justin Reed in the same, that would be kind of nuts. So Brownlee can make it on the practice squad if it's a good start. Yeah, the thing about any of these players here, just if you don't know the difference, if they're released, they have more than 4 years of experience in the NFL, and they don't have to clear with the waiver wire. That's priority based on, I think, teams and their records last year, I believe, is how it starts. So Mike Edwards and Marlon Tuipulotu right now are free to sign with any team that they want to, or sign to the Chiefs practice squad. Anybody waived, they have to clear waivers. If they clear waivers, they can sign to the Chiefs practice squad. But that's why some people are upset about Esa Pole getting waived. He might not clear waivers. That's the risk that you take when you let some of these guys go. You hope they can make it to the practice squad, but you're just not sure. Because the Chiefs had one of the best records in all of football last year. They are probably, I think, second to last on the waiver wire. If we're going by standings, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but it's one of the last teams. So even if a different player gets waived from another team and they're like, oh, we want that guy. Well, they're like 31st on the waiver wire. So there's 30 other teams that could take that player before the Chiefs. Con B70 with the 10 bomb as well. Back-to-back-to-back 10 bombs. The 50 bomb from Kuth. Pac West with the 20. Thank you guys, man. You've been awesome. Been watching you since the 2022 season. Love how much you've grown. Justin, thank you, man. We're trying to grow every day. It just comes with time, comes with reps. We aim to get 1% better every day. I'm not perfect. Still got room to grow. Just stay humble, stay hungry. That's how it goes, right? What position would the Chiefs be looking for on waivers? Safety, maybe defensive end, running back, interior O-line, I guess. What do you need to do to clear waivers? Just go unclaimed. So with all these guys getting released, a lot of them are going to clear waivers. So to clear waivers, just nobody else claims you. Nobody else claims you, and you can't claim, I don't think you can claim your own player. So if the Chiefs waive somebody, and let's say they waive Esa Pole and they make it to them to pick or team 31, priority 31 on the waiver wire. I don't think the Chiefs can claim them. The Eagles get the opportunity, and then they become a free agent and can sign wherever they want. And that's where the Chiefs will be like, hey, we liked you here. You have some opportunities if you come to the practice squad. You can keep developing. If injuries hit the room, we could call you up. So that's kind of how it goes. Rachel with the 30 months. 30 whole freaking months. I feel like I just joined a couple months ago. Chiefs are going to destroy the league this year. I can feel it. See you on Thursday for our Zoom call. Let's go. Nausea on IR confirmed by Chief Splits. That's basically what it was looking like based on what his mom said. See, these guys, I don't know who Chiefs Talk is. I have no idea who this is. Chiefs DB Najee Johnson set to start the season on IR per Chiefs Talk. I don't know who this is. Who's this? But based on, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I don't know who that is. But based on what Nazee's mom said and that, I think you can come to that logical conclusion. Esapole was waived. He was. Yeah, here's a list of everybody waived. If you just want to see, here's what we do know for sure. As we await the Chiefs' final announcement, this is the players that have been released and waived, all of them. Mike Edwards, Marlon Tuipulotu, Cole Christensen, Dalton Cooper, Jason Chu-Godric, CJ Hansen, Keziah Izzard, Cam Jones, Kevin Knowles, Nate Matlack, Chris Oladokin, Esapole, Hal Presley, Melvin Smith, Carson Steele, Trey Watson, and Bailey Zappi. That's everybody so far. Confirmed. There's been other announcements confirmed by various beat reporters of guys who have made the 53. Tyquan Thornton, confirmed to make the 53. There's another couple guys. Linebacker Cooper McDonald has made the 53. Those are the only other two confirmed, so I took all of that and I kind of made the roster here. So this is where we're at right now. With the roster, Mahomes and Minshew, no debate there. Running backs, Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, Brashard Smith, and Elijah Mitchell with 4. I have 53 right now on this projection. But again, some of this is our best guess until we get the final updates. I have 7 wide receivers. Rice, Worthy, Brown, Royals, Juju, Thornton, Remigio as the team's returner. 4 tight ends, Kelsey, Noah Gray, Wiley, Tunyon. 9 offensive linemen, but after the starters, Simmons, Suamataia, Creed, Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor. You've got Jalen Moore next. I think Mike Caliendo, Norzad are pretty safe. Does Wanye make it as number 9? Does Ethan Driscoll with the appendix removal, does he start on the NFI? Do they go with 10 and you've got to make up for that somewhere else? 1 less running back, 1 less tight end, which would either be Elijah Mitchell probably in the running back room or Robert Tunyon is the vested veteran who could still find himself back on the 53 pretty quickly. I have 5 defensive tackles, Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman-Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Nottie. Pennell's a vested vet on a vetman deal. He could kind of see himself off the 53 for a second and put back on there after some moves are made. Not saying it's going to happen, but it's not impossible. We're missing a defensive end. I have 4 defensive ends, but we need a 5th, in my opinion. You have Karlaftis, Dana, Aminihu, Gelati. We need a 5th. It could be Malik Herring. But in order for a 5th defensive end, you need 1 less defensive tackle? From Matt Derrick of Chiefs Digest, this is your 6 linebackers. Nick Bolton, Tranquil, Chanel, Bassa, Cochran, McDonald. That's 6. Cornerback room, I have it at 6, even though Chris Roland Wallace has technically been playing safety. So 5 corners, McDuffie, Watson, Fulton, Noel Williams, and Joshua Williams sneaking in with Nazi being placed on IR, which is the thought of what's going to happen. And then Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor, and Chris Roland Wallace. The X factor in all this, did somebody else from another team get claimed off of waivers or signed? Some veteran that didn't have to clear waivers. And that's going to throw somebody else off this list completely. These are some other names to watch, though. Malik Herring, Ethan Driscoll, Jason Brownlee, kind of the 3 next guys that could potentially be making the roster. Was Cole Christensen the super athletic UDFA? That was Brandon George. Or who was the one with... Yeah, it was Brandon George, had a 9.98. Brandon George, I don't think is going to make it because they've confirmed the linebacker room of being 6, and he wasn't one of the 6 that was named. He could make the practice squad. I had him on my early 53-man roster projections, just betting on his upside as one that could stand out on special teams and kind of be who Cooper McDonald ended up being and making the back end of this roster here. So again, that's what's gone on. That's what we know. Here's again who was released and waived. Thanks again for the 5, Tyler. If I didn't say thank you, I appreciate that, man. I was really hoping Jay Will would get a chance to go somewhere else. He might, KL. That's my best guess because Nazi, I think, is going to go to IR. So it's either Joshua Williams, who's the next man up on the depth chart, or they've got some other guy in there completely. Or I don't want to say... I mean, maybe they're high on one of these guys. Maybe they're high on a different... I mean, they've already announced a couple guys who weren't going to make it, but there's other corners in the room. Jacoby Covington, Azizi Hearn. There's a couple other guys that could sneak on there. You're thinking, oh, it's probably Josh Williams, right? As cornerback 6 if Nazi's on IR, but what if they go with one of these other guys? You don't know. You never know. Odds on Mahomes making the 53. Ooh, to be determined. To be determined. Matt R said 9.98 RAS and not making it means he needs focus. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can be super athletic, but it's not always about, I guess that's what you're saying. It's not always about the athletic traits. It's like, how fast can you process the game? That is what you're saying. So I guess I agree. How fast can you process a game? Learn the playbook, the instincts. Like we would all agree, Nick Bolton, he's not the most athletic guy in every sense of the game, right? But he makes up for that with his instincts and how smart he is here. Able to predict things pre-snap, get the defense situated. He kind of holds everything down back there. And we know he has his limitations in coverage. That's what I'm saying. Nick Bolton is not going to be the most athletic guy out there on the field, but he does make up for that a lot of times with his instincts and moving sometimes before the ball is snapped or by the time the ball is snapped. That's from studying film and knowing tendencies of the opponents that you're going to be playing. With all that, I'm going back to Twitter and I'm just checking. No news. And then nothing. I checked the website too. So we're still waiting. We got 2,700 people in here waiting with me because we're all like, dude, are you going to give us the 53? Please. Yep, Jeffrey Boss is a pretty athletic guy. I don't know what his RAS is. It's got to be high. But he's a converted safety. So that guy can fly all around. And the IQ is standing out. Some of those plays he made on special teams, but also the plays he made against the run. Tackles for loss. Able to split the gap. Yeah. I like what I've seen a lot. I think Bossa has probably been, I'm trying to think out of every rookie the Chiefs drafted. I think Josh Simmons has been the most impressive. But then I think Jeffrey Bossa might be number 2. You could say Ashton Gelati's in the mix. I like what I've seen from Bashard Smith in a smaller sample size. But Bossa might be number 2 for me right now. Jermaine said, you're the GOAT. No, you're the GOAT. Bossa's going to be a steal. I love it. Bills are cutting ex-Chief Shane Buechele after 25 for 30 passes, 278 yards in the last preseason game. Did the Bills announce their 53-man roster cuts? Is that what happened? It's interesting when the Chiefs cut Shane Buechele, was it last year or 2 years ago? He had the opportunity to sign to the Chiefs practice squad, but he wanted a fresh start somewhere else. Yahoo Sports, most team cuts are listed except for the Chiefs. What in the... Come on, man. Cole, how would you feel if KC re-signs Kendall Fuller? I would be neutral. Only because they signed him last year and they never used him, right? I would be neutral. Would just be one of those things where it's like you got to get in there, get acclimated, get up to speed, and then we'll see if you can get into the rotation there. But the Fuller too old, too slow. I mean, the Chiefs are just dealing with injuries, and you wanted some depth in there. You probably signed Fuller as like a ultra precaution. Get him up to speed with the playbook, get him game ready, and if you have to pull that lever, you could. We signed him last year, yeah, like during the season. Yes. Drillin' Dylan, where did you hear that? Because I have heard otherwise. If I remember, it wasn't until like 5 Central we got the Chiefs roster. Well, we're almost there at this point. I was thinking about getting off at like 3 something, but it's already 4:30. Or Steven Nelson. That's who it was. Thank you, Landon. That's who it was. It wasn't Fuller. It was Steven Nelson. That is exactly who they signed. And I just got my names mixed up. No, I think they signed Stephen Fuller. Pretty sure. But he didn't see any playing time. Yeah. No, I don't remember, dude. It was one of those guys. Steven Nelson is who it was, I think. Either way, he never played a snap, but it was one of those guys. Doing immaculate grid to last the time. I don't even know what that is, dude. Wasn't expecting deep passes with Royals. He's a yards after catch guy. Yeah, they see a lot of similarities to Rice in Royals game. That's what basically everybody has said. Oh, we got notifications. Do we got an update? Well, here's an update. If you guys want one, it has nothing to do with the Chiefs, but Kansas City set a record low of 50 degrees this morning, breaking the old record of 53 set in 1910. I went on a walk with my daughters this morning, and they were in coats and pants. It was kind of crazy. Colton, thanks so much for the membership. Let's go. Tyler, with the 5. Okay, I read that one. Nice. Brazil here, big fan of your work. Thank you, bro. Guillermo? Hopefully I said that right. Oh, nice. If Chiefs Blitz is saying Brandon George potentially made it, that's cool. Interesting, really. Everybody's saying Chiefs released the list. Huh. So Brandon George has allegedly made the 53-man roster. Known you since you were a little kid. Massive congrats on making the team as a rookie and wishing you nothing but the best this season. Could that be the practice squad? Just saying. Could this technically be Brandon George making, signing to the practice squad? You're technically a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. Is that what it could be? The only reason why I'm saying that is because earlier this morning, I think it was reported by Matt Derrick who the 6 linebackers were. I'm trying to see where I saw that. Was I thinking that in my head? Now I'm going all the way down my list. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I was going off of. Matt Derrick, Chiefs Digest. Chiefs releasing linebacker Cam Jones. So that was confirmed. Then Cooper McDonald made the 53. Jack Cochran will be healthy enough to begin the season, which would mean Cochran, McDonald, and Bossa are the backups as the 6 linebackers. That's where I was going off of this assumption. So my question is, since that report, is somebody like Jack Cochran on IR and Brandon George fits in there at the end, or is it a practice squad signing? Because you're still making the roster technically, yes. You're a member of the Kansas City Chiefs. You're on the practice squad. That's why we just want the list. Give us the list. I'm still looking. Watch your content every morning. Love from Israel? Yo, that is crazy. Love that. I've been to Israel. I've been to Egypt a couple times too. Did somebody claim Malachi Corley already? I don't think so. We're still waiting. We are waiting. You found a squirrel eating your nuts. Sir? Sir? This is the list everyone has been talking about? Yeah, the 53-man roster list. That's what we've been talking about. I'm refreshing the Chiefs website, dude. This is insane. Give us the answers now. No, I'm just playing. I want to be grateful. Hey, yo. Yeah, exactly. I'm just hoping next year we can make a big swing for an X-caliber player. I know we're paying a lot of players, but still. Yeah, we'll see, Colton. It's going to be, if Kelsey's done, which maybe you just want to enjoy marriage after this season based on the announcement, but you'll have $20 million freed up, and you have to figure out life after Kelsey in some regard. We want list, give list, Chiefs, said Outlaw with the 2-bomb. Zero Dark 30 from Romania to Retrain. Oh, Retrain is in here from Romania. That's awesome, dude. All over. We are worldwide in this chat as we await 2,700 people. I'm glad Worthy has worked out well, because imagine if we had Brian Thomas Jr. That was my draft crush that year for a wide receiver. Zero Dank 30. Pause. Kingdom. Who's your team besides the Chiefs if you have one? I don't. I was born and raised in KC, just always been a Chiefs fan, but I like watching certain teams because they're exciting. I like watching elite players play the game. So Josh Allen, fun. Lamar Jackson, fun. I'm a big fan of Matt Stafford, so like seeing him ball out. The Commanders were a lot of fun last year. I mean, just anybody that is like gonna bring it and you know it's going to be an exciting game and matchup, I'm probably down to watch it. Checking in from southern Spain, let's go. Gene, what's up? What happens to a player's contract when they retire? Oh boy, that's some of it just depends on how the contract is structured, how many years they have left. I think there might be some, I bet somebody in chat could just know, but that's why it's funny. I study this all day, every day for like 3-4 years now. But it just depends. Like guarantees, a player has guarantees, but if they retire, I think you might be losing some of those. It just kind of depends on how the contract is structured. Like when Carr unexpectedly retired, Tyrann Mathieu unexpectedly retired. There was money left on the table had they stayed and played that they weren't going to get because they retired. But I found this was interesting. This is a former Chief. It was with the Broncos, though. Okay, you can still hear me. I was like, what the heck? Michael Burton's season is over. Has been placed on season-ending IR. So as a former fullback for the Kansas City Chiefs, that's a bummer. I didn't even know he was injured. Did you guys? I did not know that. I'm just here to celebrate Trav and Taylor's engagement with y'all. Hey, let's go. I did see that, and I was like, what? And then I went to Travis's Instagram because I'm like, I'm not going to believe some random post. But no, it is real. It is real. 18.5 million likes. 18.5 million? Insane, dude. Heck yeah. Happy for him. Heck yeah, man. This is thanks for the nap I caught when live waiting for the list. Hey, Patty, thank you so much for the 10. Let's go. Buck and Bob with the 2 of Cole raps. The list will come, I promise. I'm washed up. They tried to get me to rap on their interview. They're like, oh, we heard you used to rap. And I was like, yeah, it's been like 5 or 6 years. You can't get me to rap, dude. I hung up the mic. I picked up a different mic to talk Chiefs, talk football. You're in on your break. How's it looking? We don't have any updates. I have a list of who's been waived and released officially. I have that. And now we're basically spamming the refresh button on Twitter. And we're just waiting. Crazy. I mean, there's been some former Chiefs released. McCole, Hardman, MVS, CEH. Did you have a rap name? No, I just went by my name. So excited that Worthy, for the Worthy Rice Hollywood combo. It's crazy. They've played like one snap together, maybe in the preseason game that Hollywood hurt his collarbone on, the Jags game last year. They have not all three been on the field in a regular season game because by the time Hollywood came back last year, Rice was on IR. Do you think we're going to pay Mahomes a bag next year, stretch it out to make room? Yeah, Colton, that's a pretty good question. I think you have to pretty quickly because if you look at, I can just look at, we got time. We're just sitting. Oh, wait. Hold on. We got a notification on Twitter. Let me check that. Oh, no, we don't got no news yet. No news yet. But if you look at Mahomes' contract and the way that it's set up, the cap hits they're getting huge in the next couple of years. Let me look. I'll screen share too. Get out of here. Okay. Look at his cap hits. Look at this, dude. $78 million in 2026? $74 million in 2027? I feel like you have to restructure it. Or even redo it. That's crazy. Look at his cap hits prior. 5, 7, 35, 37, 37, 28. Because you can pull the lever on his contract and get some bonuses out that lowers the cap hit and pays him more cash up front, basically. But this is crazy. So that's why I think after this season, they have to do something to Mahomes' contract, because $78 million, 74, you could technically just keep kicking it down the road on the same deal and do some restructures and keep it. It's not impossible, but it is getting high. I think Lamar Jackson's kind of in the same boat. Do you ever think about the fact that we could have had Pickens? I mean, there's guys every draft that I think about. The Chiefs took FAU the year where I think Sam Laporta and maybe for sure Laporta was available that right after it. Don't know that the Chiefs needed a tight end. But the year that CEH was taken, Jonathan Taylor was available. The Chiefs could have took Pickens. I don't think they wanted him because of attitude stuff, would be my guess. It's interesting to note, though, that they traded with the Patriots, I think, right? From 50 to 54. Didn't the Patriots take Tyquan Thornton with that pick? And the Chiefs took Sky Moore with 54? And what do you know? The Chiefs have Tyquan Thornton on the roster, and Sky is now a 49er. It's just kind of crazy how that works out. Again, if you're in here going, dude, where's the schedule? Where is this? I don't know. We're all waiting for that together. This is what I do know, is who has made the roster, who has not made the roster. This is what's been official. Released, Mike Edwards and Marlon Tuipulotu, a big list of guys waived. Some of the surprises to some would be Esa Pole, the tackle, Carson Steele. I mean, CJ Hansen, Chiefs draft pick. Cam Jones, he made the roster last year, I believe. Chris O, Bailey Zappi, Trey Watson, that's tight end. The confirmed guys to make the roster is Cooper McDonald. That was a guy you didn't know would make it. And then, who's the other one? There's one more. It's all blending. Tyquan Thornton. But that wasn't really a surprise. Tyquan Thornton was confirmed to have made the 53, but I think we all knew that. We've had Tyquan Thornton on the 53-man roster for a little while now. At least for me since training camp, once he started making plays and showing out, I was like, yeah, he's making the roster. I thought he would make the roster with Rice starting out the season suspended, but even after I found out Rice might not start week 1 suspended, he's still making it. When was Thornton drafted? I think pick 50, second round. Same year as Sky. 4 picks before Sky, I'm pretty sure. And that was where the Chiefs traded back with the Patriots, which is crazy. Yeah, Hansen and Pole were the surprises to slam in. I thought Hansen had a chance. I didn't have Pole making any of the 53s, but I liked him. I just was unsure how you could take a guy and put him on the roster to be inactive all season long. It was just a difficult one for me, personally. I'm still refreshing everything and looking. What position do you think is taken this year in the first round? And in the 2026 draft? No idea. It depends on the strength of the draft class. But you know the Chiefs are going to be picking at the end of the round. If you don't have Kelsey, do you consider a tight end early? I don't know how early. You don't want to reach unnecessarily. A lot of what ifs with all that. Because then you'll have to see what the Chiefs do in free agency. Players that stay, players that go. Is there a surprising trade? You don't have confidence in Wanye stepping up. I think that's what some people said, slamming is, hey, we would have rather have seen Pole over Wanye, but for whatever reason, the coaching staff had Wanye in as like the next man up at left tackle. I think he's really just your next tackle in general. after Jalen Moore. If there's an injury to Simmons in any capacity, to Jawan Taylor in any capacity, Jalen Moore is going to slot right in, right or left side. Alex texts me, my editor. He's like, I hear you rap every day in the Zoom. You say, Kadarius Toney's hilarious, homie. That is a good rhyme. It's like stuck in my head. What do you think about... Yeah, if you guys have draft questions, you got the wrong one. I don't even study the draft until after the season. Juju still here? Yeah, I haven't heard otherwise. I mean, I'll show you. Here's the confirmed. But then I kind of have the roster built out. Now, when it comes to any of these guys, like the running back room, I don't know that Brashard Smith is 1,000% safe. I'm fairly confident he makes the roster. I'm less confident Elijah Mitchell makes the roster, but I have 4 of them in the running back room. Could be a guy from another team in there instead. Carson Steele for sure didn't make it. I have 7 wide receivers, but Juju, Mike Pennell, Mike Edwards, and there's one other guy. I'm trying to think of who it is a veteran on a 1-year vetman deal. Robert Tonyan. Robert Tonyan is the 4th one, where they could surprisingly kind of not be on the roster, but then find themselves back on the roster shortly after. But I do have 4 in the running back room, 7 in the wide receiver room, 4 tight ends, but it gets a little... I'm not confident all across the board because, 9 linemen. Wanye's on there with Norzad and Caliendo, but what about Ethan Driscoll? Will he make it over Wanye, or will Ethan Driscoll be on NFI? I have 5 defensive tackles because the addition of Noddy, but I still only have 4 defensive ends. There needs to probably be 5. They're not in a hurry to add a 5th, so you could have it kind of set up like this with 6 linebackers: Bolton, Tranquil, Chanel, Bossa, Cochran, Cooper, McDonald. 5 corners: McDuffie, Watson, Fulton, Knoll, and Josh Williams, with Chris Roland Wallace really being a safety, even though he's listed as a corner, but then Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, and Shamari Connor. I think you need a 5th defensive end. Maybe that's Malik Herring, maybe that's somebody else, but that means you would need a cornerback off of this list. And Nazi's not on here, by the way, because I think he's going to IR right here, from what I'm hearing, based on what his mom said mainly. Rest up or get well soon, and we'll see you back out there. With somebody else saying he's going to go to IR. That's what it seems like. Somebody said, does Jared Wiley make it? I think so. He's still on his rookie deal, only in the 2nd year of his rookie deal. But there's going to be some surprises. This is like my best guess for most of it, based on who hasn't made it and where I had other guys making the roster. But I don't know that they go with 4 defensive ends on the initial 53. I think we're off somewhere. But what do you do? Mike Pennell? Is he going to get released just for a bit here, and you've got a 5th defensive end for a minute because Pennell wouldn't have to clear waivers, and then you could bring him back? I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out. That's what we're waiting on. Wiley is a wild card? Yeah, I guess I wouldn't say that Jared Wiley is 1,000% lock, but he is a 4th round tight end, 4th round rookie on the 2nd year of his contract. I would think you give him another year, but we've seen crazier things happen even today. Former 1st round picks getting waived. Former 3rd round picks getting waived. It can happen. But 1 year into your rookie deal, you tear your ACL in November. He's not going to look right for a bit here. You'd cut Elijah Mitchell to make room for DE5. Definitely could, Andy. Yeah. They could roll with 3 running backs for now. They've done that a couple different years. Absolutely. Carson Steele was a UDFA last year, and he made the roster last year. Didn't make it this year, but maybe a practice squad candidate. Cole Simple Simons. I like Simple Simons. Simple Simons Pizza? Yeah, you should eat that, Denny. Simmons and Parsons come in on defense. Imagine Justin Simmons and Micah Parsons. All right, I'm refreshing Twitter. We waiting. Ever so patiently, all 3,000 of us, 2,700 of us. I'm refreshing the Chiefs website. Cole, can you guess what the numbers in my name mean? I'll give you a hint, Chiefs. Well, 15, 87, 1. Okay. Mahomes, Kelsey, Worthy? Gotta be it. Bam. I like Cook. He's been there in big moments and helped a ton during last year. Yeah, I don't think B. Cook is going anywhere. Brian Cook. He seems pretty safe to make it. Chiefs ran 2 tight end plays, 27% of the plays last year, most in the NFL. Yeah, I love that. And Kelsey just played so many snaps. That's why I like the idea of Robert Tonyan making the roster. I think he's done a really good job in the preseason. I really do like him making the roster. It's just a numbers game right now. And forcing the 53 to be compliant, but also not wanting or not losing the players that you're afraid to lose on the waiver wire. You think they roll with 4 defensive ends? Oh, and use Leo on the edge? I think you could start with that, Melissa. Yeah, because they were using him on the edge. I don't know what percentage of snaps he played on the edge, but yeah, that's a real possibility. Come on, Chiefs. What are we waiting on, dude? What's happened to BJ Thompson? He's on the NFI. I don't know if he'll ever play football again, to be honest with you, but that's where he's at right now. So the deadline was 3 p.m. Hefe, unless it's Jeff, but it's Jeffe. I'm assuming Hefe, but watch me be wrong. They've been submitted, but they don't always have to report as soon as they submitted. Yeah, we're all waiting. Do we think we need more safety depth with the release of Edwards because Christian Roland Wallace is inconsistent? Yeah, and he's kind of more of your backup slot guy. Going to be your special teams guy, rotates in certain packages in the safety room on defense. Yeah, if you're going to add a safety or a couple of position groups, safety makes sense, defensive end makes sense, running back, a couple of those positions for sure. Are they going to go with Travis Swift, or Taylor Kelsey after the wedding? Why do I feel like nobody's changing their names? Well, I just feel like they're going to be married when their name's not going to change. Maybe you legally have to. I'm not really sure, but most celebrities, they don't change their names. You're disappointed about FAU. Yeah, it's rather unfortunate. We were hoping for a better, bigger year 3 here, but just the hamstring. He's out on IR for the year. It's rather unfortunate for sure. Hope we pick up Damian Martinez. He got waived. Could Bassa slide in at edge every once in a while? Bassa, he's a converted safety. He's like your coverage linebacker. I think it'd be more Leo. FAU's on IR for the season. I missed that, said Jay Ward. Yeah, he got placed on IR for the season. He's not coming back. They can change their name and still publicly use original names. There you go. Veach is trolling you, Cole. They did this last year, man. We went live like this and then waited. We just waited. Waited and waited and waited and waited. I feel like the Chiefs are late reporting their final cuts every year. My feeling is that they're trying to work trades until the last second. Well, if you got your roster down to 53, you're not really doing a lot of trades, but Nate Taylor shared a tweet earlier today saying this. It's Rich Kamini. I don't know who this is. He's an ESPN reporter who covers the Jets. Okay, so that's who it is. But he said cuts have to be submitted by 4 p.m. Eastern, but the Jets have not announced their cuts. Some teams prefer to wait until the waiver wire is released, 7, 8-ish, that's Eastern, thinking it gives them a competitive advantage, with Nate Taylor saying the Chiefs could do the same. So that's what we're waiting on. It's just a waiting game right now. Kelsey engaged? Yeah, today announced. It went insane on social media. Just don't know how big he was, and now you say converted safety. I remember you saying that earlier in the stream. Yeah, it's all good. If anybody's playing off the edge in the linebacker room, it's going to be Leo. That dude, I can't do it justice because he's got biceps the size of tree trunks, but 9.99 relative athletic score. You ask anybody in the room who's the strongest man on the team, and a lot of them are going to say Leo Chanel. Cool, they rotate Jones in at defensive end. Sometimes, yes. So they may carry one less defensive end knowing that they have a rotational player there. Yeah, they like the lines to be fluid. I looked at what they did in the defensive end room every year for like the last 5, and I think the last 5 years they've gone with... Alex, can you look that up? We've got graphics for it. How many years they've gone with 5 defensive ends, or what that's looked like over the last 5. Cole is rapping at the Kelsey wedding. Dude, I'm not going to be invited. I'm not making the cut. Started with 6 last year, I think. Yeah, it's normally been like 5 or 6, I believe. I hope Isaiah Pacheco gets re-signed next year. Maybe. Who knows what they'll do with that. You think the Chiefs will lay McDuffie next year? Oh, pay McDuffie next year, or just rely on the draft? Don't know why I have a weird feeling it's going to be a nail biter getting him signed long-term. Yeah, it's going to be difficult to get a long-term deal done with Trent McDuffie because it's a top-of-the-market deal. I think the Chiefs would like to, but we'll see what they end up doing here. They try to get... I think last year they did an extension with Creed. They got an extension done with Harrison Butker and Noah Gray, like all right before the start of the regular season. Does the 53-man have a deadline? Well, yeah, 3 p.m. But when teams can release said list kind of varies. I'm just refreshing their website every 5 seconds. Dude, somebody just sent me the craziest photo, dude. It's not right, but it's still funny. What the heck? Oh, no. Get out of here. Get out of here with that. That's crazy. That's messed up. That's funny. See, I have humor. You can laugh. You can laugh at that stuff. We're still waiting, though. What even is that? It was Saquon Barkley's reverse leapfrog, but he was leaping over Travis and Taylor. That was crazy. Who's been cut so far? I could send you that or show you that. I'll share the screen. Dude, it's just like, how do people even think of that? Like, how does your mind go there? You know? Here it is. This is who has for sure been released and waived. That's what we've got so far as we wait. Phil said, nah, burn that. Nah, burn that. Brett said that photo was funny. That was crazy. What's happening to BJ Thompson? He's on the NFI, just the non-football injury list, and we don't really know. We don't know what the future is going to be. I realized the other day, Mahomes is getting older. I wonder when he's going to retire. Hopefully not for another 10 years. You never know. Got a solid 5 to 7 for sure. Simpson said if a player retires, their contract becomes terminated. In some cases, it may result in a dead cap hit. There you go. What the heck? How long this stream is? You'd think you were watching a game. Yeah, Ashton, we have been live for 3.5 hours. Trying to wait and figure out. Drop Mitchell and pick up CEH? I don't know about that. CEH's time with the Chiefs might be done. I'm trying to see if we are going to get the list. Please give us the list. There's going to be a couple people not there. It's going to be a little bit of surprise moves that have happened, that's for sure. This same guy keeps saying, what's happening to BJ Thompson? I've answered that question twice. What does it mean when players are waived? It means they have less than 4 years of experience in the NFL, and they have to go through the waiver wire, and they can be claimed by another team. Priority of teams, I think it's based right now off of how their record was last year, and then it switches throughout the season. I don't even know when that switch is exactly. But, yeah, if you have less than 4 years of experience, you have to clear or go through the waiver wire. If you clear it, then you could sign a player you waive to the practice squad. Or if some other team releases a guy, the Chiefs could claim him off the waiver wire. Weston said your family is having dinner without you at this point, Cole. Yeah, that happens a lot. I do breakfasts and mornings with my family more because the evenings get late sometimes. That's how it goes, though, when you're doing day of news. Cole, what is your shirt? Oh, t-shirt promo code? HBT Chiefs for Made Mob, if that's what you're talking about. I think exclamation point Made Mob should give you all the details there. There it is. I mean, we still waiting. What do you think the Chiefs are actually waiting on? Christmas? It's 5 o'clock. We've been live for 3.5 hours. Set up a table behind you for dinner and just eat. Just eat. Is Adam Schefter a good source for media updates? Yeah. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero. I think Mike Garafolo. Also, Jordan Schultz is a pretty good one. Who else? Those are like some of the main ones. Pretty Ricky Scoops. He's not like an official insider, but he's right a lot. He's got some agent connections. Mr. Cartman said, you're the real one. Thanks, man. Hey, we did this last year. We were waiting. So Carson Steele can be claimed by another team. So if let's say for Carson Steele, if he clears waivers, he is free. He's a free agent. So he could then negotiate with any team and sign to, most likely from their practice squad. I think that would be the Chiefs' goal, would be to get Carson Steele on the practice squad. But yeah, he can still get claimed by another team. What are the odds of Cole getting signed right now to the 53-man roster? It's extremely low. It's extremely low. Is it 24/7 light in Sweden? Yeah, is it? Yeah, Ricky Scoops got the Terry McLaurin contract details right. He had the Trey Smith details. We had so many details. He's done that time and time again. All right, Chiefs. Listen. Linda, listen. No, we won't do Linda, listen. My goodness. So the Bills just announced their roster moves 2 minutes ago. Okay? So if the Bills just made a move 2 minutes ago, the Chiefs can't be far behind, right? They can't be far behind. I mean, I don't know. Shane Buechele, former Chief. I just saw him on the top of the list. But we want Chiefs. Where is that? Because then we can then we can kind of, based on that list, reverse the work and get this final 53-man roster projection built out. Or the Chiefs will just drop an article. Yeah, like this is what the Chiefs just need to give us right now. Give us this list. See? Now do it. Do it here. We're all waiting. Give us the goods. You got anything? No, you don't? Okay. You don't? Okay. What other former Chiefs were cut today? Geez, there was, McCole Hardman, MVS, CEH. Mike Edwards on the Bills released list? He was last year. I think he was last year. If they was on there again, it was a typo. Because he was just released from the Chiefs this morning. Any big names Chiefs might claim? Probably not, because they're at the bottom of the waiver wire. They're at the bottom of the waiver wire. Life hacked. Thanks so much for the kind words, man. He said, I'm the GOAT. You guys are the GOATs. We got 2,600 people waiting. Yeah, everybody's like me. It's like, we're not getting anything done today. We're not getting anything done today. We're just waiting. Today's your day off? Nice. Let's go. Hoping the 53-man drops before my tacos are done. I want my dinner and my show. Hey, you could do dinner, you could do the show, and then just kind of spam refresh Twitter. Kuth said you don't have to announce it, they just report it. So it goes to transactions, but waiting for the wire where it's public, they just cut the 3 extra hours teams have to decide about claiming them. Meh. That's why some teams are waiting, it seems, before announcing it. Simpson, why do we continuously bring back Nazi Johnson? He's inconsistent. Is because of experience, knowing the playbook, or potential? I think out of the depth piece guys, he's bringing value on special teams and is the more consistent option than the others on the roster. He's being placed on IR is what it seems right now, and we'll see who gets the nod, if it's Josh Williams or somebody else over him. But yeah, I think Nazi had the ACL. He came back, was still working through that. First year as a corner, really, last year. Kind of, was it trial by fire? Got baptized last year. He played safety, I think, in college. But yeah, I think it's the depth piece guys. 5'6", cornerback, linebacker 5'6". Any of those guys, safety 4. You need value on special teams, and then they're just looking for consistency on defense. But in like a perfect world, your cornerback 5 is not rotating in a lot. They just had a lot of injuries last year, but you traded away Snead. Jalen Watson broke his ankle. So that throws some wrenches, I think, in your plans. Thanks so much for the 10 bomb as well after asking that question. Heck yeah. I think like some people say, hey, we want Joshua Williams in over Nazi, but for whatever reason, for 2 years, the coaching staff has said they find Nazi more consistent. Would you have picked Chris O over Minshew? No, I actually thought Minshew looked really good, but yeah, I think Minshew is better than Carson Wentz last year. But I think Chris O looked pretty good. He's super mobile. Would love for him to land on the practice squad. He keeps getting better. You think Casey will keep Steele? if they didn't possibly cut him already. They cut him. Yeah, they cut him. So here's a list. If you guys are wondering who so far has been cut, can you get off? There we go. This is so far who's been waived, who's been released. That includes Steele, Cole Christensen, Dalton Cooper, Jason Chu-Goderick, CJ Hansen, Keziah Izzard, Cam Jones, Kevin Knowles, Nate Matlack, Chris Oladokin, Esa Pole, Hal Presley, Melvin Smith, Trey Watson, Bailey Zappi, and then Mike Edwards and Marlon Tui Pelotu have been released as vested veterans. Yeah, we've been waiting. From a fantasy standpoint, which receiver would you prefer, Worthy or Rice? Probably, oh man, I think Worthy, just because I don't know when Rice is going to be suspended, and he's going to miss like 5 or 6 games. Keep the screen like that. I've kept it there for a while. We go back to here in a minute. I'll go back to this and kind of look at the roster. Yeah, this is what we have so far. I am still refreshing Twitter. I need more water now. What's crazy is Terry McLaurin, I just saw this on Twitter. He signed a 3-year, $96 million deal. There's still no details, I don't think, on his guarantees. No details? Dog the Backwards God with the membership, one of the OGs on the channel. Who all remembers when Cole turned into a tornado live on stream? Wait, what? What did I do? A tornado? Was it after the blocked field goal? Refresh and repeat. Yeah, we're trying. I got Twitter. I got the Chiefs website. I mean, I don't know how much longer they're going to... What are we waiting on? Oh, shoot. Yo, let's go. We got to follow. From the new 53-man roster, linebacker. Let's go. Come on, dude. Rooting for him. Don't know. We waiting, y'all. Ronald McDonald. Did you see Mike Edwards was released? I did. Yeah, Welch. I mean, CRW's been playing safety. Yeah, he's been playing safety. Yo, Kyle, what up? What up, Kyle? He's probably watching right now. Doubt it. Doubtful. All right. So, I'm going back to the Chiefs website and we're looking. We're refreshing. I will go back. I'll go back to this page because somebody said, hey, keep it on this. This is what we know so far. Who's gone? This is what we're waiting on. Is Kadarius Toney still in the league? No. He is not. Is there not a person to stop people from copy and paste the same question over and over? What's the same question? What is it? Damian Martinez at running back. Kyle Duggar at safety. Yeah, if we can get a couple of those guys, wouldn't turn it down. Tunyon's going to make it over Juju. I think they both make it. I think I like Juju's odds of making it more than Tunyon, but I still think they just both make it. What's up, Lamar? He said, first time in this live from KC, living in New Mexico. Got to get back. Thanks for your coverage. Hey, I appreciate you being here. Let's go. You have the best updates, bro. Thank you, Jacob. Juju is damn near a lock. Yeah, he's not a lock from a monetary perspective, but he's a lock at every other way you look at it. Look at the third down he caught from Mahomes on the scramble drill. He's healthy, the vet in the room, knows the system, can play every wide receiver position, is probably your fill-in in some capacity for Rice during his suspension. The value you get for Juju for the money is insane. I don't think he's going anywhere, but I want Robert Tunyon to make it as well. I do. So it's if they can both make it, let's go. Oh, come on. Come on, Chiefs. I'm just refreshing. We're going to be live till midnight, isn't it? What is Kareem's role? That's a great question. Trap house. I think he's your third down back, but he can also do red zone stuff and goal line. Your daughter Nyla wants to know if there are any better players on the team. Better players on the team than when? Last year? There's definitely some good players on the team. Need that vet in the wide receiver room for sure. He's a lock. I think he is. Kareem is a third down goal line back. Yup. You're ordering Minsky's? Like that. Cole, you're chilling from Australia. First time. Happy you read my comments. Oh, from Australia. Let's go. Yep, Taekwon's going to tear it up. Veach and Andy went to have barbecue and forgot to release the list. Release the list. I'm just refreshing Twitter every 5 seconds. Okay, I'm refreshing the Chiefs website. Wow, that's kind of cool, dude. You know we've been streaming too long when I've been doing that. Here, I'll show you this again, though. This is all we got right now. And I could go back through the projection on what I think it could shape up to be, but there's going to be some surprises for sure. Todd said, quit trolling Veach and post the 53, please. How many years do you think Winchester has left in him? That's a good question. He's like, what, 35? A year or two? Yeah, we've been live for 3 hours and 51 minutes. We're almost on 4 hours. This is how long I stream a game. This is how long I stream a game. Weakest unit on the team, D-line. I mean, defensive end room needs some depth. Safety room, maybe, with Mike Edwards being released. I mean, maybe the back end of the cornerback room if Nazee's really getting placed on IR. I think Josh Williams could make it because Nazee being placed on IR. I'm trying to think of what other position group would like to see an ad. Maybe running back. Maybe. The Chiefs have been calling around, right? So they've at least been inquiring about it. What surprise player are you predicting to make it? Ooh, it's kind of a good question. I don't know if I have any huge surprises. Nothing in here is wildly surprising to me. I mean, Cooper McDonald, I thought maybe Cam Jones would sneak in at linebacker 6, but it seems like Cooper is going to make it. That's per reports earlier today. Joshua Williams is a little bit of a surprise, but not like in a bad way. If Nazee's starting on IR, I think Joshua Williams is right here. I think the surprise is players that the Chiefs have claimed off of waivers or something. That's where the surprises are going to come in. If Tunyon makes it, who has more receiving yards, him or Juju? Ooh. That's a good question. I don't know. Cole, enjoy watching me play. Make some amazing plays for you, all my friends. Wow, we got Cooper McDonald in the chat right now. I don't think it's really him, but that's funny. Let's go. Go ball out. I got a signed Joshua Williams jersey in my Chiefs Vids mystery box. Ooh, let's go, Preston. All right, I'm refreshing Twitter. Gimme. Nothing. Okay. Chiefs website? Gimme? No? Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. Surprise player that could make it, I guess, would be somebody down here. Somebody that we just don't know. Why did this list get all messed up? That's weird. I had it in like order of guys that could most likely make it. Jason Brownlee being up here too. I'm not sure, man. It would have to be like a surprise would be like Jacoby Covington or a Johnny Carter, like a cornerback or defensive back over somebody like Josh Williams. I don't think there's any other surprises in here unless Major Williams or Glendon Miller made the safety room. Jason Brownlee would be a little bit of a surprise because I think the wide receiver room still looks like this at this point in time. Bro, the Chiefs are sleeping. I think they fell asleep. We did this last year too. Went live. We're live for a long time. They fell asleep. Hello? Chiefs? Again, here's the list. Okay. Beach having bad. He's stuck in the bathroom. Oh, no. Chiefs are still getting over the Kelsey proposal. Surprise trade. If there was a trade, wouldn't it have already been announced? I think it would be. Jacoby Myers would be nuts. I don't think wide receiver is a need. I feel good about the wide receiver room. Andy needed a nap. Cole side screen looks like the Brady Bunch. Oh, this? And it's kind of funny. Last year, a trade happened after the deadline. Well, a trade can happen until the trade deadline. So you can have trades until midseason. I'm trying to remember, who did the Chiefs trade for right after roster cutdowns? I know they signed Samaje Perine. You thought Kareem Hunt was running back one? I think it's Pacheco, and then Kareem Hunt is kind of the guy that he's your 1B. You went fishing and came back and still streaming this? Yeah, Chris, we still here. Joshua Uche. Did they trade for Uche on cutdown day, or was that before the trade deadline? It all blends together. I can't remember exactly when they traded for him, but yeah, I guess you can't rule out a trade. It's still happening. Been watching you 3 years now. First time with a message, said Luke. You do an awesome job. Love the commentary. Luke, let's go, man. Thanks for the kind words. They did not trade for Juju on roster cutdown last year because he was a free agent. So he signed. He was released by the Patriots, I feel like a week or a couple weeks prior or something to Hollywood Brown getting injured. Hardman got the axe. Who wants to bet he's coming back? That would be that would be surprising. Not like in a horrible way. I don't think they need another receiver. Perine was signed on roster cutdown day, but he was a vested veteran, so it wasn't a trade. Kareem is number one in your heart. Oh, let's go, dude. Yeah, I love to see the full circle with Kareem. That's been a pretty cool thing to see for sure. Team doesn't need Hardman. Got to get off that topic. Yeah, some people just keep asking again. During the last game, Veach mentioned the extra money will now have to be carried over to next year. Veach lies to friends and family. I think you can carry some money over. I can't remember how much. You can't carry it all. You can carry some money over, though, and apply it to next year's cap. Is McKinnon available? I think he's done. All right, it's been long enough. We're refreshing Twitter. There's nothing, dude. I keep thinking any minute the Chiefs are going to announce this. We are past the record of how long I streamed last year. You want me to call Andy? Yeah, I'll give him a call. Which game are you looking forward to the most this year? I don't know. There's going to be some good ones. All the AFC West games should be fun, especially Chargers, Broncos, Eagles rematch. Definitely going to be fun. Bills, of course, Ravens, Commanders, Lions. Those will all be pretty fun. Yeah, what's up with McKinnon? I think he's just done. Casey with the 5 and Chris with the gifted. Appreciate you guys. Been on 4 hours now, but I have to get off for an appointment in about 25 minutes, so it will get released now for sure, and I will miss it. You're welcome, Casey. It's because of you. Do you ever put that helmet on? I have put it on before. Anybody that's been in the streams for a while have seen me put that helmet on before. Yes. The problem is it's a replica, so it's got like that. It's got the thing in it that won't let you put the helmet all the way down. I don't know what it's called. Simpson with another 5-bomb. Thank you, man. Better be worth the wait or I'm selling my season tickets. Oh, God bless. Selling your season tickets? Oh, no. I'm scared. Oh, my goodness, dude. Chiefs? Are y'all sleeping? I think we could realistically trade for Snead, but keeping him would be the problem. Well, the contract is tough. I don't think the Chiefs are going to trade for Snead. That contract is really tough. He just started working back. He was on the NFI or the PUP list and just started working back. Oh, if you had season tickets? Okay. This is taking longer than a hobby horse convention. Insane. What are your true expectations for Thornton? I think if we get 600 yards and 5 touch, if you get 600 yards and 5 touchdowns from the guy who might play your Justin Watson role, that's an insane value in a good way. I think you could look at Justin Watson's career stats and look at that and maybe bump it up a little bit and just be like, hey, if Tyquan Thornton is your wide receiver 6 or whatever it ends up being, if he's going to give you that production and then a little bit more, that's fine with me. I would be happy with it. There was a dip in 2024, but like Watson in 2023 had 460 yards and 3 touchdowns, 315 yards and 2 touchdowns in 2022, almost 300 yards and a couple touchdowns in 2024, and had some missed connects with Mahomes as well. So I think that's where like my expectations are, but if Thornton wants to exceed any of that, I will not complain. We're not going to complain. I hope Mahomes goes scorched earth and every receiver in their production just goes higher than you think it would or could be. How many players are truly up in the air for making it? So it's not a lot. Basically, the Chiefs roster is at 74. Here, I'll show this. It's at 74. But we know most of the locks. So if we go to this, like Mahomes and Minshew are locks. Pacheco, lock. Kareem Hunt, lock. Brashard Smith, mostly a lock, like I'm pretty sure. Elijah Mitchell, question mark. There's your first question mark. I guess Nico Remigio at wide receiver 7 could be a question mark, but I think he's a lock as the team's returner. Tunyon could be a question mark. Would like to see him make it. I think he's earned a spot on the 53. I guess like Wanye could be a question mark, or Ethan Driscoll at the bottom end there. That's what I'm saying. There's not a lot of question marks because the linebacker room's pretty much locked in. Joshua Williams would be a question mark, but I think Nazee's going to go on IR. And then, I mean, how many question marks did I just say? 4? 5? It's not a lot. It's really tough to know, but we know about 90% of it right now. Truly enjoy your coverage of the game. Great content. Said underrated chef. Dude, I was going to salute, and then I just went like this and like put my hand on my head like, what does this mean? What is that, huh? Thank you so much for the 5-bomb. We also have Muse with the 5 gifted right before that. So glad you enjoy the coverage. You enjoy the content. Let's go. Dude, getting to do this for a living it's just a blast. Talk Chiefs, talk football. Heck yeah. Flip with the 5. This is probably just me, but Rice and Worthy kind of remind me of Jeremy Maclin and Sammy Watkins at most. Rice and Worthy, Jeremy Maclin, Sammy Watkins at most. Nothing flashy, and the potentials are there. Shoot, dude. I don't know. I mean, Rice was kind of going nuts before his injury. Yeah, Rice was kind of going nuts before his injury. But Maclin had some good years. I think Watkins did too. Worthy's only getting better heading into year 2. Twitter is asleep, dude. Not a single new update. There has not been a single new update from an NFL insider in 15 minutes. The Chiefs' website is on dial-up. They haven't updated. What are we doing here? We're on 4 hours and 5 minutes. Talk Justin Simmons. Yeah, I mean, there's some free agents potentially available. There could be a running back. There could be hopefully a defensive end, unless Malik Herring is defensive end 5. Great content, but what are we doing about Casey Wolf and his retirement? I think you're just going to find a next mascot to carry on the legacy. I don't think they've officially announced one, but they interviewed Dan Mears, I think, on the last preseason game at Arrowhead, and they had Casey Wolf running around and reacting. Casey Wolf is in jail, says John. Nah, that's Chiefsaholic. Wrong guy. Next one is already chosen. Oh, did they confirm that? I wouldn't be surprised. And they're just going to announce it here soon. Can you shout out to your son, Andrew? Shout out to Andrew. Let's go. As we're all waiting for the 53-man roster projection. Oh, we have a notification. We don't have anything. But this is funny. How do they find these? You guys seen this channel where it matches up like a sports photo and they match it to like a famous art picture painting? That's funny. But it's still not the roster projection. You think they're actually going to wait till 6 o'clock? What are we thinking? I'm going back to this list. This is what the roster looks like right now. AI. Well, AI to find something to match it. What about Brenningstool, Alex? Tony is the new mascot? No. Cole, order some DoorDash, dude. Dinner is over. It's only 5:30 here. It's only 5:30 here. Yeah, it's 5:30. I'm in Lee Summit, Missouri area. Pretty sure Cole's beard is AI generated. Yep. It is. If teams play us with high safeties and rush only 4, Pacheco could potentially have a great year if the wide receivers do their job. 100%. Complimentary football. Cole, engagement good, but not as important as people getting cut from a football team. I'm not a fan of roster cutdowns. It's unfortunate, man. You know, a lot of players, they worked really hard. They wanted to make the roster. It's a dream. What if they just don't? I think they have to. No, I think Alex, my editor, texted me and said no AI is used on that account. I don't think they create the paintings with AI, but could you use AI to, like some algorithmic thing, using AI to help find a match? Sleepy Face with the membership. Let's go, man. Let's go. Oh, his bio says no AI used to find it. Oh, okay. Wow. So they don't use AI. Okay. Hey, we learning today. Hey, can we have some Chiefs updates, man? It's been 19 minutes and we got a Raiders one. I promise we don't care about that. I promise. If these players don't make the team or practice squad, do most of these guys play in other leagues? Yeah, you'll be fighting for like USFL, XFL kind of stuff, maybe Canadian Football League. Hopefully they can still keep grinding, climbing, and make a practice squad and catch on. The journey's not always over. When's the deadline? Well, the deadline to get to 53 was 3 p.m. Central. That was 2.5 hours ago. It's been 4 hours and 9 minutes, and we still going. Somebody said the deadline to report is 25 minutes. Well, at this rate, we're just staying on. We're just staying on till it's over. I'm still going to refresh the Chiefs website and Twitter. Just waiting. Muse with the membership as well. Sleepy Face, 28 months. I missed a lot of the video. How is the roster looking? We could definitely look at that right now. Flip with the 5. We'll see some change on Game 1 in Brazil against the Chargers. It would be hilarious to see Travis changing his jersey to 87 Swift. That would be absolutely insane. Not going to happen, but I would love the troll. It would be great. All right, so the roster, this is very close. Because I basically took the 90-man roster and I reacted to all the moves made so far. Released, waived, with a couple of reports confirming like Cooper McDonald made the 53 and Tyquan Thornton. Okay, so I worked backwards from that to create this. Some of this is my best guess because we don't have official yes or no's on some of the question marks. But for now, this is how I have it. It's not going to be exact, but it's going to be pretty close. Mahomes and Minshew at QB. Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, Rashard Smith, and Elijah Mitchell at running back. But Elijah Mitchell, we can see a mix-up there. We can see them roll with 3 running backs instead of 4 right now. I have 7 wide receivers here. Rice, Worthy, Hollywood, Jalen Royals, Juju, Tyquan Thornton, and Nico Remigio as the returner. 4 tight ends. But again, Robert Tonyan could potentially not make it initially as a vested veteran, wouldn't have to clear waivers. But I have Kelsey, Gray, Jared Wiley, and Tonyan. Somebody said Jared Wiley could be a surprise cut. That actually would be a good surprise cut. Like, whoa. Didn't necessarily see that come in a 4th-round pick, 2nd year into his rookie deal. I don't think it's going to happen, but that would be pretty surprising. 9 offensive linemen is what I have. Josh Simmons, Kingsley Suamataia, Creed, Trey Smith, Juwan Taylor. Those are your starters. Jalen Moore, we know that. I have Mike Caliendo, Norzad, and Wanye. It's 9. Ethan Driscoll could still make it. You could roll with 10. Some say, hey, Ethan Driscoll he could start the season on the NFI because of the appendix. He had his appendix removed and has not been practicing. I have 5 defensive tackles. Could see 4, but I don't think Noddy is disappearing. He just got traded for. Chris Jones, Tillery, Omar Norman Lott, Mike Pennell, Derek Noddy. 4 defensive ends, but I think you need 5. Karloftis, Dana, Aminihu, Gelati, Malik Herring? Somebody else from another team? It's got to be, in theory, a 5th guy. Somebody said, hey, Chris Jones can kick on the outside when needed, kick out. So maybe you just roll with 4 initially. Could be. I feel like they've done 5 or 6 most times on the initial 53 in the last 5 or so years. 6 linebackers, Bolton, Tranquil, Chanel, Bossa, Cochran, McDonald. I think all 6 of them made it, but we just saw an announcement from Brandon George's agency that he made the team. I think that was a practice squad announcement, but he could possibly sneak in on the back end of this room. I don't know. Cornerback room, McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Christian Fulton, Noel Williams, Chris Roland Wallace, who has really been working in at safety, and Joshua Williams. I have Joshua Williams on there because I think Nazi is going to IR. We could see somebody else sneak in over Joshua Williams. 3 safeties, Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, Jamari Connor. Here's the players that have not been confirmed other than the ones I just kind of said to you that I think make the 53-man roster. Some of those guys aren't 1,000% locks at this point in time. Reverent with the 2. What's up, man? Thank you. Mikey with the 5 said, Andy and Brett are just giving everybody time to watch The Kingdom before they drop the 53. 200 IQ. 200 IQ. Brand with the 5 gifted as well. Let's go. And you guys are turning up. Is left guard Kingsley ready? I hope so, Don, but we're going to have some growing pains, probably. I'm refreshing the Chiefs website and Twitter again. Give me this. Nothing. We ain't got nothing. The Chiefs are taking their time. That is for sure. The Kingdom was great until episode 6. I'm behind. What are your expectations for Charles Omenihu this year? Met him in Turks and How this summer? That's a word I don't know, but he's a really great person. Think he's gets a bad rap. I mean, I'm excited for him. I said in the offseason that a pissed off Charles Omenihu on a 1-year prove-it deal might be one of the key signings of the defense in all of free agency. He's hungry, chip on his shoulder, and wants to go get it. So I like the signing when he got signed, and I don't know what to actually expect of him, but he's going to be in the rotation, and I'm going to be rooting for the guy for sure. You saw Chiefs Concerns Twitter? I did not. What did they say? Did they say something? Tune in to Chiefs Chargers on September 5th as the Chiefs release their initial 53-man roster, said Kent Swanson of KCSN. What did Chief Concerns say? That's interesting. Okay. This would be interesting. I am hearing Jake Brenningstool made it. That is interesting. What are you going to do if that's the case? I don't know if he's got a source or there's a troll going on. But what are you going to do if that is the case? He hasn't practiced like at all. They must be that high on the guy. He's dealing with a hammy. That would be a surprising move. For sure. What do you guys think about that? If that's the case, what are we doing with the tight end room? What are you doing with this? Kelsey makes it, Gray makes it. Then what? He's trolling. Yeah, we're all just waiting. I'm not using that as like confirmed factual. I'm not even putting Brenningstool back onto here. But I'm just saying, if that happened, what are you going to do? It has not been released. We're still waiting. Yeah, we are still waiting. That would be crazy, though. You think Wiley's gone? Well, let me do this. I'm searching Jake Brenningstool's name real quick and seeing what I find. I'm looking on Twitter. I mean, I'm not seeing anything. But, yeah, what if Jake Brenningstool starts the season on IR? Could that be a thing? With a designation to return? I don't know. If they're saying he made it, that doesn't seem like IR to me. Right? Give us this, dude. We're on the website now. Oh, shoot. We got practice photos? Are we about to spy? Are we trying to use the power of elimination based on who practiced? We can't fully, because some of these guys, I mean, the practice was before cutdowns. But I see Tyquan Thornton. I see Brashard Smith. I see Jason Brownlee. I see Nico. Again, they said at practice today, there was over 53 guys practicing. So we can't use this as like all for sure. But I will say, if they had already been released or waived by then, they're not going to be there. Rice, Worthy, no surprises. Who else we got? Anybody else? I see Malik Herring there. I mean, we're going full investigation mode at this point as we sit here and wait. Who's 66? That number is escaping me off the top of my head. There's Naughty with 92. There's his number. Man, we're going down the investigation rabbit hole. There is no Juju? That would be, again, he's a vested vet, could be released, but that would be pretty surprising. Dude, that would be wild. No Juju, but Brownlee and Nico make it or something? Who's this? Oh, yeah. I don't see a photo of Juju. Again, I don't know that we saw every single player in these photos, so I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, he's not there. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing, guys? We're analyzing Chiefs practice photos. What are we doing? That's crazy. All right. I just need them to drop the list, okay? I don't have any power. I don't have any connections, but I just need it. What are we doing? I'm late to the stream. What did you miss? Nothing. We are still awaiting the Chiefs' initial 53-man roster. How has Juju been in the NFL since 04 and he's still 28? Well, that's not right. Oh my gosh. Hello? Well, we waiting. Thanks a bunch, Cole. Heck yeah, Brady. Start calling the parents. Just start calling all the players' parents. Hey, did you make it? Matt said, why is this information worth gatekeeping? It was due 3 hours ago. That's a great question. Bro, now I'm like going on in my head of like, oh man, who could these surprises be? Now I want to know. Okay, 66 Caliendo, thank you. I didn't know off the top of my head who it was. What role do you see Thornton taking on? Probably like a Justin Watson role. What if they are resubmitting the list because they forgot to put Mahomes on it? That is why. That is for sure why. That's what's taking so long. Thank you for the 5. They want Cole working all night. They're like, yeah, we're just gonna make this guy keep streaming. Holy smokes, man. Hello? Well, we trying. Nate Taylor said there's a small competitive advantage for releasing your 53 really late. Yeah, I actually I've read that tweet a couple times. I can pull it back up again. But yeah, some guys don't do it. Teams don't release it until later, thinking there's a little bit of a competitive advantage in relation to the waiver wire. But this is what Matt Derrick said, who attended practice today. Still waiting on the Chiefs' initial roster, final cuts, and reserve list decisions, but based on what I saw at practice today, there are going to be some surprises. But I do believe the big picture will make sense. What does that mean? Somebody said, this guy said, I know what that means. Alex, what does it mean? He said he knows. I need answers. I'm refreshing the Chiefs page again, dude. What's this? No. Wait. Do we got something? No, we don't got nothing. No weekly Q&A tonight. No, because this is the Q&A. This is the Q&A, and then as soon as I get the roster, I'm probably going to get off and make a video and a short. Troy, Alex, that might be what we end up doing. Because this is getting insane. I don't even know what Troy's doing. Don't know what anybody's doing these days. Jennifer, thanks for the 1587. Angry with the 5 gifted as well on top of that. I appreciate you guys. Let's go. All right, I'm going to check Twitter again. Man. What are we thinking? Wide receiver room looks speedy and tanky this season. Thanks, Blocks with the 5. Crazy it will be hard for team to get locked down because you have Worthy, speedy guy, Brown, Rice. Yeah, Thornton as well. A lot of speed in there. We're not leaving without the list. I'm not fucking leaving. Okay, I need to chill. Just relax. I tried to go under the Chiefs depth chart on their website, thinking they might have it updated. I even tried to go to they have a roster tab on their website too, and I tried to go to that. They don't have that either. Nothing's updated. Nothing, dude. We're committed, dude. It's been 4.5 hours. I don't think the Chiefs keep 5 tight ends. There's no way, right? There's got to be no way. Best barbecue in Kansas City? I do like... I like Joe's a lot. There's a lot of good ones, though. Cole's shaving his beard if we don't get the final roster in 5 minutes? That sounds stressful. No, that sounds really stressful. Let's not do that. You know what's going to happen is I've had to pee for like an hour. What's going to happen is I'm going to bring my editor Alex in to say hi for a second, and they are going to drop the list the second that I use the bathroom, I promise. I don't know if you guys have met editor Alex, but he's the guy that for the last year basically has been doing all the Chiefs edits. Troy still does some of them, but Troy mainly helps me with Cole Breaks the Huddle now. Scripts that, helps me record, or I record that, helps me edit that. Alex, join that link. You're going to be in with your headphones and all. You're all good. Yeah, Joe's. I like KC Joe's a lot, man. There's a lot of good barbecue restaurants. Q39's good. Jack Stack. There's a long list, and I will forget some, and people will get mad at me because that's how serious we take our barbecue. I'm still checking the website. I'm still checking everything, guys. We are in Refresh Central here. We've been looking at it all. Okay, here we go. Come on, give me some. Nope, nothing. I have a friend who is claiming that Thornton won't be worth it due to how he was on the Patriots. What do you think of his potential? Well, Mario, thanks for the 5, man. For now, he's been great. Sometimes it's just a new system, catching passes from one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL rather than maybe Mac Jones for some of those years, and having a good scheme. Andy Reid is able to scheme guys open, and we'll see. But Thornton's got to continue making the most of his opportunities. I'm excited for him for sure, man. You can't just look at a player's production on a team like the Patriots that were kind of in the midst of turnover and a lot of stuff going on there and just be like, oh yeah, they'll never pan out. You know what I mean? With that being said, I'm checking Twitter again for nothing. Brand with the 6 bomb. Alex, get yourself a coffee, bud, or whatever source of energy you need to keep going on these edits. Come on. Pee your pants? Nah, I'm good. Change of scenery can breathe new life into a player. Look at Priest Holmes. Hey, that's why I'm like rooting for Sky and some of those guys who move on and it doesn't work out. I think this is a pretty good system for it to work out for a lot of players, but yeah, if it doesn't, then I wish him the best. Cole, have you ever had Hereford House? I don't know what that is. Did you read out the early releases on Arrowhead Pride? Yeah, They're right here. I've got them. We've been looking at them kind of off and on. Oh, that scared me. Alex is joining, but it scared me. I was like, what the? Sky is on the list? Nah, he's on the 49ers. Sky is on the 49ers. Come on, dude. We are refreshing everything. Where are we? This is insane. Where's the 53? We know 90% of it. We just want the other 10%, dude. We just want some Chiefs. We want the 50. We've been talking about the potential 53-man roster since the draft ended. That's all we want. That's all we want in this life. Alex, you alive? What up, dude?
Hey, there we go. What up?
What's
What
up?
up? How about that roster, bro? Where is it?
We don't know. Everybody say hi to Alex. This is the guy that's edited all my videos on this channel and shorts for basically the past year. Troy will edit some of it. You do a lot of the ads. He'll do some of the ads, and then Cole breaks the huddle. But Alex is about to hold it down while I pee, dude. I've had to pee for like an hour.
Get out of here. I was wondering.
I kept thinking the roster was just going to drop, and I was like, that's fine. You got chat pulled up?
Let me get that on a side screen. Yeah, I got that.
Dude,
keep refreshing Twitter here, bro.
Alex is. I still need to get him a mic, okay? So that's on me. He doesn't have a mic.
Shout out the Apple. Hey, it's all right. We're building a setup. Shout out the Apple headphones.
All right, I'm checking one more time. No, there's still nothing. All right, I'm going to solo you, and I'll be back in like a minute.
All right, yeah, bro. No worries. Go
nice
editing.
Logo, dude.
Oh, hey, yeah, let's go. I'll get that. How about those Chiefs flag behind me, too? Howdy, Alex. Hey, y'all. What's up? What's up? It's not a roster. It's the list. My bad. You're right. You're right. Give us the list. Give us the list. W. Alex. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it. Tell us a funny story about Cole that we don't know. Oh, well, he's in the bathroom. Oh, man. I don't know. I mean, I'm serious about the Kadarius Toney's hilarious homie. He's got all sorts of... He'll bring out a bar every once in a while. Bought the roster. Alex, type in the comments. Yo, yo. All right, let me keep refreshing Twitter. I don't want to... It's definitely going to come out while I'm here. For sure while he's in the bathroom. I'm going to have to talk about it. I can't even share my screen, y'all. I can't even do anything. I'm refreshing Twitter, though. I'm checking the website. Don't you worry. I got to go to the bathroom now, too. Troy got cut. No. Troy didn't get cut. Troy's on the other channel. Don't worry. Justin Brett Beach announces 50-man roster as soon as he reaches level 600 on Candy Crush. Oh, no hot mic. Sorry if the mic is hot, y'all. I will get a real mic here soon. You got to deal with the Apple headphones until Cole gets back from the bathroom. All right, what else do we got here? Let me keep refreshing. Twitter, Chiefs.com. Tune into Chiefs Chargers on September 5th as the Chiefs reveal their initial 53-man roster. Joke's on us, we're the one getting cut. Alex is in for Cole. Hey, Marcus. Appreciate the kind words, bro. I mean, hey, y'all, for real, like, while I have the platform, I can't say, like, Cole is, I mean, no glazing here or anything, but Cole's a great boss, man. I love what I do. I love this gig. It's a blast. I know he said it a whole bunch of times on the stream already, but for real, we get to watch football and edit football videos, for work. It's awesome. So shout out Cole, shout out Troy. They both welcomed me in open arms about a year ago. Stop glazing, bro. You're right. My bad. I'm done. Yeah, Cole's the worst. He's terrible.
With arms wide open.
And just like that, he's back, as if on cue.
Oh. I'm checking Twitter still.
Yeah, nothing yet. Kent Swanson, tune into Chiefs Chargers on September 5th as the Chiefs release their initial 53-man roster.
Dude, it's 5:59.
Yeah, what are we doing out here? Genuinely, bro.
We've been streaming for 4 hours and 34 minutes. We still have 2,500 people in chat.
I haven't been doing anything. You've been holding it down, man.
Cole, somebody said stop streaming. I feel like at this point, I refuse. I've made it 4.5 hours. I can't stop now. Right?
The moment you end the stream is the moment they drop the list. I'm still refreshing like a madman.
Oh. Who's this?
What it do? What it do?
Gosh. What are they going to do? Announce the cutdowns on, like, during the NFL Insiders? Is that how long we're waiting here? Marcus said at 4 I had to stop listening and just got home from work and we still live. Let's freaking go. Quick recap on the 53. I can give you a recap of what we have. It's literally been the same that we've had since I started the live stream. The Chiefs have to wait for Travis and Taylor to get the wedding invites out before they can announce. Oh, gosh, dude. Hurry up. Hurry up, man. Well, Alex, thanks for holding it down. Cole, you're going to break Ryan Hall's storm tracking coverage streaming record. The most I've ever streamed, the longest, was when the Chiefs won Super Bowl 57 or 58, and we had an almost 8-hour stream because we were celebrating. I did not stream that long after Super Bowl 59. Oh, man. I mean, I did process through it and talk about it, took the L, congratulated Eagles fans and all that, but I'm not going to sit there and stay on there for hours after. Good God. The game was over at halftime. Anyway, moving on. Past our traumas.
Somebody said they've been a fan of me and Cole since 2022. Just Cole since 22. I only hopped in a year ago. Don't give me all that credit. Appreciate it.
Did. All right, what are we thinking? Juju has to make it, right? I think so, Luke. He wasn't in any of the practice photos, so I'm unsure. But I'm not going to... like, he could have been on somewhere they just weren't taking photos.
They don't always get everybody. They're not always in every day's photo. Juju's got to make it.
Fox 4 is doing an interview with Omar Norman Lott right now, so he made it. Because why would you... That's a no-brainer. He's a second-round draft pick, but...
Yeah.
That didn't help us. Alex about to take Troy's roster spot. Troy's around. I wonder what he's doing. He's probably sleeping. The last text from him was at 1:15. I'm going to take lunch. Let me know if you need anything. That was forever ago.
That bro's had a script chopped up for a while now for CBTH.
I don't know what we're going to do tonight. I think once we get the roster, I'll react to it. We'll make a long-form video and a short, and that might be it, and we just get out of here. I'll have you edit one. I'll have Troy edit the other. We'll see. I could off the cuff everything, and we'll just drop it all. But, dude, I feel
like we could have had the long form out an hour ago. We just need him to. We know. I feel like we know what it is. We just need him to.
No, we
finalize
don't.
it.
There's surprises.
Waiting on the surprise. You're right. You're right.
There's a surprise. Matt Derrick says it's set. Okay. Well, where is it? It's been set, is the thing. I mean, the roster has been set. The roster's been set since the deadline of 3 p.m. I just need them to announce it. We need to know what it is. Somebody said refresh.
Someone said they saw me in the photos. I'm making the 53.
Heck yeah, dude.
If you think my 5'8", if you think I can do anything, bro, get out of here.
Hey, bro, you could be like
I'll follow.
You could be a running back. It's a pretty small running back one.
I'll be the 11th man that stands way behind the tush push when the other 10 are pushing. The running back that just sits deep and watches.
Oh, Leroy said he could be a punter. Murray, I'm not falling for that, dude. I've seen all those things. He said Juju cut per M. Hawk. Mm-hmm.
Good call, Cole. Good call.
Yeah, dude. This
He
isn't
knows
my
ball.
first rodeo, bro.
Cole knows ball.
This isn't my first rodeo.
Put the helmet on the kid. Hey, I will never forget it was probably first or second week working here. And we got a comment on an HBTC video. Who's that kid playing video games in the background?
Yeah, he used to, if you guys remember, Alex used to edit here because he was in training. So I had him at this computer and I just helped him for months. And then he works from home now. But yeah, he used to be editing in the background. And people comment like, who's that kid playing video games? They're playing Tetris or...
Yeah, right.
Or what, dude? Just so you guys know, I am actively refreshing. I am actively looking. Alex, go ahead and mute up. I'll solo back out, but you can stay in here. And I'll just, we'll keep an eye. I'm keeping an eye on Twitter. I'm keeping an eye on their website. I will also just show you guys this again, which is part of the reason why I had Alex kind of back out, just so you guys can see what we do know so far. Will the list be out soon? I mean, we are going to set a world record. We are about to stream for 6 hours if they don't get it out till 7. Because I'm going to see the list, I'm going to react to the list, and I'm going to process through the list after we get it. Good God almighty. Mark said free Alex. Alex, you're free to work? I don't know. What's Troy doing, dude? I'm going to ask him. 24-hour stream, I wouldn't make it. I'm trying to remember like the longest I've ever streamed. Super Bowl was pretty long. Draft days, pretty long. This is insane. I just tagged the Chiefs. I said, hello, Chiefs. Wake up. You're going to punch the list? Okay, don't do that. What about that tight end from Clemson? Yeah, Jake Brenningstool has not been confirmed, released, or it would be waived or placed on IR or anything like that. Yeah, Pite Dom, I hope I said your name right. I could not stream 24 hours, and there's no way. It was a nice aesthetic, having Alex edit videos in the background. Oh, yeah, you like seeing Alex edit back there? They knew that we were working. We were hard at work. They knew that we were working. Why did they cut Mike Edwards? I think it was because they either feel like they could bring somebody else in, or they were high enough on Chris Roland Wallace, Jaden Hicks, Chamari Connor, and Brian Cook. But I don't really know. I think you need to add something in there. Ask Gemini or Chat GPT for the list. Yeah, they're going to be like, we don't know. We don't know. Yeah, I mean, there was some performance questions of Mike Edwards, and then he hurt his hamstring. So he was kind of going through it. Final 53 reveal during the Super Bowl. How about just give us the list? That's what we want right now. Cole's beard turning gray, looking like Moses when the list drops. Cole just asked Chat GPT, potential trade in the works. Unless they're just refusing to announce it, if it's a trade for a guy that was going to be waived from a roster, it would have already been announced, I think. Byron said, how long, man? I've been tuned out for 2 hours. It's a great question. We don't know. Final 53 revealed during halftime of week 1, or just as they take the field week 1. That's how you know who the starters are. Just as they take the field. Hello? Bro. Oh, what if we refresh this? This is insane, dude. Who do you think breakout team is going to be? Oh, like breakout team. What is that? Is it a team that did bad last year and could be better? I think I'm a little higher on the Panthers based on how they looked in the back half of last year, Bryce Young in particular. I wrote a whole scene of my next novel while I waited. You could have you could keep going, might get a whole book. You're going to go run to Popeyes and get dinner? Heck yeah, Mar. It better be outbreaking. Trent McDuffie has made the roster. Thank God. Thank God, man. You're in the Army Cole, big fan from Kansas City, Missouri, stationed in Georgia. Thank you, Mason. Heck yeah, appreciate your service, man. Love it. Glad we kept McDonald over Cam and Christensen. Yeah, Hondo, that's what it's looking like right now per the reports, is that the linebacker room is going to look like this. Nick Bolton, Drew Tranquil, Leo Chanel, Bassa, Cochran, McDonald. You're going to sleep. Good night. Royals game is going to be over by the time it's released. Maybe they're at the Royals game, and after they get back, they're going to drop the list. What if that's what they're doing? What do we think? Could be. This is crazy. This was the list when I started streaming, guys. I think next year we'll just remember, hey, we're not going live till like 5. And then we would only be live for an hour by now. All right, we're going back to the Chiefs website. Give it. This is crazy. This is almost as worse as asking and waiting for the Epstein list. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. I know why it's taking so long. Brett Veach is on the phone with Jerry Jones for Micah Parsons. Oh, man. Could you imagine? We're live when I find out. That would be insane. Oh, we got 2 notifications. It's just people reacting to me saying hello. Hello, Chiefs. Hello? Has every other team dropped their 53? I'm going to ask Troy. Has every other team dropped theirs? Holy smokes. Give a quick update at 1:30 and see y'all when the waiver wire hits. Oh my goodness. Marcus, thanks for the 2, man. The official depth chart is on your channel. Brett Veach? Veach? Uh-oh. Give us. The Saints named their starting quarterback Spencer Rattler. Okay, cool, dude. ESPN 2025 NFL roster cuts tracker doesn't have any AFC West teams reported yet. Well, Mikey, thanks for the 5. I know that the Raiders dropped theirs because I saw the Raiders announce it. So the Raiders for sure have done it. Yeah, Raiders did. Yeah, Chargers have not. Oh my. Hey, we all hanging out. We still have 2,500 people in here hanging out as we all wait. Dude, we're going to start doing some crazy stuff if they don't hurry up. Give us the list now. Okay, sorry.
Bro.
That was my pregame prayer. My bad, dude. That's to help with the refs. Oh, we got a bunch of stuff going. Nope, we don't got nothing. I'm still checking Twitter. Last in the draft, last to release the list. Oh, gosh. Do a cartwheel? You want to see me die? Who said that, Blowout? I'm not doing that. What? That's insane. No zig. I'm too invested now. Same. Your dog gave up and left? Where did she go? Oh, she's under here. She's under here. We good. All right. Dude, this is... Okay. We're refreshing. I feel like I should get off, take a nap, go to bed, wake up tomorrow, and then we'll know the list by lunch. Garrett Wilson trade? Don't think so. Kevin Stefanski and Andy Reid are on the phone working out a trade for Myles Garrett. Dude. Okay, nothing anybody has suggested is happening. Do we got anything real? Dog cam? I wonder if I could... I think you could see her. I think if I do this... See? See, she's just sleeping. She's just chilling. She's blending in right now with her environment. Blending in with her environment. You know, if you leave, you'll have to be right back on. Yeah, that's how it goes. That is how it goes. Cole, I feel like back in the day, when you had to watch the scroll at the bottom of the local news to see if school was closed. Nah, that's me. I had to watch that for... We would stay up and be like, oh man, please have our school on there. How long is this live? 4 hours and 50 minutes so far. 4 hours and 50 minutes. Weston, what's up, dude? You're the man. I wasn't informed about the Chiefs prior to your channel. Your content definitely makes it more entertaining and fun. Appreciate you. Weston, you are the man. Let's go. Heck yeah. Part of it was learning together when I first started the channel. Learning the nuances of salary cap and just stuff I didn't know before. So it's been a fun 3.5-year journey or whatever it's been now. And the fact that so many of you enjoy the content, it means the world to me. At the end of the day, I'm just taking news and reacting to it and trying to break it down in a concise, entertaining manner. But heck yeah, I'm glad that so many of you seem to enjoy it. It was never the plan. I just started this channel for fun. That's where when the channel started to grow and people were like, oh, he's just a whatever you want to say, a bandwagon guy. I'm like, dude, I was just a guy that grew up watching the Chiefs. I didn't know all the ins and outs of the NFL when I started the channel. I literally did this channel for fun, thinking I was going to get like 50 views a video max. I had no idea. Literally zero clue. Zero clue. But I'm very grateful, and I'm just spamming refresh on Twitter. I keep thinking I'm going to refresh the Chiefs website and see it there. So that's where I keep looking. Do you make enough money on YouTube? Well, I make enough money on YouTube for a couple full-time editors, but it's not just YouTube. It's sponsored ads. It's like a mix of stuff. We started the second YouTube channel as well. So my wife does some like social media content stuff with small businesses. It's kind of like a mixed effort. Yeah. Big fan. Thank you, John. Let's go. Grateful for the news you report. Been here since the beginning. Hey, it's been a lot of fun. And also had no idea when I started the channel the Chiefs would make it to 3 straight Super Bowls. Well, actually, I started the channel the morning of the Bills and Chiefs 13-second game. So they lost the AFC Championship game a week after I started the channel, but then went to 3 Super Bowls. Do you write off your basement on your taxes? Yeah, I do. I have a tax lady. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I do what they say. You love the intro theme? Heck yeah. Time to start a raffle for items in your house again. Who gets the toaster? What was that? What was that during? We were giving away all kinds of stuff. I'm trying to remember, it was a live stream. Just a Q&A? All right, again, if you're just popping in here, we are currently waiting for the Chiefs to release their 53-man roster projection. I am way too dug in to stop now. It's been 5 hours. I'm not leaving. I'm not f***ing leaving, okay? We're not leaving. We're staying right here because it's been. What am I going to do? Get off now and the list is released in 10 minutes? I'm not doing that. This is perseverance at this point. We're hanging out with you guys. But this is all the moves that we know. This is literally all we know right now. I have a good idea of the roster, and we've gone over it multiple times on this stream. But this is all that has officially been communicated. These players released. These players waived. Cooper McDonald has reportedly made the 53-man roster, as has Tyquan Thornton. Not a huge surprise. This question actually got me. He said, will Patrick be Taylor's maid of honor? Oh, no. Sometimes it's like the questions are just insane. It's not a real question, but it still catches me off guard. Zappy got waived. He did, yeah. So did Chris Oladokin. Olivia Channel. Don't live in Missouri anymore, said Terry, but I still got to get my Chiefs, and you're the channel. Let's go. Thank you, man. It means a lot. It's just like free agency with Veach making trades in the middle of the night. Well, how about they just drop the roster? I'm trying to remember when I started the stream last year, because I streamed for 4 hours last year. I think I went live like an hour before cutdowns, thinking, "Oh yeah, we'll get the projection soon." Jacob, sorry, I almost said Jacoby. Jacoby Myers. Jacob. What the heck are we doing at the safety position? Well, right now I have the safety room looking like this. Technically. Ryan Cook, Jaden Hicks, Shamari Connor, Chris Roland Wallace, who has been taking most of his snaps at safety. I think Najee Johnson is going on to IR, so that leaves Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Christian Fulton, Noel Williams, and Joshua Williams as cornerback 5. I still think when the Chiefs drop their 53-man roster projection, you're going to see Chris Roland Wallace as a corner. Najee Johnson is in year 3 with the team, still listed as a safety, and he's been playing corner. Glendon Miller is making it. Yeah, I will go to this list down here. These are guys that I'm not sure of. We haven't had confirmation one way or another. So Glendon Miller, Major Williams, you can't count them out at the bottom of the safety room. Jacoby Covington, Johnny Carter. Those are a couple other guys that could sneak into the bottom of the cornerback room, even over Joshua Williams. It's really tough to know. There's also guys that could have been claimed, I think, off of waivers. I feel like we would have heard an announcement. I don't know. What do I know? I don't know much anymore. I know that time is but a number and a figment of our imagination. We are the clocks. I'm just kidding. I've been live too long. I'd refresh Twitter. Nothing. Hey. Okay, nothing there either. We are the clocks? What am I saying, guys? They thought you were an industry plant. Get a Chiefs carpet for your office? Like what? Like a rug? Like a Chiefs rug? My wife loves walking around the house mocking your HBTC outro. Keep the content coming. Mocking it. How about those? Like that? Is that what she does? Time is a construct. Yeah, we're just saying. Time is an illusion. Lunchtime, doubly so. Facts. Lunch hour always goes quick. Let's go, Callum. The list is holding out for a contract extension. That might be valid. When do you think they're actually going to release it? We should do we think it's going to be released by 7 o'clock, guys? Love your mattress commercial, by the way. Hey, thanks. Shout out to Bear Mattress. Shout out to Bear Mattress. Thermo said they just signed Kadarius Toney. I will shave my beard if they do that one. I will go into mourning. I'm going to move into a cave. No, I'm just playing. I wish Toney the best. He might be done with the NFL. 7 a.m.? This is like watching paint dry. When in Central Time is it over? Well, they're supposed to submit. I feel like it has to drop before 7 o'clock. Because what else are we doing? You'd rather watch Tony highlights? Oh, blessings. Over 4 hours live? Oh, we're at 5. We just hit the 5-hour mark. Oh no, we have a poll going. Will the roster be released by 7 p.m.? 65% said no so far. It's rare that a channel makes a sponsored ad that's worth watching, but you routinely do a great job. Hey, aka, thank you, man. We do. I know a sponsored ad segment is a sponsored ad segment, and it's not always what you want. I get that. It is part of what makes the cog go around, to have the editors to be able to do what we do. But I do try to make it as engaging as humanly possible. I do. We really do try. Just stumbled upon your channel, said Kelly. Love it. Thank you. Only 35 minutes until 7 p.m. Would you rather have a prime Larry Johnson or prime Kareem Hunt? Oh, man. Ooh. I think I would just go with prime Kareem, but I liked Larry around the Priest era. If you said prime Jamal Charles, I would take that. I think prime Kareem would have been something special in the offense with Mahomes in the Mahomes era had he been able to stay here. Obviously, we get why the decisions were made. He did what he did, and he learned from it, and he's back, right? It's been a long time, but yeah, I think prime Kareem was something special. Chiefs could get Kaiser White. Based on what? Did they get waived today? Prime Marcus Allen? We'll take that. Prime Priest overall? Heck yeah. The Ravens haven't released a 53 either. What are we going to do, dude? Just going to hang out for the rest of our lives. Still 2,500 people in here. Maybe extending McDuffie, and that's why they're waiting. At this point, I have to wonder. Epstein list drops first. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Released at 11 p.m. tonight. It's got to be before. 61% said no. Marcus with the gifted. B-Wit. The cutter with the membership as well. Thank you. Thank you. Best Chief. Oh, wait. Best Chief undrafted? Not drafted ever? I mean, Priest was UDFA. He's got to be up there. There is a blockbuster deal going on between the Chiefs, Broncos, Chargers, and Ravens. Are they the last ones to not drop their roster? So the Chiefs are trading for Broncos, Chargers, and Ravens? I don't know. I was hoping it was the Raiders because, like, the Chiefs are trading for Brock Bowers. I'm refreshing everything again. Oh, you guys can see this refresh. I mean, it's on the Chiefs website at this point. Goodness gracious. I'm in a spaceship. Brownlee was at practice today. Yeah, so there was over 53 guys at practice today. There was over 53. See, let's see. BK said, my wife heard you read my comment about how she mocks your outro. We're cracking up. She actually says, let's go. Let's freaking go. How about those Chiefs? Oh, yeah. Nice. Let's go. Let's freaking go. How about those Saints? Who's clowning us? Great question. Edward, thanks for the membership as well. Taylor's got more rings than the Bills. Yeah, somebody said Josh Allen got married, so he has a ring now. I was like, whatever. Whatever you guys want to say over there, argue about. They'll release the 53 in a 4-part series on Hulu. Oh, oh no. Who's better, Lynn Dawson or Mahomes? I don't like that question, but Mahomes. Best Chief ever. But Lynn Dawson's right underneath that. Long live the legend. It'll be released on future franchise episodes. Yeah, bad question. Yeah, I don't love that question. Over under 7 p.m. Once Andy gets a cheeseburger, they get the list. Well, we've been waiting. Whoa. This isn't Chiefs related. But hello? The Packers have a trade on the table with the Cowboys for Micah Parsons with a new contract worth $45 million per year? Oh my gosh. This is Ricky Scoops, man. He breaks a lot of news. He's got agent connections. Could you imagine if that happens? Holy smokes. You just got off work at T-Mobile Center the other day and went to Made Mob and got a shirt. The next day, you put out you have a discount code that kicked back to you as well. Hilarious. Next time, Chiefs Kingdom. Yeah, but Made Mob's awesome. This is a Made Mob shirt. Love this. That's with the Ignition Lab in partnership with Travis Kelce. Adam Schefter posted, do you got something, dude? No, you don't got nothing. The list will be released on a T Swift song. It's on the bonus, like when you open up the album, it's in like the little pamphlet. Well, guys, I have bad news. The votes are in on 500 votes. Will the roster be released by 7 p.m.? 500 votes, 60% said no. What do we do? The list is to be released on New Heights. We'll get the list once Andy's done eating. Bro, he better be smashing like an awesome burger with bacon or something. Code name with the 10 months. I know why it's taken so long. Andy kept. At McDonald's, he's waiting on someone named Wendy's or Burger King to get released. All these food jokes, and it's dinner time. We hold strong. Hold! Dude, what movie is that? Where they just yell hold? Is that Braveheart? I think it might be Braveheart. Hold! It's got to be Braveheart. Alex, you've probably never seen Braveheart, dude.
Never seen it, but I do know that it's Braveheart, believe it or not.
Do you know who the main actor is in this?
Nah, but Google's free and easy.
Oh, what? So Alex is pretty young. He's like 22, and he doesn't know a lot of stuff from...
Oh, Mel Gibson.
Dude, you had to Google it, though.
Nah, what? No.
You're going to get roasted. You're going to get roasted by chat right now. It's just it's a 14-year age gap, which it's not insane, but it's enough, or it's a 12-year age gap. I can't do math. I think it's 12, actually. But there's enough of a gap where my childhood and his childhood did not align with anything. He doesn't know cartoons that I know. I'm like, dude, is this what it's like when you start getting old and you start talking to people and you're like, yeah, you know that Braveheart. Like, I know the movie, but yeah, you know the guy, the main guy, Mel Gibson? No. Crazy. Chiefs are trading McDuffie for PS2? Nah. Are we good with I like PS2 a lot, though. I do like him a lot. I'm still looking, and I'm still refreshing. I just want to cheat the system. I want to find their 53-man roster projection on their website, but I don't know how, because it's not possible. Chris Jones, the dog. Don't start with the age gap stuff. Cole, okay, boomer. It's fine, but it's like when I quote a song, But I grew up listening to Led Zeppelin, ZZ Top, AC/DC, Sammy Hagar, Metallica, Pantera. That's what my parents listened to, so that's what I grew up listening to. Aerosmith. So that's when I start dropping lines of old songs. I know people who don't know who Roadrunner is. Okay, that's insane. Ooh, Limp Bizkit, heck yeah. I listened to a lot of Limp Bizkit growing up. What do you think of Sky Moore saying he's going to make the Chiefs pay? I think that was a fake quote. I saw that on Twitter. That was not a real quote. I would be extremely surprised if he said that. Crazy. MVS cut today. CEH cut today. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, or I said that, and McCole Hardman cut today. All these guys cut today as we await. Skillet. I did listen to Skillet growing up too. Then he said, love your parents. Dude, my dad has seen Metallica in concert probably a dozen times. What's up, KC fan Dan? How are you? It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Pay for a burger when he becomes homeless? Who? What are we talking about? McCole Hardman over under week 10 before he comes back. I don't know. Just the way McCole has come back multiple times, it makes me wonder if he's actually going to end up on the Chiefs practice squad. It really makes me wonder if he's going to end up on the Chiefs practice squad. Cole, I've seen you're driving by my house a lot lately. What? What are you talking about? You have socks older than me? God bless. You legit have 34-year-old socks? If that's the case, you need to throw those away. You need to get some new ones. Add all of the cut former Chiefs to the practice squad. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, practice squad. MVS, McCole. There's others. 7 tapped with the membership. Come on now. Hey, time is creeping by. We're getting close. But the question is, are we getting close to an answer? Huh. I think it's crazy that we saw some teams drop their 53-man roster like, I don't know, literally like 302. MVS to the 49ers? Could happen. You got some old clothes, but not old socks. I'm sorry, I'm not keeping socks around. It's not happening. Your beard is older than me? Hey, that's much respect. Liam said, I would rather have McCole Hardman than Nico Remigio. I don't know. I don't think the wide receiver room really needs to change. The Chiefs didn't bring McCole back. He made it to the Packers and couldn't crack their 53 either. I don't know. Darwin just asked a crazy question that's got flagged. That's insane, brother. Any waiver claims you want? Let's go. Let's freaking go. I want a list of roster cuts, and then maybe we could glance at it. Jeez. I want the biggest cut candidates. Who are some of the biggest? I bet you if I pull up the note for Cole Breaks the Huddle. Cole Strange? Why did the Patriots let go of Cole Strange? Does anybody know? Kobe Bryant. Yeah, Damian Martinez is another one. Who else we got? Nico over Hardman. I still have my 7th grade football jersey. It's 40 years old and still fits. Yo, let's go, Todd. You want Esapole back? I mean, hopefully he can get snuck onto the practice squad at this point. Huh. Cole Strange has a case of not very good. I did figure if he's going to be released or waived, that he can't be in his prime. They're not going to let somebody go that's just balling out. I get that. But it's still like, huh. Every time you see former first round pick, it's like, okay, I believe. Yeah, Dan Skipper, that was an interesting one. Somebody said sign the overweight wave defensive tackle from Tampa Bay. Man, people roasted that guy all training camp long. It's crazy. Oh, the Ravens. Okay, we are getting close, dude, because the Ravens have released people. They released six vested veterans. I don't know that I know any of them. Maybe Myles Gaskin. Oh, Ernest Johnson. Wait, Anthony Miller? I said I don't know any of them, and I keep reading. I'm like, wait. Anthony Miller? That means we're getting close. I guarantee you, look at this post, how the sports world reacted to the Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce engagement. Okay? Look at these comments. 194 comments to 187 likes. You already know there are so many upset people in the comments. You already know. Come on, dude. I'm checking news right now. Chiefs news. Nope. Okay. Addister, thank you for the membership as well. Let's go. Those comments are probably crazy. Yeah, I'm afraid. I don't even want to read it. I'm terrified. I am terrified to read those comments, especially with a screen share. You never know what you're going to see. Still no update. We got nothing. This is all we know, guys. This is it. This is all we know. That would be the most cowboy thing to do. What, trade Micah to the Packers? It'd be pretty crazy. Cole, Alex, where's Pat McAfee? I don't know. Do you know, Alex? I don't know. The amount of people crashing out over it is just insane. Oh, over the Swift and Kelce news? Yeah. It's a bit dramatic. People are a little sensitive. Are the Chiefs just waiting for everyone else to be released so they can pick people? Genuine question. Still learning football. I think all those moves have already been made. I think the waiver wire is done. What I would need to do, honestly, let me look at something real quick. Waiver wire, NFL cut down day deadline. I'm just curious when that deadline is. NFL teams must reduce their rosters to 53 players by 4 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. I don't know when the waiver wire is done, but I feel like you have to have it done by now. Oh, wait. Those subjected to waivers can be claimed by noon on Wednesday. So if these teams announce some of their initial 53s, I do kind of wonder if they could be under 53. Not all of them. But if you're looking at making some claims on the waiver wire, you never know. Yep, Mike Edwards was one. He doesn't have to clear waivers because he was a vested veteran. Did we get the day wrong? We did not, promise. Almost every other team has announced it by now. Refs threw a flag on the roster release. Oh, man. So we will hear the 53 by noon tomorrow. I think we should hear it tonight. I've done this 3 or 4 years now, and I've known before now every year. Is this still live? I've been on the road for 3 hours and listened the whole time. Yeah, Rick, we have been live for 5 hours and 20 minutes. Alex, I don't know if you just want to like take a break, dude, because you just kind of been chilling since 1 o'clock. So feel free. I'll hit you up. You're the best person to hang out with. Oh, let's go. I'm glad that you guys are here. Cole, when will you make a new rap song? Ooh, I haven't made music in like 6 years, man. I've not made music in like 6 years. Do we got some updates, though? Not really. Brett Veach is a Green Day superfan. Release the roster when September ends. Oh, my goodness. Giving me draft live stream vibes. Yeah, I mean, we still have 2,600 people in here. We are still kicking it. Still hanging out. Cole, can you wrap the 53? No. No, I'm washed up. We done. The NFL suspended our roster release for 2 to 4 games. Insane. Breaking news, Sky Moore has been traded again to the Rough Riders. Did Sky make their 53? I wonder. We should look. 49ers 53-man roster. Let's look it up. Wait, what? He's not on? Oh, he is on here. Okay. I didn't see his name at first. Okay, so Sky made their 53, guys. For what it's worth. But this wide receiver room for the 49ers is crazy because Ayuk could come back. D-Rob has been suspended for 3 weeks. There's probably more that's going on with their wide receiver room off the top of my head that I can't remember. But those are the 2 predominant ones. They traded Debo as well. So Sky made the initial 53 for the 49ers. Happy for him. Hope he balls out, man. I think he's primarily going to be their returner, I think. The wide receiver room is rough. Yeah, because Ayuk needs to come back. They traded Debo. D-Rob got suspended for... It was an off-the-field issue. I cannot recall what exactly it was. And I don't want to misspeak. But he got suspended for 3 games for an off-the-field incident. No. Somebody said, was it? I think it was... I thought it was something else. Oh, he violated the league substance abuse policy. From a misdemeanor DUI charge he pled no contest to in July of 2025, which is a standard 3-game penalty for a first-time offender under the NFL's policy. So that's what it was. That is what it was, ladies and gentlemen. Yo, 2 DJ with the 10. Hang in there, Cole. I just took my melatonin. I won't, LOL. Can't stop now. You know you'll be right back. Yo, we still have 2,600 in here, and we have been live for 5.5 hours. Yeah, I'm telling Troy. Trey Lance, QB2 in LA, they released Heineke. Really? What? Some of these other 53s would be interesting to look at. The league has to approve the salary caps before the teams can release the rosters. Well, they need to hurry up. This is officially a telethon? Essentially, yes. Cole, would you rather be able to host all of the Chiefs players to a cookout to talk and hang for an evening once a year, or be able to invite one NFL player over to chat and fill content once a week? Oh, man. I think for the content, that would be more intriguing, but all of the Chiefs at a cookout to talk and hang for an evening once a year, that would be awesome. If I wasn't making content for a living, I'd probably opt for that one. But a Chiefs player on the roster for weekly content would be fun. You'd get enough content from the one cookout. It would be pretty crazy. What happened to Brownlee? He's still potentially a guy that could make the roster. We'll see. Yeah, we will see. Different player each time. Now that would be even better if the once a week interview was one different player each time. What? FLDB with the 10. Thank you, man. Could you give your honest review on Refresh Simulator? You have unknowingly been playing this new game I have created. Hope you had fun. Rate it 1 to 10. Bank declined the first time. Dude, I've been streaming so long, I was reading your comment. Like, wow, we've been playing a game? Like, what game? Yeah, Refresh Simulator, it's been a blast. The Broncos announced their 53-man projections. The Jets announced their 53. Okay. Dude, we have to be getting close. Dude, we are so close. Oh, heck yeah, I can taste it. We ain't getting off. Oh, shoot. Let's go. Here it is. Let's freaking go. Okay. Here's the Chiefs' initial 53-man roster dropped on their website literally a second ago. Patrick Mahomes, Gardner Minshew. 8 receivers? 8 receivers? Oh my gosh! How many do you need? Okay. Kareem Hunt, Elijah Mitchell, Pacheco, and Brashard Smith is the 4 running backs. No surprises so far. We knew Steele wasn't going to make it. 8 receivers, Brownlee's making it then. Holy smokes, Hollywood Brown, Jason Brownlee, Nico Remigio, Rashee Rice, Royals, Juju, Thornton, and Worthy. They got Brownlee? This is what this means. They are expecting Rice's suspension to happen sooner rather than later. Why else are you going to have 8 wide receivers? That means once Rice is suspended, it's Brownlee, Nico, and Thornton as the depth guys, with the primary ones being Hollywood, Royals, Juju, and Worthy. But here's something else to keep in mind before we move down to only 3 tight ends. You have some banged up receivers. Hollywood Brown with the foot and ankle. Probably not quite ready, but not quite at a place to put on IR. Jalen Royals with the knee. Not quite ready, but not quite injured enough to place on IR. 8 receivers. Good God. Okay. All right, so Robert Tonyan did not make it right now. He was a guy that I said probably deserves a spot, but he's a vested veteran. He could be released. 8 receivers. Holy smokes. That dude, Rice's suspension is coming soon, or they're placing one of these guys on IR, or it has to be the Rice thing to me. Let's keep going. O-line is 9. Okay, here's the O-line. You got to look at who the odd man, who's not there. Caliendo, Humphrey, Jalen Moore, Wanye, Norzad, Jawan, Josh Simmons, Trey Smith, and Kingsley Suamataia. That's the 9 that I had. So no CJ Hansen. There's no Ethan Driscoll. I don't know if he's on the NFI. I don't know what exactly is going on there. Again, that's the offense. 2 quarterbacks, 4 running backs, 8 receivers. Holy smokes, 3 tight ends. I wonder if you could find Robert Tonyan back once Rice is suspended. There's a bunch of things you could potentially do here. Let's go to defense. 3 tight ends and 9 offensive linemen. D-line. So far, there's no new names on the initial 53. I haven't seen a new one. Mike Dana, Gelati. I'm looking at defensive ends. George Karlaftis, Aminahue, Malik Herring. Wait, did I read it right? Dana, Gelati, Karlaftis, Aminahue, Herring. So Malik Herring did make it as defensive end 5 for right now. Then, on the interior, you've got Chris Jones, Noddy, Omar Norman-Lott, and Tillery. Where's Noddy? Oh, yeah, I did say Noddy. Did I read them all right? Chris Jones, Noddy, Norman-Lott, Tillery, and then Noddy. I don't know. 5 and 4. That's what it is. It's 5 defensive ends. So wait, where's Mike Pennell? They're doing it. These vested veterans are not making it right now. These are all the guys I said, hey, they might not be around at first as you do some finagling. There's no Mike Pennell. There's no Robert Tonyan. Very interesting. Now let's go to the linebackers. 6, I think this is going to be spot on from what we saw earlier today. Jeffrey Bossa, Nick Bolton, Leo Chanel, Jack Cochran, Cooper McDonald, and Drew Tranquil. That does mean Cooper McDonald is the only UDFA from this year to make the initial 53. I'm really happy for him. There's no surprises here. Defensive backs, let's get to it. Joshua Williams made it. Chamari Connor, B. Cook, Chris Roland Wallace, and Jaden Hicks. There's your safeties, even though Roland Wallace is probably listed as a cornerback. Your corners, Christian Fulton, Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Noel Williams, Joshua Williams. No Nazi. He's on IR. There's no Tonyan. There's no Mike Pennell. There's 8 receivers. There's no Nazi because he's on IR. And then 3 specialists. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There is the Chiefs' initial 53-man roster. Go to Chiefs.com. It is right there on their homepage. There is definitely some surprises. But no, that also means that Jake Brenningstool did not make the roster either. I'm going to review this one more time, and then I want to go to Twitter. Actually, Alex, since you're here, can you pull up Twitter and see if there's any actual announcements of moves made, whether it's NFI, IR, any of that? Because I want to pull that up next. You can unmute yourself if you see stuff here in a second, too. So 2 quarterbacks, Mahomes and Minshew. 4 running backs, Kareem Hunt, Elijah Mitchell, Isaiah Pacheco, Brashard Smith, no Carson Steele. 8 wide receivers, dude. Hollywood Brown, Jason Brownlee, Nico Remigio, Rice, Royals, Juju, Thornton. Rice's suspension has to be coming soon, mixed with a combination of Hollywood Brown's foot and Jalen Royals' knee. And then Worthy is the last one. Sorry, I didn't see that at the end there, but Worthy is obviously making the roster too, okay? Robert Tonyan did not make the roster in the tight end room. Noah Gray, Kelsey, Wiley. I'm going to say this. There's no Pennell, there's no Tonyan, but they can still come back as a vested veteran. Maybe they're on the practice squad at first, but they don't have to clear waivers. 9 linemen. Caliendo, Creed, Jalen Moore, Wanye Morris, Norzad, Jawan Taylor, Josh Simmons, Trey Smith, Kingsley Suamatia. What did you send me, Alex? What is this? Oh, here we go. This is going to be helpful. They placed 3 people on IR. Brandon George, I didn't even know he was injured. What did he do? Sprain his toe? You want to bet on the 9.98 relative athletic score linebacker? Let him slow cook in the system? So you've got Jake Brenningstool, Brandon George, and Nazeeh Johnson on IR. I don't know who's designated to return with that. And then Ethan Driscoll was placed on the NFI because he had his appendix removed. Interesting about Brenningstool with the hamstring. We kind of saw the writing on the wall there. Brandon George must have got banged up in that last preseason game. I didn't see any report about him being injured. And then here's the rest of the guys gone. Elijah Badger, Owen Carney, Ajani Carter, Dalton Cooper, Jacoby Covington, Mac Delana, Jason Chu Godric. He's probably getting back on the practice squad as your international pathway player. CJ Hansen, Azizi Hearn, Jimmy Holiday, Keziah Izzard. Cam Jones, I thought he might make the roster, but he got usurped by Cooper McDonald. Kevin Knowles, Joey Lombard, Fabian Lovett, Nate Matlack, Glendon Miller, Xander Mueller, Chris Oladokin, Esa Pole, Hal Presley, Keyshawn Smith, Melvin Smith, Jorquarius Spivey. A legendary name forever. I will never forget that name. Carson Steele, Trey Watson, Michael Wiley, Major Williams, and Bailey Zappi. And here's the players they released. These are vested veterans that don't have to clear waivers. Cole Christensen, Mike Edwards, Mike Pennell, Robert Tonyan, and Marlon Tuipulotu. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. These are the moves that were made. I have never been as shocked as I have been when I saw the Chiefs were rolling with 8 wide receivers. I don't even know where that went. Here it is. 8 wide receivers is insane. Oh my gosh. We thought 7 was a lot. I will say, this is the initial 53, and there's some super chats that I want to get to, but this is the initial 53. There's still going to be changes. We could see some players get claimed off waivers and players move even more, shift around even more. From a long-term perspective, I don't know that I have any concerns. I mean, 9 defensive backs, so it's 5 corners, 4 safeties. We will see if they add to any of these position groups that we said, hey, there might need to be something. Safety help, running back room. We'll see if any of that changes. Jake Brenningstool to IR is interesting. If they shut him down for the season, that means you might see some life after Kelsey with another tight end. I'm not saying he's going to be Kelsey or anything crazy like that. I just wish I knew who was designated to return on this one. Like, because you can designate 2 guys to return from IR. So who? Is it Jake Brenningstool and Nazi? Meaning you could have a 4th tight end on the roster this year named Jake Brenningstool? Is that a thing? Could that be a thing? I don't know. Ethan Driscoll on the NFI, he could find himself returning after 4 weeks. Very interesting here. Buck and Bob, this is nuts. Last year, your 53-man watch was only 3 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, we are at 5.5 hours. Had to get, thank you for the 5. Flip with the 5, appreciate it. Had to get 8 wide receivers. I love it. All played very well in the preseason. That is crazy. Casey with the 2, Tunyon going to sign somewhere, had a good preseason. I wouldn't even be surprised to potentially see him on the Chiefs roster. We'll see what happens here. But he's healthy. He looked good. I thought he earned a shot at the 53-man roster. But yeah, if you're going to roll with 4 running backs, which they did, and 8 receivers, it's impossible. You can't have 4 tight ends. It is impossible. Brenningstool will take a Kelsey path on IR first year. A little slow to get going. I like the idea a lot when Brenningstool got signed. So I am excited for that. I don't think they stay with 8 receivers. I think Rice's suspension is coming. They would know. Why else are you rolling with 8? I mean, Hollywood Brown, maybe he's not ready week 1. Maybe Jalen Royals isn't ready week 1 either. So that could be it more so than the Rice suspension. Which means you need some other guys, but you don't want to lose Brownlee yet. You don't feel comfortable waiving him because maybe he's not going to clear waivers. But a couple guys are banged up, and the Rice suspension is coming. It's coming soon. Maybe they don't know the exact date, but maybe they will settle before the start of the season in 2 weeks, and the suspension gets announced, and it's done. Yeah, there's no Mike Pennell either. Where did he go? Did they announce that here? Yeah, okay. That's crazy. My in-ears just died. That's how long we've been live. My in-ear pack is dead. It is really weird not to hear my own voice in the ears right now, but the mic's still working, so we're good. Yeah, that is crazy. Tunyon going to sign somewhere. I think he deserves it. McCole Hardman got cut. Maybe after Rice suspension with the room injured, he may return. No, we're good. You got 8 receivers. What do you need another one for? Casey website says IR. What do you mean? I'm on their website. Yeah, Mike Pennell, I think, comes back. These are vested vets that don't have to clear waivers. I think he comes back. Run D needed Pennell. I don't think he's done. Pennell and Tunyon are going to be re-signed to the practice squad. That could very well happen. Yeah, Mike Pennell got released. Yeah, he's right here. We're looking at it right here. It's on the screen. Having more wide receiver gives Morris more leg, shoulder room for the flight to Brazil, I guess. Again, if a vested veteran gets released, I said this in my 53-man roster projection, my final one last night, they could come back. They don't have to clear waivers. They could sign to the practice squad knowing that their time is going to come as well. They're all on vet min deals. These are all vet min deals. Okay? 5 wide on first down. 8 wide receivers really caught me off guard. Yes, I'm on the page with the IR announcement. Yep, it's right here. Yeah, 3 players got placed on IR. Ethan Driscoll got placed on the reserve NFI list, but you can designate 2 players to return now if you place them on IR. Who is it? Is Nazi returning this year? I think he will. But what about Jake Brenningstool? That's interesting. And that's why Brandon George had that announcement from his agency saying congrats on making the roster. You did technically make it. You're on the IR or NFI. Brashard Smith or Roland Wallace will have to change their number. They're both 30. Yeah, you cannot. Well, you'll have a lot more numbers available now that you went from 90 to 53. But yes, you can't have matching numbers. They're just some guys like Brownlee you just don't want to lose. And if you have vested veterans who will work with you, some guys are going to IR to get at least Edwards, Tunyon, and Pennell back. Exactly, Kuth. 1,000%, brother. They had a really good haul with a lot of good players. They didn't want anybody else to get a shot at. Yeah. Yeah, if you're putting guys that aren't vested veterans on the roster, you don't want a chance losing them to waivers. Maybe they're saving those spots. Well, they're full, right? Alex, are you making the list? I think that's a full 53. But maybe, Alex, you could count it up and let me know. The problem is if you talk, I'm not going to be able to hear you because my in-ears died. I bet I can now. Appreciate the info, entertainment during the offseason. Heck yeah, Speed. The season is almost here. It is right around the corner. Let's go. Cole Hollywood Brown is ready for week 1. They said he's cleared. Who said that? I'm down. Let's go, dude. Finally. Defensively, 9 defensive linemen, but Pennell with Cole Christensen and Mike Edwards are veterans that are released. Brandon George is on the IR list, but Nazi Johnson is on IR, but designated to return. So Nazi for sure designated to return. Brenningstool got saved. Maybe for the year? 8 receivers is crazy. Couldn't believe that. Elijah Mitchell makes the roster, so they didn't switch up running backs. The website has 26 on offense, 24 on defense, 3 special teams. Oh, here we go. Sam McDowell of the KC Star said this. The Chiefs technically released Robert Tunyon, but he's not subject to waivers. And I'm told the plan is for him to return to the team. Have to assume the Chiefs are giving themselves some cushion at wide receiver for the ongoing uncertainty with Rashee Rice. I think it is a little bit of the uncertainty with Rashee and a couple wide receivers banged up. Hollywood might be good to go week 1. I don't know that Royals is. He's not practicing right now. So that'll give you 7. Not sure you dress all them out, but you don't want to lose Jason Brownlee to waivers. And if Rice is suspended week 1, week 2, just somewhere around there early, you've got Brownlee. Then Rice goes to the suspended list. Robert Tunyon back on the roster. There you go. It's not exactly like I said. I was off on a few things on the 53 for sure, but they did a lot with the vested veterans on those 1-year vetmin deals, releasing them to put them back on later. I would think Mike Pennell's coming back. I would be pretty surprised at this point if Mike Pennell didn't come back. But he's spent time on the practice squad. Yeah. He spent time on the practice squad, so I think it's going to be okay there. Yep, all good, man. Any of those guys that have been released instead of waived, the Chiefs could bring them back. I don't know that they're going to do that with Mike Edwards or Cole Christensen. I would actually think a few of those guys are going to be practice squad because they might just want to stay where they are. Sometimes it's not always, again, if they have a path to playing time, sure. But if it's between the Chiefs practice squad where they already are spent off-season, OTAs, they've moved in, they're settled, and going to the practice squad for another team, they're going to come to the practice squad. A lot of the guys that are going to make up the Chiefs practice squad are going to be from the 90. Not all of them. Some are going to get claimed. Esa Pole might get claimed. The Chiefs are going to add a couple that they like that are intriguing to them. Brett Veach's team, man, it's every team does this. They're watching tape on everybody in the preseason. Certain key players that are on the roster bubble, they're always evaluating, they're always searching. Yeah, Pennell was initially on the practice squad a couple years ago, Dennis, you're right. I don't remember if it was 2023, 2024. Honestly, all the years blend at this point in time, but you are correct. Tillery over Pennell feels weird. So I don't know that I would look at it right now as this guy over this guy, because Tillery is he's going to help you more in the pass rush aspect of things than a Mike Pennell. He's a bigger run stuffer. But again, it's the initial 53. Some of these veterans are going to be back. If they sign to the practice squad, they can get elevated and still play early on in these games. You can elevate a guy, I think, like 3 times before you have to then sign him to your active roster. I think you could then release, I don't know how many times you can do this, but you can then release the player and get them back on the practice squad and their elevations start over, which is like kind of crazy. It's kind of gaming the system a little bit. But yeah, so I was the most shocked by 8 receivers, but when you think about it, it does make sense. It was very interesting because we debated the wide receiver room quite a bit on this channel, and a lot of people said, hey, I don't see how Jason Brownlee doesn't make the roster. Thornton can't not make the roster. Nico is the odd man out. I'm over here like, I can't get Nico off the roster right now. Who else is returning punts and kicks at a high level consistently? That can lose you a game. A muffed punt at the 10. We watched Sky Moore. Like, we saw it. We know the importance. Will Nico stay forever? I don't know. If Brashard Smith can develop into the returner that we're all hoping him to be, there you go. That could be your answer. Very intriguing. We've been talking about the 53-man roster projection for so long. Vested vets have the right to refuse to sign elsewhere if claimed from the practice squad. Claimed from the practice squad. Yeah, it gets a little complex because you can choose a certain amount of players to protect on the practice squad, but they can still get poached. Is the whole 53 out yet? Yeah, you want to see it? We've been talking about it. We went through it a couple times, but there's 2 QBs, Mahomes and Minshew, 4 running backs, Hunt, Mitchell, Pacheco, Smith, 8 receivers, Hollywood, Brownlee, Nico, Rice, Royals, Juju Smith-Schuster, Tyquan Thornton, and Worthy. 8 receivers. I just want to say that again so you didn't think you were hearing things. 3 tight ends, Noah Gray, Kelsey, Wiley. That means Robert Tonyan for now is not on there, but they have plans to bring him back. Offensive line. I wish they kind of did this in order of, they're doing it in alphabetical, but I wish it was kind of order in starter to more of depth piece guys, and it was in that order. But Mike Caliendo, Creed Humphrey, Jalen Moore, Wanye, Hunter Norzad, Jawan Taylor, Josh Simmons, Trey Smith, and Kingsley Suamataia. D-line. There's no Pennell here, but you've got, for defensive ends, Mike Dana, Ashton Gelati, Malik Herring, George Karloftis, and then Charles Omenihu. There's your 5 defensive ends. Your defensive tackles are Chris Jones, Derek Nottie, Omar Norman-Lott, and Tillery. Mike Pennell's not there, but he probably could sign to the practice squad. We'll see what happens with that. I think he does. 6 linebackers, Bassa, Bolton, Chanel, Cochran, McDonald, and Tranquil. I don't know if Jack Cochran will be ready week 1 or not. We'll see. But there's your 6. Defensive backs, Nazi is on IR. Okay? So he's not in here. Joshua Williams made it, though. Chamari Connor. I'm looking safety room real quick. Chamari Connor, Brian Cook, Jaden Hicks, and then Chris Roland Wallace is listed as a corner, but he's been getting work in at safety. Cornerbacks, Fulton, McDuffie, Jalen Watson, Noel Williams, Joshua Williams. Specialist, Ariza, Butker, Winchester. With that context in mind, to refresh you if you just got in here, they placed 3 players on IR. Jake Brenningstool, Brandon George, and Nazi Johnson. And so far, Nazi Johnson has been designated to return, meaning he can get back on the 53 after week 4 if they want to. They can do it. They placed Ethan Driscoll on the NFI, which means he can also return after week 4 because he had his appendix removed. And then here's all the players that they waived. But then here's the vested veterans that they released. They don't have to clear waivers. Most of these guys are probably on your practice squad, or they said already the plan is to bring Robert Tonyan back onto the roster. But Cole Christensen, Mike Edwards, Mike Pennell, Robert Tonyan, Marlon, Tui Pelotu. Kuth with the 10 bomb. Thanks for sticking it out to the bloody end. Around to the bloody end. Yeah, man, I had to do it. We have been live for almost 6 hours. Almost 6 hours for this. Let's go. Brand with the 5. Consider 2026 too. If Brownlee and Thornton get a full year in the system, get even better. We have 4 solid receivers on rookie deals. I don't know. I think Thornton just signed a futures deal. I think he's just on like a 1 year. I don't know what Brownlee's on. I think he's just on a 1 year. Aren't these guys, or is Jason Brownlee undrafted UDFA, signed to a UDFA contract? I think Thornton's on a 1 year futures deal. But Brownlee might be on a UDFA contract. No, Brownlee's been in the league for years. No. They're both on 1 year futures deals. I'm not trying to say, hey, Brand, I'm picking holes in what you're saying, but I don't think there is any future years on their contracts. I would have to double check that. But still, I like what they did. And I forgot Royals. 5 solid receivers on cheap. Heck yeah. When can they sign vested vets? I mean, you could kind of do it now. Fulton's there. Somebody said, where's Fulton? He's on the roster. Yeah, right here. Christian Fulton. He made it. He signed a 2 year, $20 million deal. He's making it. Yeah, he's making it. Brownlee is a red zone threat. Yes, sir. Definitely. Picked up some games in the rough. Can't trust Hollywood to stay on the field for 17 weeks. Maybe not. They can sign vested vets whenever, Sean. It's just a matter of some of them are probably, because they're on vet min deals, they're just going to go to the practice squad for now. Or you can wait. They make a couple more moves, and then they bring them back. But the thing is, they've already kind of made their moves. Like, these moves have been made. 3 guys put on IR, 1 on NFI. So I think the majority of the guys that were waived, that were veterans, or released, that were veterans, are going to the practice squad. Supposedly, they plan on bringing Robert Tonyan back, and maybe that move is when Rice is suspended. Robert Tonyan's back. Oh, Jake Brenningstool is the guy that can come back, by the way, this year. Jake Brenningstool and Nazi Johnson received the 2 roster cut down IR return designations. Alex, make sure you're keeping tabs on all this as I'm talking about it. All right. Love that. We could see some Jake Brenningstool this year, guys. I don't know if we will. I don't know what to make of that down the road, but we could see it, which is kind of wild. I didn't know what they were going to do with him, but IR makes sense with the hamstring he's been nursing. Jacob with the 9 months. Let's go. I can't wait to see the boys in action this year, and Rasheed is still getting 1,500 yards this season. Who cares if he's suspended 5 or 6 weeks? 1,500 yards incoming. I love the mindset. Come on. I don't think he's going to get that, but I'll root for it all day. Cole can eat dinner with his family now? Nah. I got to make a video after this, a short after this. Cole breaks the huddle after this. It's a late night tonight. Yeah, well, Brandon George was placed on IR, Swiftest, but he was not designated to return. So, in simplest terms, you can only designate 2 players to return from IR if you place them on IR before the season, or before cutdowns. Or during cutdowns. So the only 2 that can return after week 4 is Brenningstool and Nazi. Brandon George on IR means his season is done. However, they can reach an injury settlement with him and then release him. Or wait, I don't even know how it'll go once you're on IR. They could reach an injury settlement with him and then he'd be a free agent, basically, is what could happen. It could be a Justin Ross thing where you are truly out for the season, you don't reach an injury settlement, and then you're fighting for a chance to be on the roster next year as well. Cole, great job on the live stream. Official roster posted yet? It is posted. It's everywhere. We've been over it a couple times. So yeah, it's on their website, Chiefs.com. Yep. 2 QBs, 4 running backs, 8 receivers. 3 tight ends, 9 on the O-line. Everything that has been said has been said. Everything that has been done has been done. Time to play. Let's go, Richie. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks for the 2 months. Big Mike getting cut has me questioning my whole reality. Here's the thing. Even if he signed to the practice squad, he can still get elevated 3 games before needing to get added to the roster. Injuries happen, right? Injuries are going to happen in these games, whether we like it or not. So valuable depth. Guys know the roster. We'll see what they end up doing here about some of these guys later. YouTube has been rolling out the change to show the handles. I guess I thought it would make it harder to impersonate since the handles are unique. Yeah, it's kind of hard because I don't recognize some of your names anymore like I used to. So Hardman got cut. When are the Chiefs signing him? He could be a practice squad guy, maybe. Maybe. I would have preferred they kept Pole instead of Elijah Mitchell. I don't. So I get what you're saying, but I just don't love the idea of a running back room with only Pacheco, Kareem Hunt, and Brashard Smith, with Brashard Smith only having 1 year of experience as a running back. So you needed a little bit more. Still don't know if all these guys are safe. I think more moves can happen tomorrow. If Chiefs claim somebody off the waiver wire, this is all the initial 53 from the 90-man roster. I still think we could see some more changes coming down the pipeline. I still think we might see that. What's up with Lamar Jackson's injury? Very random, but he got his foot stepped on, and I think he's fine. He's back to practice. I think he's okay, unless there was an update today I missed. There's a possibility that game 1, there are only 5 receivers available. Brown out, Royals out, Rice suspended. Very true, and I think that's why they go with 8. If they have more of those guys available or a couple ready, you don't have to dress them all out. You only have to have what? You can only have 46 or 47 of your 53 active on game day. Cole, are your Twitter DMs open? Yes, I have about 500 unread message requests, but they are open. That's not a flex. I'm horrible at checking my DMs, so I'm very sorry, but they are open. What were the surprises in the roster? I'm just getting back to this. I think the biggest surprise on both sides of the ball was 8 receivers. That's the biggest one for me. No Robert Tonyan. That is what I said in my 53-man roster projection yesterday. I didn't think he would make it initially, but I didn't know it was because they were going to go with 8 receivers. I didn't know that. Some things you can't predict is who's going to IR and stuff like that. I had the O-line right. These are my 9 O-linemen. I had them. The D-line, I had all these guys, except I also had Mike Pennell. I had Malik Herring as the potential DE5, but I went 5 DTs and 4 defensive ends with unsure what to do with the 5th. 6 linebackers, I did not have Cooper McDonald making it. I had Cam Jones, but they went with Cooper McDonald. I'm happy for him. And then DBs, Joshua Williams was able to get on there because Najee Johnson got placed on IR. Everybody else I had. Yeah, I had everybody else. And then the 3 specialists. So we were close, but that's the fun of the 53-man roster projection. You just never know. Mike won't come back to the squad. You talking about Mike Pennell or Mike Edwards? Mike Edwards might not. Mike Pennell might not. But I wouldn't be surprised to see most of those veterans on the practice squad. Whereas FAU, he's on IR for the year. He's done. Yeah, he is done. Joshua Williams is a surprise, Eric, because I didn't know Najee was going to get placed on IR, so I did miss that. But I thought Najee would be okay, meaning he wouldn't have to miss the first 4 games of the season. But because of that, it helped Joshua Williams get on there. Oh, Mike Edwards got interest from the Chargers. Yeah, maybe Mike Edwards won't come back. But if the Chiefs released him knowing he could sign elsewhere, they were probably fine based on the play that they saw from him, that they felt comfortable just moving on, essentially. They did release Tonyan, yes. I'll show you, where are we at? Here's the veterans they released. Cole Christensen, Mike Edwards, Mike Pennell, Robert Tonyan, Marlon Tuipulotu. There we go. Najee got placed on IR. He didn't get released. Heck yeah. Appreciate you guys hanging out. This has been a 6-hour stream. We were live for 6 hours. about 5.5 or 5:20 waiting for the 53-man roster projection. We got it. I'm about to jump off, possibly eat a little bit of food. I don't know, but I'm going to make a video. I'm going to make a short, and we're possibly going to make a Cole Breaks the Huddle video as well. So I appreciate y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out. Really appreciate the mods holding it down. We haven't done a live stream this long in a long time. Thanks everybody for the comments, the questions, hanging out all day. It was an extremely fun time, even though we were getting impatient at the end there. Thanks for all the dono bombs, the members, all of it. Alex for hanging out in the stream. And until next time, let's go. Let's freaking go.